up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank. Proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cakes Auville.
Hello, happy Wednesday to you all.
And Jason Bishop is back in studio.
Back in black.
I didn't realize you were in New York City moving your daughter. She's got a new job.
Actually, Hoboken, but she's going to be working in the city. Yep. I was up there for 3 days.
Was it an emotional time? Was it a fun time? Did you have some good dinners?
Had two really good dinners. Wasn't a fun time. It was it was hectic and just, getting her moved into her apartment and trying to find out where she's going to be going to her office, how she's going to get there, yada, yada, yada. So we figured it out.
She's going to be taking the train?
No, she's probably going to take the ferry, which is a little bit more expensive, but it's 8 minutes over the Hudson, and it's really quick.
How much does it cost to take the ferry one way?
$10.
$10 each way?
Yeah, so it's $20 a day.
All right, so I mean,
there might be days where she decides to take the bus back, and, if she's got time, but I just told her, you know what? Don't worry about it. It's $20. It's easy. You know how to get there.
She's working in the big city. It's pricey.
It is pricey.
It adds up. My son starts his internship with Monumental Sports today.
Believe me,
good.
He's taking the metro.
That was my summer vacation because I spent as much money as I would have for a week in the Carolinas and 3 days in Hoboken / New York.
I'm sure you did.
Give me the setup. So you told me that she's got a couple of roommates. She doesn't know those roommates. Are they older, younger?
No, they're seniors at Stevens College, which is in Hoboken. They're lacrosse players.
Okay.
2 girls, and she's subleasing one of the rooms in the apartment, which was set up by a buddy of mine. So that's
very good.
Yep. So, but one of her best friends from college, her college roommate for 2 years at Virginia Tech, lives 6 blocks away from her.
So is the setup like when you say it's an apartment? It's got like a main room with a kitchen and
main
shared room,
living area, kitchen. I mean, it's a small apartment. It's not big, but 3 bedrooms. Yeah, it's just a standard, Hoboken, New Jersey apartment.
Can I guess her rent, her monthly rent?
Yeah.
I'm going to say her monthly rent, Hoboken, $1,500 a month.
A little less, $1,357.
Okay. That's
$1,357.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
For right outside of New York City, I feel like that's almost a steal.
For a small-ass room.
Oh, I'm sure it's tiny.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Hoboken's nice though. I'm sure a bunch of listeners have been there, but Hoboken is it's very young. A lot of young families, kids everywhere, parks everywhere. Restaurants and bars everywhere. The Acme grocery store is a block away from our house.
They have an Acme.
They've got an Acme.
Man, that's an old school.
That's old
name.
school, and it ain't cheap. And then there's there's a CVS right there, so if she needs anything at the grocery store, at the drugstore, it's right there. It's right around the corner. It's perfect.
When you left her, was she nervous?
Yeah, she's a little nervous.
Living in. It's not New York City, but it's in the city. She's grown up in the suburbs, Ashburn.
Yeah, she's going to be working in the city every day. Her first day was yesterday. Yeah, she's slightly nervous and anxious, but she did the first day and got over there and back, and now she's got a little bit more of a comfort level.
Very good. She's settling in.
But man, it's you should have seen. We came back yesterday. You should have seen the freaking traffic on the New Jersey Turnpike going north into the city. I couldn't believe it. When I get on the Beltway here, I think, oh my gosh, does anybody work?
Yeah.
Because they're all on the Beltway. Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe how many people were on the Turnpike. It must have taken hours for those people to go north into the city. And they're all merging into, I don't know what tunnel that is. The Holland Tunnel? Yeah, I think it's the Holland.
Holland, Lincoln, who knows?
I think it's the Holland. But I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how long it must have taken for those people to drive into the city, and they do it every single day.
Oh, yeah. That's their daily death commute.
Thank God I don't work up there. But
You know what? You got it good. You don't know how
where
good
does
you
your
got
brother?
it.
Where does your brother work? Does he work in the city?
He works in the city, but he travels a lot in Europe and Canada.
Right.
Works from home, I think, one day a week.
Yeah. I think
If you had me, I mean, there's no chance I know where he works.
right, but
Manhattan?
Yeah, sure.
right.
That
I mean, I
sounds
couldn't,
right.
couldn't tell you the building.
Well, I
but-
didn't know if he worked in
Wall
Jersey.
Street? I don't know.
I didn't know if he worked in Jersey or in the city.
No, he takes the train in when he goes into the city.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I don't think that. I mean, sure, a ton of people drive in,
Yeah.
but I'm going to guess the majority of people that live in the suburbs do not drive in.
I don't know, man. They couldn't believe how many cars there were on the road.
Have you ever seen their subway system?
Yeah.
And how packed that is?
Well, on the buses, yeah. I mean, it's nuts.
I think I rode the New York subway when we were there for something like when the U.S. Open.
Yeah,
Like, it was
probably.
25, 30 years ago.
Well, what I remember about the U.S. Open is we got the world's worst limo driver.
That
and
I
the
do
limo
remember.
didn't have an air conditioner.
He was a dude from like an Eastern European bloc country from I don't know, Yugoslavia, and he had an old school. It looked like a limo from the 60s.
It was a limo. It was a beater limo.
I mean, it looked like a limo.
It wasn't even a limo.
It looked like a limo that would have been beside RFK or JFK when he got shot in Dallas. I mean, like it was that old of a looking limo, and we somehow booked it.
Yeah,
I
we
don't know
did.
how.
But that's the last time you were in New York. That wasn't the last time.
No,
you were
no,
in
no.
New
I've been in New York since then.
York. Yeah. Well, that's
You were in New York fairly recently.
Yeah, I was in New York. I can't even remember how long ago it was.
Yeah, you were in the city.
Last few years.
You stayed in the city, right? You
Actually,
just-
I think the last time I was there, I took a bus. Took a bus up with my son. We walked around the city for hours. Hopped on the bus.
Came back. Oh, you were there for a day.
Didn't even stay overnight.
Yeah.
That was for shoes, right?
That was my son was on a shoe quest.
well, speaking of shoes,
Never walked so far in my life.
Trap walked in the studio and said that it was pungent.
Yeah.
I think it might be my shoes.
Probably is
So,
your shoes. Well,
I have-
It's not only your shoes. This building, once you get into summer, there's a funk that kind of just settles into just this floor. I think it permeates like through the stairwells and into the floors.
I mean, maybe very early before they open the garage. That's
Yeah.
not what's going on in that studio.
Okay.
I mean, it's rancid.
Yeah.
JP.
I have
mean, if
a-
it's his shoes, that's
I
horrendous.
mean, he should throw those shoes away immediately if that's the case.
Yeah.
You should go home shoeless.
Walk
actually.
the Pacers down the street, pick up a new pair.
They look like they're 15 years old.
These are the shoes that I ran in last night. And usually I have a system, and my system has a little bit of a flaw. If you don't take the workout bag where you change your clothes
Yeah.
back inside the house and it's just in the car, then those shoes, which
Yeah.
were my shoes that I changed out of, they're not in my rotation. So then I had to go to, these are the shoes I keep in the garage.
Yeah.
Because they stink.
Yeah.
They should stay there.
Yeah.
I can go back to the car and maybe change them, but you just have to deal with
You
it.
know what? I feel like we need Mike Marr to come in and take it. Like he loves clearing his nostrils early in the show.
These
Like
are the
with
new smelling salts.
Those are this is gonna be the test.
Yeah.
I think Mike Marr has to get
Yeah. This is the Mars
get it.
smelling salt.
Sorry, Mike. I just this seems
Oh,
like a
Mike,
job
take
for
off
you,
your
my
tootsies.
friend.
Jeez.
Show your tootsies.
You're,
Yeah.
you're not into it?
He ain't doing
These,
that.
these
Come on,
are
you-
these are worn out pretty good. These are 2024 models, Brooks Adrenalines.
How many
refuse
miles
to do
has
it.
JP stomped in those shoes?
Oh, so many.
Not as many as you'd think, because I'm not even supposed to run.
You're out of the
Well,
running game.
Yeah, I mean, my ortho told me not to, but I've
All right,
done
then,
some light.
hand
doesn't-
that-
he doesn't
hand that
listen.
thing over here. Mike Marr's not going to man up. I'll man up. I need to give these things a sniff
Oh.
because if they're as bad as being advertised, we need to just
But for the record, you didn't notice the smell. It was just drab.
no. But my nose.
If you put your nose, I'm guessing if I put my nose into your shoes, they would smell.
I bet my shoes smell better than these. Hold on. All right.
Uh-huh.
Oh, these are definitely dirty.
Of course they are.
Dirt right there, coming apart.
Yeah, I mowed the lawn in those shoes.
Oh, these are lawn. No. Look, I don't even mow my lawn, but I have at least one pair of shoes in my garage that are my. If I'm pulling weeds, those are my shoes. If I walk around in like puddles, those are my shoes.
Right.
Those are
I
JP's
would
grass
never
Trash
wear
shoes. They're
those-
trash.
Yeah, trash shoes.
That's what they are. They're
Every
trash
man
shoes.
in America has at least one pair of trash shoes.
Actually, I have 3. They're all the same model, and they're all from 2024.
I'm gonna give a sniff. Hopefully, I survive.
A little disrespectful that Farley's gifted shoes are grass
Yeah, I
cutting
mean
shoes.
these are elite running shoes from Brooks.
Yeah.
Like these should be.
Those are like $200 shoes right
Yeah,
there.
JP's like just treating them like beaters from Ross Dress for Less. Well, they are not.
They're 3 years old, Cakes.
All right, hold on. Here's a sniff.
Oh, you did it twice. 3 times. Oh,
He keeps going back for more.
He actually likes
Cakes,
it.
Cakes can't do it. Cakes has allergies.
They
He's
don't
all
have-
stuffed up.
No, I mean I can still smell to an extent. They don't smell fresh off the rack. They're not brand new smell. Of
course not.
But I don't think that they are like destroy the studio like
Hey,
pungent.
maybe
type
that's
smell.
not what he was smelling. I don't know.
Mike took one step in there and says the whole room smells.
Maybe there's something
I
else
don't
in
know.
here.
I don't know. Here we go.
It's like a moldy odor.
Yeah, it's like there's a mustiness in
You know,
here.
is there food somewhere laying around?
I don't think so.
Like apple or a banana or a piece of fruit?
I don't know. Usually it'd be me, but I don't know. I
the
don't
only
think- I don't see
thing
anything.
close to food are the Starbucks Keurig pods you gave me like 2 weeks ago, but those are all self-contained. They shouldn't smell. Maybe something died in
All
here.
right,
We
my
don't-
shoes are off the hook.
I guess. Let me smell my shoe.
Yeah, maybe it's his.
By the way, same shoes, Brooks.
Yeah, but mine are.
Here's a little fresher.
Yeah.
What model? What year's on the model?
These are the glycerin. These are not from the year 2022, but they're the 22 edition.
Oh, okay.
There's no chance these are 4-year-old shoes.
I
It
thought
might
they were
be-
from the year.
But these are near the end of their shelf life too. Trust me.
Well, I know they're not mine because these are brand spanking.
You got some brand new
Lot
Nubians.
of shoe smelling in the first segment.
All right. Well, on the show today, Paul Timoni's going to join us, and Jason can't say his favorite thing. Love to have him on after a win.
Yeah.
Because they've lost a couple in a row. So we will talk to the president of baseball operations for your Washington Nationals. He'll jump on at 9, scheduled to join us. Michael Rappaport, actor and comedian. He's a diehard Knicks fan. So we will be joined by him later in the program. If you want to get in touch with us, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It's the second week of OTAs for the Washington Commanders. Look, they're not hitting. They're not putting on helmets. But you're getting kind of sense of what to expect from the Commanders on both sides of the football. Yesterday, David Blau, the new offensive coordinator, spoke to the media. Now, we do know one of the biggest changes, and it's pretty stunning when you think of this. They are a shotgun offense under Cliff Kingsbury.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Jaden Daniels did in college. That's what he's familiar with. Do you know how many drop back passes they had last year?
Well,
The
Jaden
entire season.
Oh, well,
You mean under center?
Yes.
yeah.
17 games.
17 games, 50 dropbacks.
16 passing plays
So
under center.
one per game.
Not even.
Roughly one per game.
What do they want to? Do they want to make it 50%? Do they want to make it 30%? What do they want to make it?
Let's listen to David Blau, but they're definitely going to have a different style of offense.
How has he adapted to your scheme?
Good. He has done a lot of work over the course of the off season, just to try to implement the things that we've been imparting on him, and that's who he is. And we are excited about where he's at, and know there's so much more room for growth, and that's the fun challenge as the coach, getting to show him a different way to do things, and he has responded really well.
And having Terry here for OTAs.
From listening to JP Finlay, he still seems to think that Jaden is going to be in shotgun 50 to 60% of the snaps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
I mean,
well, it's still an increase.
Like, it's going to be a lot of shotgun still
Yeah.
implemented in this offensive system. But he's going to be under center, obviously, a lot more than he has been under Kingsbury.
Speaking of Terry McLaurin, who's at OTAs this year, we're not dealing with the contract drama that we dealt with all offseason last year, which spilled into his injuries during the regular season. Here's what Terry said about the difference between Kingsbury's offense and Blau's offense as it relates to him.
I can answer that honestly. Like, missing that time, I think, with a young quarterback is extremely important, because although I was going into year 7, Jaden was going into year 2, and our connection is extremely important to build during this time, and that's why we wanted to jump on it as early as possible. And it's a learning process. Like, obviously the business side of football is part of the game, and it gets in the way, but now that that's out of the way, we've been able to hit the ground running, and it's allowed us to really work out a lot of early kinks, and we're connecting on a lot of plays early. We've talked through a lot of things. He's texting me on the side. We're just communicating all the time. So when we get to camp, we're expecting it to look a lot more crisp. Like, we just barely missed a play today, but the positive I take away, we saw the coverage the same way. And then that's the thing about this offense. Blau is going to ask the receivers to be smart. You got to be able to read coverages on the fly. You got to be able to make decisive decisions. But when you do that and you're on the same page with the quarterback, it allows us to have chances for big plays.
So Terry went on to say that basically Kingsbury had him just lining up on the outside, and that this offense is going to allow him to kind of move
around a little bit.
He'll line up as if, line up as a slot receiver.
I know you can't
Newness
tell.
brings a breath of fresh air. I think I had success in the offense that we were just in, so I don't really have like too many bad things to say about that. I had a lot of success there, but just being able to be multiple, being able to be moving around as a receiver, when you're the number one guy and a team goes into the game and they have to worry about you playing 1, 2, or 3 on the left, 1, 2, 3 on the right. What is he doing to stack? What is he doing in motion? That forces them to have to communicate more. It focuses them to have to be able to study my route stems and lining up where I'm lining up, and versus just being able to know, like, hey, we know 17 is going to be on the left side. We can shift our defense and play it to that. So that's what I started to kind of see towards the end of the year. And, even with that, like, Cliff and I were trying to work together with Jaden and Marcus to try to move me to the right and get some variation, but just naturally that's happening in this offense, and you're going to see guys moving all over the place. So obviously we have X's, we have Z's, we have slot guys, tight ends, but you're going to see some guys all over the field.
I think this is the year, if he plays in all 17 games, that you see Terry McLaurin establish a career high in receptions. He's never gotten to 90. His career high is 87. That was in year 2 back in 2020. I just feel like with the uncertainty in the wide receiver room after him, and the fact that Blau, like right after he was promoted, one of the first things he said was, we want to get Terry 10 targets per game.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to heavily feature your best receiver in your offense if you want to be productive. I just feel like the setup there for him is career highs in catches, maybe career high in yardage as well. If he stays healthy.
If he's out there,
able,
yeah.
If he's able to play in all 17
I know
games.
you can't tell a lot from OTAs, but he has looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
Terry has. And the one thing Dan Quinn talked about was the speed at a lot of different positions. You know, he was kind of aiming at the receiver position because Terry looks really good. Diami looks really good. He said you see one thing you're going to see a lot is speed at multiple positions, but he did talk about the receivers. So, but Terry's look good. Yeah, if he's healthy, I agree. If he stays out there, he's going to put up good numbers. But his quarterback has to be out there too.
Yeah, Blau was hurling superlatives towards Antonio Williams too, their third-round draft pick. He said Antonio's been great learning the system. Feel really good about the pass catching room.
Mm-hmm.
So you wonder, the assumption was they're going to add. Maybe they won't.
Maybe they're just happy with
they won't add a Diggs
as is, and they feel like they're going to get strides from Luke McCaffrey. They're going to get more from Jalen Lane, the younger wideouts in the room, and look, maybe a guy like Van Jefferson, who we all look at like kind of as a guy, a fifth or sixth wide receiver. He's a capable guy. He's a guy that could catch 40 or 50 balls if Jaden's healthy and is delivering the ball.
Chig essentially could be the number 2 receiver, pass catcher.
I was going to bring up Chig.
I totally agree.
He talked about explosiveness.
Yeah.
They're raving about him and how explosive he is after the catch.
Right.
In their mind, he could be their number 2 receiver, even though he's listed as a tight end.
Got no problem with that. If you just want to get your tight end more balls and you're going to get your third and fourth wideouts, and that's the way you run your offense, completely cool with that, especially because he's not built like a typical tight end. He's kind of a hybrid wideout / tight end, and he's an athletic freak.
Mm-hmm.
Get the ball in his hands as much as you can.
Yeah.
I know David Blau has different influences, but the one which I think is going to be the biggest factor is the Lions.
Right.
I just figure they're going to be like the Lions offense. They're going to be, sure, in shotgun, maybe 40, 50, 60% of the time, but they're going to huddle more. They're going to run play action.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use the tight ends as much as possible. And then Terry McLaurin's in the Amon-Ra role.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra moves all over, right?
Yeah. The receivers, man, it's just there's just so many. I know there's not a lot of big names, but I think it's going to be tough for guys like Ja'Cory Brooks and Van Jefferson to be out there a lot because of everyone who's in front of them.
Yeah.
And what if they add another guy?
And look at another.
What if they added Diggs?
A guy that they clearly believe in that has never lived up to his promise is Traylon Burks. He was signed in the offseason.
Yep.
Maybe that's a guy that fills in that number 2 wideout role on the outside across from Terry McLaurin. Because we know Antonio Williams can do that, but he's probably more suited to play in the slot.
Yeah.
We also know
there's 9 or 10 receivers right now that we kind of talk about. But they're not keeping 9 or 10.
No,
they're
there's a
keeping
lot
about
of bodies
6.
fighting for 6 spots.
We also don't know about the development of McCaffrey and Lane. I think as fans, we've pigeonholed them as special teamers who can, catch a few balls here and there. But they're still young guys, and the trajectory for McCaffrey had been, before his injuries, it had been going up. Like you were starting to get more and more impressed by him, not just as a return guy. So maybe they see more in those guys who this regime drafted.
Yeah.
With a third-round pick and a fourth-round pick. Like we keep talking about Antonio Williams, third-round pick. Well, McCaffrey was a third-round pick.
Sure. You want to get those guys more heavily involved. Like those aren't guys that you just drafted to be special teamers. You expect them to contribute on offense too.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Lane being more the special teamer guy, but you're right. I mean, maybe he does step it up. Maybe he's getting more action, getting more reps from JD. But I don't know, man. It's so difficult to kind of handicap what they're going to be doing at that position when it's just OTAs. I mean, once we get into training camp, yeah. Once they start playing games in the preseason, yeah. But OTAs, you can't really tell much.
And maybe your guy, De'Ami Brown, picks up where he left off in the playoffs when he was on a heater before he signed the 1-year deal with Jacksonville.
Just watching some of the videos from yesterday. I mean, obviously there's no DBs, but man, they look good. They look good.
Yeah, we're falling.
No DBs is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
And no pass rush.
But this
no
is
hitting the quarterback.
This is what you have to decide. I mean,
every team's dealing with it.
This is all we have to work off of.
That's all you got. Every team in the NFL's doing it. So you can't just say, they look terrible. They don't.
The biggest positive, and if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, it really is just having everybody there. So, as we mentioned earlier, and Terry was talking about, last year it was all about the whole training camp was, are they going to sign Terry?
Yeah, distractions.
I mean, it really was the biggest theme of the offseason. And this year, not only is Terry there, I mean, Tunsil showed up.
Yeah, Tunsil rarely, if ever, shows up to OTAs. So for him to be there shows you that the buy-in is at a high level. You know, he doesn't have to be there. He usually doesn't show up for these sorts of activities.
I know Blau was talking about offensive line cohesion.
Yeah.
So all those things look great. On paper, it looks great. The boys are back in town. They're practicing together. They're healthy.
I'll tell you what, just watching Styles get from point A to point B, he does it so quick. I mean, he's fast. He's a fast, big guy, but his strides are so long, man. He just gets to where he needs to be quick. He's going to get to the quarterback or RBs or tight ends or receivers. He's going to get to him quick.
You would think with that skill set and that speed.
I mean, but his strides, he just gets there because of his long-ass legs.
I just can't get it out of my head that our former guest, is it Daniel Kelly, first-round mock?
Yep, I was actually just punching up what he wrote.
He is very anti-Sonny Styles. He just thinks he's going to be a bust.
I know. He thinks everyone's a bust.
Yeah, I mean, that guy gets entrenched. Now, we get entrenched in positions too. So maybe this is hypocritical, but he will not let it go. Like, he still thinks Spencer Rattler is probably the best quarterback in
the league,
in the class that when he came out, and he's definitely anti-Sonny Styles.
Hey, he loves Antonio Williams.
Yeah.
He says he had a first-round grade on Antonio Williams out of Clemson the last 2 seasons. But here's what Daniel Kelly, first-round mock, wrote about Sonny Styles. Very simple. Sonny Styles is a bust. That was his first tweet. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So he's got some film from the OTAs. He writes, Sonny Styles is a bust. And then later on, he adds, there's a disconnect between the Sonny Styles hype and what he actually looked like on game film at Ohio State. He has his film evaluation from 2024 and 2025. We'll see. We'll see.
Hey, but I don't see you guys. Nobody gives him credit for his J.J. McCarthy nailing that, saying he was a 5th-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
That he's a backup in the NFL.
Nailed that.
Yep.
He was going
so far.
He was going off on what's his name, Cooper DeJean, and he had a low grade on him. Said he doesn't have a position in the NFL, and he was tweeting yesterday about how the Eagles still don't know what to do with him, and he's falling off big time. So he has misses. Now he was going on about Rattler.
I think Cooper DeJean or DeJean, wasn't he really good as a rookie?
Yeah, he was a rookie, but he actually had not great numbers last year, and a lot of people are down on him.
I haven't seen that, but okay.
Hey, look, he's going to hit
Every time I hear someone talk about Cooper DeJean, they love him.
Some of his takes are very controversial, and he does get dug in. He hates Caleb Williams. I can't remember which other quarterbacks he hates, but he loves Spencer Rattler. And he just gets dug in, and he'll, this is one of his new punching bags, Sonny Styles.
This is his new guy.
So anytime Sonny Styles misses a tackle, he's going to probably tweet about it.
Well, yeah.
But whatever. There's a reason we have him on the show, because he's a polarizing guy.
I mean, I just find it hard to believe that Sonny Styles is going to be a complete bust.
I would be shocked if that were the case.
Yeah. I said my one worry was, and I'm a stats guy. I understand, like, his stats on his combine, fantastic. But his stats at Ohio State, to me, were a little underwhelming in terms of, like, racking up sacks and forced fumbles and big plays.
Yeah, but you'd have to watch every single game to see why that happens. I mean, a lot of times he's not getting any action because they're not running at him.
Well, that, and also, like, if you have Arvell Reese there, and he's your sack guy, then Sonny Styles isn't going to rack up gaudy sack numbers. You know what I mean? Like that. Maybe that's not what's being asked of him in that Ohio State defense.
There's a reason that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn drafted him. We know he's a physical freak. If it doesn't work out, those guys are going to be in trouble.
They're gonna take the brunt of it if Sonny Styles is a flop.
It's a huge draft pick for them.
I just have a hard time believing that a guy with those traits, those athletic traits, being raised, in an NFL family, went to Ohio State, drafted. I just find it hard for him to bust. I'm not going to call him bust proof like EB called RG3, but I just feel like he's going to hit in this defense.
We see it all the time.
I know.
That's why I can't. When everyone says it's impossible, it's just.
I'm not saying it's impossible. If I had to bet on whether he's successful,
this isn't some Disney movie where everyone in the first round just turns out to be a good player.
I'm well aware.
It happens every year,
and they have drafted not as high a guy in the same position who busted in Jamin Davis,
right? Well, that was
who was also a physical freak, maybe not quite to the level of Sonny Styles, but his measurables were really good too.
I'm going to give Adam Peters and his staff more credit than I ever would Ron and all the Martys that he surrounded himself with.
You should.
As far as making picks. I'm going to trust them more at this point. Now, has he been perfect? No. There are warts there. There are misses on the resume. But I just feel like I have a tingle play.
You're just hoping. Just say you're hoping. Of course, you can't say you can't see it happening. There's busts all over the place. Every draft.
Of course. He could bust.
In the top 5,
he
top
could
10.
certainly bust.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
Guys,
but you're not going to see it next year. You have to wait like 2 or 3 years to call him a bust. You can't just say, "Oh, his rookie year, he's a bust." I don't think you can do that.
I think I can judge by the end of the rookie year. You can generally tell. You can tell most of the time. By the end of the rookie year,
if he's a bust, he's not
year,
even on the field. If he's not starting, okay, that's different. You could probably say he's a bust. But if he's out there every day and he's starting, you can't call him a bust. You can't do it.
But what if they're?
Yeah, but if he's
what if he's underwhelming? What if he's underwhelming?
If he's what?
Underwhelming guy. Like I'm looking at the 20. Since you said you got to go back a few years, so 2022 draft I punched up. All right, the 5th pick in the draft that year was Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah,
he's all right. He's been underwhelming.
Jason, if they're constantly,
okay.
if they're
right,
constantly
that's my
picking on
point.
him,
So Kayvon Thibodeau,
if they're
I wouldn't
going
say
at
he's
him
a straight
coverage.
I wouldn't say he's a straight up bust, but
Let's just see how it goes.
Does Thibodeau have a double-digit sack season?
I'm gonna guess no. Probably has like an 8 or 9.
His second season, he had 11.5 sacks.
Okay, so
he doesn't start for the Giants. He's a backup. He's a bust. I'm sorry. He's a backup. He was a number 5 pick in the draft. He's a bust.
Right. So my point is to your side that you can find busts who were drafted high. Now he had 11.5 sacks his second season, but since then, in 12 games, and he's had some injuries, he had 5.5 in 2024, and last year in 10 games, Kayvon Thibodeau gave you 2.5 sacks.
That is not
plus,
great.
it doesn't have to be by the definition, by the book, bust, but GMs definitely can have pick regret, where some guy is flourishing 2, 3, 4, 5 picks after you selected someone who's maybe still developing. I mean,
that said, there's no reason not to be excited about Sonny Styles right now, other than Daniel Kelly.
Yeah. It's just in the back of my brain the fact that he hates Sonny Styles. I can't get past it.
I mean, those are 2 tweets from yesterday.
Yeah, I know. He is going to dissect every play you see from Sonny Styles in an OTA or a training camp.
Yeah,
especially if it backs up his narrative that he's just going to flop. I'll be shocked if he flops. Sonny Styles.
I mean, anything could happen, and you guys are right. The guys flop every year. There's always busts in the first round of the draft. I just don't think he'll be one of those.
I don't think so either. Team Sonny. Cakes is on Team Sonny over here.
That was a damn good wide receiver draft, by the way. 2022.
All right. Give me the names.
All right. This guy just signed a huge contract.
JSN.
He was the 8th pick. No, it was Drake London.
Oh, he's a stud. As long as he can stay healthy.
Pick.
Yep.
The 10th pick plays for the Jets. He's had some injuries, but when he's been on the field, has been a stud.
Garrett Wilson. Mostly he's had trash pails throwing him the ball at quarterback.
This guy's also not had the best quarterback situation. Spencer Rattler was throwing him the ball for a while. Chris Olave.
He's had a lot of concussion issues, but he had a monster year last year. A mega year.
At 12, Speed Demon, Detroit Lions, Jameson Williams.
Pretty good, but a little bit of a head case.
All right, the first bust was the Commanders pick at 16.
Jahan
Dotson. Then 18, to be determined, Treylon Burks.
I mean,
seems like a bust.
I'm going to put him in the bust category for now.
And that was it for the first round. Christian Watson went
that's pretty
early in the
good.
second round.
4 out of 6 or 5 out of 7.
It's pretty solid.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, later in the program, Paul Taboni, President of Baseball Operations for your Nationals, here on the Junkies.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale's Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. Need more ideas this Father's Day? They've got gift cards in any amount. Plus, they've got online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. You can trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. All right, so we were talking about Daniel Kelly, and he's calls all these guys bust. And we were talking about Cooper DeJean for Philadelphia.
Yep.
Cooper DeJean last year, who apparently had a bad year according to Daniel Kelly, was first-team All-Pro. Led the regular season.
Pretty good.
Leading all NFL slot quarterbacks in PFF coverage, catch rate allowed, passer rating allowed. He's never allowed a passing touchdown as a slot corner in 2 years at Philadelphia.
Hard for me to call that guy a bust.
Well, I think his thing is he's saying he can only play nickel.
Right.
He's terrible
He's
everywhere.
He's a hybrid. That's what he is. That's why he was drafted. He's a hybrid.
I'm not watching Cooper DeJean that much. I'll be honest.
All right. Well, Daniel Kelly's wrong. The guy is freaking good at what he does. He's a first-team All-Pro, so he must be pretty damn good at what he does. That's all I'm saying.
Jason, I wanted to ask you this because I saw this on TV maybe a week ago, and it's something that we've talked to you about really for a couple years now. So it was a story about data centers. And Ashburn is the king of data centers.
You're the king of data centers because you live in ground zero.
I think it was a national story, and it was about the hum.
Oh.
And it was they focused on like a family that had lived there for a long time, and they said they put this data center a couple thousand feet away, and this is what I deal with every day now. And it's kind of like what's happening in Cakes' ears. He says he's got a hum in his ears all the time.
Yeah.
Do you hear a sound from where you are from these data centers?
No, because I'm pretty far away from the closest data center, but no, I don't. But people that live close to data centers, I've talked to some of those people, and they obviously hate it. I mean,
so this is
they don't like it.
This is a story on Yahoo that I just saw today. I'll just read the beginning. Matal Gandhi remembers watching the 2024 NBA Finals on TV at his home in Ashburn, Virginia, when he realized something wasn't right. Instead of hearing the ball bouncing or the intermittent squeaks from shoes on the hardwood, his ears could only focus on a constant hum. The hum, he said, came from one of the 4 data centers less than 2,000 feet away from his property.
Oh, he's
right on top
close to it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't hear that, but I've talked to people who live in neighborhoods close to data centers, and they either want to get out or they always complain about the safety risks of data centers. There's one neighborhood, I think I've talked to you guys about it.
The Regency.
Yes,
where Regency they call Data Center Alley.
Yeah, there was a company who wanted to offer everybody in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I was told it was $4 million per home. It kind of depended on the size of your acreage. So the bigger lots would get more. But they wanted to offer all these people millions of dollars to get out. But it had to be 100%. I mean, if there was one family who didn't want to leave, then obviously you can't wreck it all down and build a data center there. But 99% of those people in the neighborhood wanted to take the money.
So this story,
I think there were 2 families. We actually talked to one of them.
Yeah, this story actually talks about it. It says that this guy Gandhi was the Regency HOA president and is a real estate developer. So he came up with the proposal, agreed to sell their properties to the data center for $4.4 million per acre.
Per acre, there you go.
Which was about 4 times the price of an average property in the development.
Yep.
The deal would have been over $500 million.
Yep.
But you got to convince 143 families.
Yeah, and I think there was 2 families that said no.
2 holdouts.
Which I don't get. Maybe they're just older families and
could be.
They just don't feel like moving. I don't know why they would turn down $4.5 million, but they did. As far as I know, I don't know what the update is on that, but as far as I know, those 2 families still have decided not to leave.
Anyway, I don't know that we had ever talked about the hum. It was the first time, and I don't know if they juiced it up on the television report that I saw, but I was like, they showed, and I don't know if it was this guy, but they showed this guy walking out of his house, and then the sound, it was...
well, of course there's a huge hum. Like you can hear the hum of the electric wires if you walk underneath, just standard electric wires in a neighborhood, like on those big towers. So if you can hear the hum from those, you think you're not going to hear it from a data center that sprawls over, I don't know how many acres some of these places are, but they're massive.
They're massive.
Of course they're going to create some sort of noise, and there's going to be, some
You should see the
fallout
one that's being built on Loudoun County Parkway right now. It's under construction. It's been under construction for a long time, but I can't believe it's got to be the biggest one in Ashburn. They just keep making them bigger and bigger and bigger.
Is Ashburn the data center of the universe?
Yes.
It has to be.
Yes.
At least in the United States.
Yes.
I mean, is there anywhere
I know
else?
it's starting to spread into other counties in Virginia, but no, it's the data center capital of the world.
They say Loudoun County hosts about 200 data centers, which is the highest concentration in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? You're living right in the middle of cyber attack central.
I know.
But,
I can't believe it hadn't happened yet.
It's a lock. It's going to happen.
Well, it's also a lock. 20 years from now, they're going to find all kinds of side effects for all the people that were living by these data centers.
I just hope I'm able to sell my house. People don't want to,
You're definitely going to sell your house.
I'm just saying, I hope that they're not afraid of the data center, all these safety risks.
They'll be fine.
And they decide not to buy it.
How close is the closest one to your house currently?
It's probably that one that's being constructed on Loudoun County Parkway. I don't know. It's a couple miles.
Oh, you're good. You're
Yeah,
good
just
to go.
point to Frankie Louvu's house.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing one. I think that's the one. That's probably the closest one. But all the data centers over near Commander's Park,
yeah,
it's ridiculous. Commander's Park's surrounded by data centers.
Wow, I would imagine it's only a matter of time until Commander's Park becomes a big giant data center.
I know.
And they find just a better spot.
There probably going to be stories in a couple years about the Commanders being injured and pointing to the data centers.
Yeah, but just
like the 49ers.
Yeah, because there's a substation there close to where the 49ers work out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's any real data that backs it up.
What does the substation do?
I don't know. It's like an electrical substation.
Gotcha.
I think the theory is it gives off, some sort of bad energy that's affecting the players and making them more susceptible to injuries. I don't think there's any real credence to it, but it's a theory. It's a theory that's out there.
Coming up next, the NBA Finals kick off tonight. You've got the Knicks in San Antonio to face Wemby and the Spurs. Who are you pulling for? 1-800-636-1067. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
The Marlins held the Nationals hitless until the 6th inning, and Washington just couldn't come back yesterday. They dropped Game 2 of the series 7-3. Miami hit 3 homers in a row off of Miles Michaelis, and that's just the 3rd time in franchise history they've hit back-to-back-to-back home runs. Moving over to the NHL, the Vegas Golden Knights have taken a 1-0 series lead after a high-scoring 5-4 win over the Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup final opener. Tomas Hertl scored the game winner for Vegas with just under 4 minutes left to play in Game 1. Game 2 of this best-of-7 series is Thursday in Raleigh, with Vegas already having taken home ice away from the Hurricanes as it chases a second Cup title in 4 seasons. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. That's all presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, and JP. EB out until Monday as he's playing golf out in Chicago at our pal Tom Healy's course. So we'll talk to him on Monday when he returns. But we wanted to talk about the biggest sporting event in the world right now. It's not the World Cup yet. That's next week.
Mm-hmm. It's coming.
Right now, it'll be the NBA Finals. And I'll tell you what, there's some momentum for the NBA. Their viewing numbers, at least for Game 7 and that series overall, between the Spurs and OKC, were through the roof. The Western Conference Finals was the most watched conference finals in 24 years. And Game 7 peaked with 17.7 million viewers. So it's not NFL numbers, but for the NBA,
that's great.
Those are really good numbers, and it's probably because of Wemby.
Yeah, sure.
Wemby, people are starting to argue, is he the face of the NBA? I don't know. That's kind of a to-be-determined thing, but it's been...
Eventually he will.
It's been Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James.
Well, if he leads,
and now it's kind of up in the air.
If he leads the Spurs to a title in year 3, he's officially one of the faces of the league.
Well, he's already one of the faces. He made first team All-NBA.
He goes up toward the top.
But is he numero uno? Maybe he already is. I mean, probably internationally he is. And so the NBA got what they wanted, right? They didn't want... I mean, could you imagine if it was an OKC Cleveland NBA Finals?
I mean, that's the worst case
that would
scenario.
Be a terrible, that would be a terrible matchup.
Or the suits.
And I like Donovan Mitchell. Yeah, they got
anytime New York's
names,
involved, it's huge.
So they got the Knicks. Knicks have been rolling.
And by the way, you were right. I didn't think there was a chance that the Spurs were going to win Game 7 in OKC. And I watched the game. It was a great game to watch. But you were correct. They came back, won Game 6 and 7, and
they're not scared.
They're not. And
they're a better team than OKC. It was proven in the regular season. You take the regular season plus the postseason. They are not intimidated by the Thunder. Shea did have a good Game 7, but for the most part, he did not play to his standards in the first 6 games. His shooting percentage, typically 55%, shot about 40% in that series. The Spurs defense is legit, led by Wemby. He is the most impactful player in the NBA, it seems, on both ends of the floor. The question is, do people want to root for the Spurs and Wemby, which could begin a dynasty? Who knows? Or do you want to root for the Knicks because it's been so long since they've been in the NBA Finals?
I know earlier I said that I was clearly in the Spurs corner. I'm kind of torn.
Are you shifting?
I don't know if I'm really shifting. I might have to shift. This is a terrible thing to be, a terrible place to be. Shift into neutral. Like, is there anybody to really root for here? Because on one hand, you're rooting for the Knicks. kind of an annoying fan base, but they're like lovable losers because they haven't won a title since 1973. And the Spurs, they just win titles all the time. They've won 5 titles since 1999. Like, I feel like I'm just throwing my weight behind like a destiny, like dynasty type of team. Like,
it's also two different
for the
types.
casual fan, it's hard to land on one team to root for, in my opinion.
It's also two different types of teams. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. So the Spurs are more like the Wizards model, Cakes. They are heavily reliant on guys they've drafted and developed. Stefan Castle was drafted right after Alex Sarr a couple years ago. Obviously, Wemby was the number 1 pick in the draft. They have been built via the draft. The Knicks, on the other hand, all via free agency and trades.
Right. It's 2 different methods. They both clearly work because they're both in the NBA Finals.
And I guess you would say the Wizards are
ways.
kind of doing it both ways because Trae Young and Anthony Davis certainly weren't drafted.
Right. They're trying
by the Wizards
to meld the two together and see if it works, see if it's successful.
When they played twice in the regular season, they split. The second game of those 2 games, the first game, I believe, was the NBA Cup, that little tournament they do in the middle of the season. The second game was Spurs beat the Knicks 134-132. Wemby had a big game, but it's going to be fun to watch. I probably won't watch much of Game 1 tonight. Starts at 8:30, but Game 2 on Friday. I mean, that's going to be fun. I'm surprised Game 3 isn't on Sunday. Game 3 is next Monday.
I just put this up as
I thought that they would have Game 3 on Sunday night. I know they spread them out.
I put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail, made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Who are you rooting for? And right now, 50-50. You can vote at Junks Radio. I think I'm leaning Knicks.
You don't have,
but I'm kind of like you. I don't really care. I don't have a huge love of the Spurs.
Right.
I like Wemby. He's fine. I mean, he's an intriguing player. The thing that I've seen with Wemby is he scores enough points, but he doesn't have a go-to move. And you can get physical with him. It's going to be interesting. Mitchell Robinson just had pinky surgery on Friday. He's a terrible shooter, but he's a banger and he's a big body. And the Knicks don't have many. They got Karl Anthony Towns, they got Mitchell Robinson. I saw they might actually put Anunoby on Wembanyama.
Well, wasn't he second team all defense?
Yeah, but he's like a foot shorter.
I know. Well, I mean, everyone's pretty much a foot shorter.
Yeah, Wemby's move.
It's going to be tough.
Wemby's move is he's 7'4". Okay, that's his move.
Yeah.
And then he can.
Yeah, but if you saw
from the free throw
OKC,
line.
OKC kept him, on the outside a lot.
Right.
If Wemby's he can shoot 40% from the 3-point line. If that to me, I mean, I guess that would be his best offensive weapon right now. Dunks and 3-pointers.
Well,
he doesn't have like a real good post up game, like drop it to him and he's just going to do something. But
he's pretty versatile.
His impact though overall, I brought this up while you were gone. I saw a list of plus minus. He was number 1 by far. The number 1 plus minus in that previous series because he's so impactful. I mean, guys drive like Jalen Brunson is excellent. What I wonder is Jalen Brunson gets to the basket a lot.
He
right?
likes to, yeah.
So they'll run pick and roll. He'll get into the lane. Is he going to be able to hit those shots if Wemby is there in the lane?
I would say no. Because Wemby's either going to block them or affect the shot, or maybe the Knicks don't even go into the lane because he's there.
But the Knicks might draw Wemby out, putting Cat who shoots threes. Yeah, it's going to be a chess match.
I'm sure Mike Brown has a plan, but again, when you get out there, I mean, Wemby just affects it so many different ways. The one thing that the Spurs had, especially in games 6 and 7, I mean, obviously Wemby's their star, but man, their guards played so well. Fox and Castle and Harper off the bench. Man, they played really well in Game 7.
And Vassell can hit threes. Champagny can hit threes.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. Who are you pulling for, Knicks or Spurs? Do you want the team that has been built up via the draft, which the Wizards are trying to do? They drafted a Frenchman too.
They've drafted multiple Frenchmen.
Right. They didn't get the Frenchman.
They didn't get the best French guy.
Right. But they've been drafting French guys, and they've, obviously have a lot of young talent like the Spurs. Or do you go for the team like the Knicks, and you want that history? I mean, I do think it will be pretty cool to see the Knicks win.
It's been 53 years.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of a slight lean Knicks because the Spurs are going to get theirs eventually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With Wemby around, with Wemby, Castle, and the rest of us, they're going to get theirs. If they get one now,
They could probably get 6 or 7.
Oh, I don't like to hear that.
yeah. But we said that about
they
OKC last year.
Okay.
And you know what? We probably said that about the Celtics,
But
2 years ago.
I understand that other teams get better and, teams lose players to free agency trades, whatever. But if you have Victor there in year 3, winning the first one in year 3, I mean, he could win a ton. He could win a ton of those. Maybe not 6 or 7. All right. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but certainly multiple NBA champions.
I'm curious, Jason, because we talked about this maybe the other day. Do you like Wemby?
I mean, I don't dislike him.
Is he a loved player?
I don't know if he's lovable, but he seems fine. I mean, there's nothing I dislike
It seems
about
like
him.
he's been embraced by the public. He seems like a likable guy.
I like some of those other guys. I mean, I like Dylan Harper. When he was coming out of college, I liked him a lot. I like Fox. I like Castle. I like all those guys. I'm just going to root for who I bet on, and I'm not sure who I'm betting on yet.
I like him.
One.
He's
TBD.
intriguing, but I think he's teetering on becoming a villain. In that, he's asking his boys to commit hard fouls.
Mm-hmm.
He's super arrogant, which is fine. He deserves it. But, you had when Shea gets the MVP, he's kind of like staring him down.
Right.
I think he's okay right now, but he could get there.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. Who are you pulling for? Let's go to Joe in Annapolis. Joe, you're on with Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. The thing that I'm most interested in this final series is, and I'm rooting for the Spurs. I'm relating it back to Dirk's run to the championship and just looking at the teams that he went through. If you look at the Spurs and you look at who Wemby's had to go up against, now I think they played the Blazers in the first round. I know they're nobody, but I mean, for him to go up against Naz Reid, Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert, and in the next series go up against Chet, Isaiah Hartenstein, and now he's going to go up against Mitchell Robinson and Cat and OG. I think if he's able to pull off, a championship, I think it just shows how great that he's going to be, that he's just running through the entire front court in the NBA right now. And I'm super excited to see what he does. And yeah, I'm going to be pulling.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call.
I think maybe it would have been more impressive if he went through Joker. That would have been an interesting series.
The Knicks postseason run is kind of crazy, though. 11 straight.
They're smashing people.
And just killing people.
Well, they have isn't it a plus 262 point
plus
differential?
262.
I mean, that's an insane number.
Haven't seen that. I mean, they're setting records.
The way I kind of look at it,
now they're playing the real deal. I mean, they're playing a really good team with a lot of different weapons.
Look, the West was better this year, so that's why San Antonio has home court. That's why they're the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
OKC would have been the favorite too. But the way I look at it is if the Knicks hit their threes, they've got a chance to win. And I know that's very basic, but if Brunson, Hart, Anunoby, Bridges, if they're knocking down threes and then Shamet off the bench, then that kind of takes Wemby out of the equation a little bit.
All right, let's go to Kevin in Lanham. Kevin, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
What's going on, Junks? I love you guys. Listen to you all every morning. But
What's up?
Hey, I'm looking for the Knicks to win to give Mike Brown a little feather in his cap after LeBron left him high and dry in Cleveland. But I got a question for you guys. I need some advice. I have a good problem.
All right.
I bet that New York and Spurs would get into the finals, and I doubled down when they got to the semifinals. So now I have a DraftKings bet on both teams. Which one should I cash out and which one should I keep?
Well, what are the cash out? Give us the
what are the payouts?
The financials.
The the New York one was plus 850, and then when they beat Atlanta, it went to plus 40. I can't really talk about the financials, but it's significant. So both of them are significant because I bet both of them would get to the finals.
Well, who do you think's going to win?
So,
what's your gut say?
My gut says Spurs, and but I think for the media purposes, I think they want New York to win one. So I don't know. I'm in a tough situation. That's why I needed you guys' advice.
That's a good problem to have. Right now,
it is a good problem.
The Spurs are a pretty sizable favorite to win the finals. They're minus 200 in most of the books.
The Spurs is more significant too. The cash out is higher on the Spurs. To
the previous caller's point, I think the Spurs probably had a tougher road than the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks played a beat up Joel Embiid in one round.
Played the Hawks in the first round.
Played the Hawks in the first round. Just mowed through Cleveland and old washed up James Harden in Cleveland. The Spurs, the last two rounds, T-Wolves have been in conference finals, a couple years in a row before this year. And then obviously OKC and winning in OKC. The Spurs were the better team on paper.
Mm-hmm.
Spurs were the better team all year. The Spurs had the best player on the court. Everything really kind of points to the Spurs. It's an upset if the Knicks win.
It's one thing I wanted to talk to Mike Bray about because, it was just too hectic down at Dewey at the Starboard, but they were up 2-1 in that series.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Hawks just went on a run, and I wanted to kind of
the Knicks went on a run.
I'm sorry, the Knicks went on the run, and I just want to kind of get his vibe on why it happened and what they could have done differently, and because he was obviously on the Hawks bench, so up 2-1, they probably thought we have a legitimate chance of taking out the Knicks, but then the Knicks just went on a run and scored a ton of points in games 4, 5, and 6, and won it. They scored 114, 126, and 140 in the last 3 games of that series. Then they scored 137 the first game of the Sixers series.
Yeah.
They're
just pouring it on people.
Yeah, they're just shooting the lights out. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this series.
I think the biggest factor, it's obvious. Jalen Brunson has been awesome in the playoffs.
Of course.
If you want to go series by series, you can, but in the playoffs, the guy's averaging 26 points per game. He's shooting, almost 50% from the field, almost 40% from the 3-point line. So he's a really good player. But is he the best player on the court?
But OG's been really well, really good. Karl Anthony Towns, you call him like kind of a role player, but he's been pretty good. Those guys coming off the bench, like you mentioned, Shamet, he's had some big games. But yeah, you're right. Brunson's having a freaking great postseason. Shooting 36% from threes, 49% from the floor.
They're a pretty decided underdog, right?
OG and Towns are shooting 58% from the floor in the postseason.
I think that's going to go down when they're facing Wemby.
Of course, yeah.
And it's not just Wemby, dude. Stephon Castle is a really good defensive player.
Yeah,
just ask SGA.
Yeah, Castle will be on Brunson.
And he's big.
That'll be tough for Brunson. I don't know. You're kind of convinced me the Spurs are probably
on paper they're the better
favorite.
team. They're the better team all season. They got the best player on the court.
But I thought the Carolina Hurricanes were going to win Game 1 last night, and they blew a 2-0 lead. So I bet on Carolina. Big loser.
That's never happened before. When a road team goes down by multiple goals, that team was 0 wins and 55 L's
losses
before last night.
I saw that.
I was kind of happy Vegas won. I know Drab T-shirt thought that Carolina was just going to take care of business.
You got Dowder on Vegas. That's kind of
I could pull for an X-cap.
Kind of root for him.
He's just anti-Carolina.
Yeah, I'm definitely anti-Carolina.
This is similar. You used to be anti-Florida, right?
Yeah, because I used to just goof on Florida, saying they had loser DNA coursing through their veins, and then they won back-to-back cups.
Yeah. So you can't say that anymore.
Can't say that anymore. No.
They went back to back.
I can't go to that well anymore. It was a good well to go to for a long time.
1-800-636-1067. Who you pulling for? NBA Finals Game 1 tonight in San Antonio as the Knicks face the Spurs. You can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, the potential number 1 pick for the Wizards is AJ DeBonsa. We'll listen to what he says about potentially joining the team.
We've all seen it before in sports, the underdog trailing at halftime, written off by the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the exact same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or go to TRAJANwealth.com online, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, a quick shout out. We had a letter addressed to the Sports Junkies. I opened it.
Okay.
Handwritten note, so I figure I'll give the shout out. This is from Addie. Looks like she's graduating college or high school. She says, my mom and dad are from Nova, and we listen to your show from Southport, North Carolina. We're huge fans. So shout out to Addie, her dad, Mac.
Isn't that where Jason just bought his
Southport.
his beautiful plot of land?
Yeah, Southport. Absolutely.
Yeah, look at that.
That's small world.
It's a
There you
small
go.
world.
So congratulations.
Surprised she didn't say something about that in the letter.
That's it. I mean, it's not really a letter. It's just a quick little note.
It's fine. It's very nice.
Quick shout out.
Thank you for listening from Southport, North Kakalaki.
Hey, remember, coming up at 9 o'clock, Paul Taboni is going to join us, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. They have lost their last two. You know what? I started taking it for granted. They were rolling, right? Then they were playing Miami. I'm like, they're going to... And they had Cavalli on the mound the other night, right?
You're chalking up wins.
I did. I chalked
automatically.
up wins.
Yeah, you're
And I'm watching
underestimating the opponent.
Cavalli. I think he ended the fifth inning with a strikeout, and then he came in the sixth. This is 2 games ago.
Yeah.
And then the bullpen blew it. Yesterday they lost.
Michaelis gave up back-to-back bombs.
Yeah. So, but they're still 500, right? Still 500.
They're 31 and 31.
Yeah. 31 and 31. So we'll talk to Paul Taboni at 9 o'clock. Also, we may be joined by Michael Rappaport, big New York Knicks fan. Now, see, after that interview, you can vote at Junks Radio who you're rooting for.
Yeah.
You might change who you're rooting for. You might either love Rappaport, want him to be happy, and you go Knicks, or you can get annoyed because I know initially you were anti-Knicks because when you watch this, when you watch even the Spurs game, there'll be some Knicks celebrities in San Antonio who bought tickets. But when you watch the game from Madison Square Garden, the game is
celebs everywhere.
They're telling all their camera people,
of course,
shots. It's going to be so many celebrities.
Ben Stiller, Chalamet, Kylie Jenner, Spike
Tracy
Lee,
Morgan,
all,
Fat Joe.
I mean, Fat Joe is getting like courtside seats. He's got to be a few rows back, right? Or is he courtside?
I think Fat Joe's done all right.
I thought he was courtside, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Apparently, Michael Rappaport confirmed.
Cool.
He's locked in, so he will join us a bit later.
I guess you like guessing celeb, and I know that this is
celeb net worth is one of my favorite things.
Fat Joe guesses celebrity net worth.
This is a tough one, JP. Fat Joe. I mean, he's been in the rap game a long time, but he's never been like a superstar. I'm going to guess Fat Joe's net worth is $15 to $20 million. I
mean, this actually says $4 million.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
so I overshot by a lot. Now, there's celebrity net worths. There are 10 different ones you're going to find
they
online.
don't know.
And
They have no idea.
They're all over the place. Like, you're going to have one site that says he's worth $4 million, another says he's worth 10. So, you can't really trust it.
Man, how old is he now? Oh, he's 55.
He's our age.
Yeah, he is. Didn't realize he was that old.
I mean, he's had some mega hits.
Mega hits?
What's Love featuring Ja Rule and Ashanti?
That's a mega. That's a mega hit.
I think so.
I just don't have any file on it. Couldn't tell you.
I don't know where it fell on Billboard, but he's had some mega hits. But anyway, there's going to be nothing but celebrities lined up, and tickets are outrageously priced.
I see one website here. It's let's see, Media Mass, whatever that is. It says his net worth $275 million.
Wow.
One says $4 million.
Wow.
The other one says $275.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in between those numbers. Probably trending towards the lower number.
Yeah. I know it's not 275.
I would have to think.
But
I got to think it's way more than 4 million because 4 million. I'm sorry if you couldn't be going to all the Knicks games in the front row.
I
would be busto quick. Now he's got some sort of podcast. I've seen clips. I can't imagine that making a ton of money, but dude, he did Lean Back Cakes.
Okay, that is
one of the greatest hip hop songs of all time.
I do recognize. By the way, from Darren Ravel, the greatest difference in two markets in pro sports history right now. Get in for Game 1 in San Antonio. You can get in the building for $800 to see Game 1 tonight.
And in the Garden is what?
Get in for Game 3 in New York is now $4,300. So that is your gap between seeing a game at the Frost Bank Center in San Antonio or at Madison Square Garden. Big difference.
Yeah, but you're going to have to get used to all those celebs. Camera's going to be right on their faces for half the game.
Hey, just wait until the Wizards are in the NBA Finals and all the D.C. area celebs like Eric Bickle are courtside
Right.
and getting featured on national broadcasts.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Probably not.
By the way,
But they're building towards
you
that.
mentioned AJ DeBonsa. Did you see DeBonsa? Matt, you probably saw this. DeBonsa was at the French Open.
Saw that.
The Tiafoe match.
Yes.
He and Tiafoe, I guess, are boys.
Yeah, they're tight.
And he was that went pretty late too. That went, I don't know, it probably went in after midnight because it was a 5-setter.
Yeah.
And he was at the entire match.
That's right.
Ended at 1 a.m.
1 a.m., yeah.
That's his guy.
That's his boy, huh?
They're tight. Tiafoe, Wizards fan. DeBonsa about to become a Wizard in less than 3 weeks.
You're going to be soul crushed if they go up there. And
I just
20 days.
I look into my crystal ball and all I see is AJ DeBonsa in a Wizards jersey. The number he's going to wear to be determined.
Well,
at
let's
this
hear
point.
what he says about the number he's going to wear or want to wear. He wore 3 at BYU.
Come off that number, bro. 3 ain't you no more. 3 ain't you no more, Chad.
Nah, if they draft me, I do need 3.
I know
if they draft me, you never know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see in like 5 weeks.
Y'all can work it out. But just looking at,
I mean, look, if you get drafted onto the team and the guy who's currently wearing 3 is an end of the bench guy, you know, like the 9th or 10th man, of course he's gonna acquiesce and give it to the number 1 pick. But Trae Young's an all-star. He's an all-star level player when he's healthy.
But Trae Young had never been 3 before, so he wore 11 in Atlanta. 11 retired here.
Okay.
Elvin Hayes is.
Now, Trae seems like such a good dude.
Trae Young also probably not if they draft Bonsa.
Yeah.
That's the centerpiece of their future. Trae Young, he's basically a rental. Let's be real. Some of you guys want Trae Young to be around for a while.
I don't think he'll be around for a while.
I don't think he's going to be here for 5
I think
years.
2
but
years
I think
tops.
he could be here for at least a couple of years. Look, I don't think it's the rookie's place to come in and just demand 3 from an established NBA vet like Trae Young. You know what? Just come in, take whatever number's available, take your backup number, and then when Trae Young gets traded and moves on to his next spot,
Then you take it. Then you take 3.
Then you take 3. Is this really that big of a deal? Like,
it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, are guys?
But he'll be the
are
centerpiece.
okay, that's fine. But are guys, especially when they get to the pro level, are they that hung up on wearing the same number they wore in college? Like maybe some of them are.
DeBonsa is apparently.
I guess he is, but
I can't remember with Jaden Daniels when he broke in. Wasn't there somebody else who had his number? It was somebody Nubbs.
Tressway.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, Tresser.
Not even Nubbs, but it was Tressway.
right.
Yeah.
But
And Tress knew his spies like, this is Jaden Daniels.
yeah, it's like I'm a punter. I know my
Right.
lot in life. This is the franchise quarterback that they just drafted.
And-
I'm going
and
to
Tress is a
acquiesce.
good dude. He's not
he's a
gonna-
good dude.
Yeah.
That's why I think also Trae Young,
So
since
you'll
he's
think
been
he'll
here,
give it to him.
has been nothing but a good dude. Sitting on the bench, hyping up his teammates before he started playing, going to Caps games, wearing OV jerseys, hanging out in the vault suites, like making himself available around town. Like he might just say, you know what? In the back of his brain, I'm not going to be here forever. This kid's going to be here for 10 years. I'll just give him my number and I'll pick another number.
I think that's what he would do.
I could see that happening, especially if DeBonsa comes in and makes like a fuss about it, which hopefully he doesn't. Like he's a 19-year-old kid coming into a locker room with Trae Young, maybe Anthony Davis, who knows, and he should be a little bit humble when he comes in. At
Seeing a lot of Anthony Davis rumors. It's rumor season in the NBA, but I'm seeing a lot of Anthony Davis rumors. Would you trade Anthony Davis for Chet Holmgren?
Not the way Chet Holmgren played in Game 7.
I think I'd have to play the long game and get the most recent memory of him out of my brain and say, yes, I would make that deal in a heartbeat. Because, again, Anthony Davis is
especially
going to be here for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I mean,
He may
if
not
you
be
know
here
Anthony
for
Davis
6
doesn't want to
months.
be here. I mean, so
The answer to that is
I
a
would say yes,
resounding
too.
yes, even though everybody's calling Chet Holmgren the P word and says he can't rise to the occasion in a huge spot. Of course, I would take Chet Holmgren straight up for Anthony Davis.
I had mentioned before the Pistons got eliminated, Jalen Duren is a possibility. I just think that teams that get bounced in the playoffs that don't make it to the NBA Finals and that are highly regarded. Both of those teams were one seeds, Pistons and OKC. Sometimes they try and figure out, well, what are we missing?
Yep.
And Anthony Davis, when he's healthy, is still one of the best players in the NBA.
When he's healthy.
Yeah.
Big question.
And Jalen Duren was, Chet obviously only finished with 4 points and 4 rebounds in Game 7. But Jalen Duren kind of had a similar series when the Pistons got eliminated, where all of a sudden a guy who's averaging, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, 20 in the regular season was averaging basically 10 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, what happened?
But does Anthony Davis want to be here?
No.
Doesn't sound like it. So could he be traded at the deadline? Sure. I mean, I would be surprised if he's traded before the season. I don't think he will be.
I'd like to see him play at least half a season in a Wizards uniform. I'm kind of intrigued.
I think everyone would.
I want to see the shiny new toy out on the court, even if it's for 30 games. And then
you just want to see Davis and Trey and all the young guys and
I
Sarr.
want to see that group put together.
Whoever they drafted won, whether it's AJ or Peterson. You want to see them all. You want to see them all together.
He's just he's just a different version of CJ McCollum, Cakes. Wrap your brain around
He's
it.
a fancier CJ McCollum.
They got CJ McCollum.
Yeah.
He was here for, we did an interview. We never got our bottle of wine.
No, never
and
got
he was
that.
gone.
He was gone just poof, gone.
Right.
Like he wasn't even here.
And there's a bunch of guys that have been like that. If we really go through it, I think Anthony Davis is the latest CJ McCollum.
What if they take Peterson? Peterson wore, what number did he wear? 20. He was 22, right?
I'm sure I remember.
I
I
think
know
he's 22.
Darren Pierce's college number.
Matt, can you check that? Was he 22?
Yep, 22.
He's 22. I mean, he's getting 22 if they take him number 1.
Yeah, I would think.
Do you guys have
CJ
so
McCollum,
stupid.
by the way, 35 games in a Wiz uniform.
Do you have a favorite number, Cakes?
Do I have a favorite
Here's what I'm going to say. When people have said, do you have a favorite number? When I was a kid, I definitely, 22 was my favorite number because of Jim Palmer. All right. And I've always answered 22 is my favorite number, but it's silly to have a favorite number, right?
I don't, but if you
I feel
had
like a loser.
If you had to pin me down on a favorite number, it's got to be 8. Grade 8, Ovi. But I don't really have a favorite
Bish,
number.
do you have a
But
favorite
if I'm
number?
pressed to give you a
My
favorite number, it's 8.
number growing up was 24 because Dwight Evans.
Yeah.
Right,
You
stud
love
right fielder for
Dewey.
the Red Sox. I wore 23 in high school because of Michael.
Of course.
But also 24 was taken. I think I wanted 24, but it was taken.
Okay.
You had to settle for 23.
And then it switched to 31 after that. So it was either 24 growing up and then 23, 31.
Yeah.
What was the significance of 31? You just got stuck to it?
I don't remember. I mean, there was definitely a reason. I just don't remember.
Kenny
what it was.
Blakely took the
No,
better
this,
number.
This was after high school. But I don't know why I chose 31. But I had 31 for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But 24 growing up.
Yeah.
I think DeBonsa, if he is drafted, which Cakes wants the Wizards to draft AJ DeBonsa, he will get 3. And I don't think he's going to have to give Trey Young $1 million because, believe it or not, $1 million means nothing to Trey Young.
These guys laugh at $1 million.
Trey Young is in the midst of a $250 million contract.
Like, what would he do with an extra $1 million?
Did you see what Steph
Stack
Curry
it.
signed with that Chinese?
Leaning.
Oh, my God.
Mind-blowing numbers.
40 mil a year for 10?
No, it's higher than that, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was like $1 billion.
Unless those
$1
numbers
billion?
are dicey.
No, it's 400 million, isn't it?
Unless the initial numbers that were reported were wrong, it was like a 10-year, like $1.2 billion deal.
Told you.
Unless those numbers are there's pushback on that.
ESPN's report was 10-year, $400 million.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
saw 400.
I saw $1 billion somewhere too.
well, maybe that
so
was,
who knows?
Maybe they jumped the gun on the reporting on that.
I saw, here it is. 10 years, 400 million. Now it's, who knows maybe it's in between, maybe it's close.
You know what that is? Great side money.
Side money.
That's his side hustle. Is $40 million a year.
I used to get sized for an altcast side check.
Sure, we all did. those disappeared like Anthony Davis off the Wizards roster.
All right, got to take a break. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, is Aaron Donald coming back to the Rams, and what would that mean? Hey, summer's heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. They're made with real vodka. Surfside's only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right. No carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are for the weekend. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. You do have to be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
Tonight is the June edition of the Cakes Classic at MGM National Harbor. We'd love to see a bunch of you out there to see some flops.
First Wednesday of the month
at 7:15 p.m. tonight. It's not your standard $300 bounty on your pal Cakes. If you knock me out tonight, you get a seat in a $600 buy-in multi-day event
Any
at
special
MGM National
guests
Harbor
tonight?
You're looking at him.
Just you. All right.
Now, in July, Mike Marr will be boots on the ground, special guest at MGM National Harbor. So that is in less than a month.
Mike,
that's
he
the
can't
July
wait.
edition. So that's next month.
That means tomorrow you're gonna be tired.
Tomorrow, good chance I'm tired. If I make a run, I'll be tired. Or if I get knocked out 3 spots or 5 spots from the money, which has been kind of my thing of late, I'll be tired too.
I'll be tired. I'm watching the NBA Finals.
You will be tired. I'll be watching the NBA Finals.
What time is
between
tip?
Flops.
Probably 8:40.
Oh my God!
Does that sound right, Matt? 8:40ish.
Every game, I believe, is at 8:30. And the reason why the schedule is different this year is because of the World Cup. They moved stuff around and moved it up. There's no Sunday games. They're putting a game on Saturday night. They're trying to squeeze it in before the World Cup.
I got you.
I was a big stupid rube last night when I turned on the Stanley Cup Final Game 1 at 8:01, thinking that they were going to
start at 8,
waltz out and drop the puck at 8:01. They were doing player introductions. They were doing a million things.
Multiple national anthems.
No, only one because
they didn't have to do Canada, right?
Both teams are from Los Estados Unidos.
Canada.
But I don't think they dropped the puck until like 8:15 or 8:20. And then when they did, the Carolina just buzzes down the ice and scores
twice.
25 seconds into the game.
Yeah.
And then they added another one to go 2-0. And I was like, oh, Drab's right.
Gave that up.
This Carolina team is a buzzsaw. They're the Caps' daddy. That comment will never leave my brain. And then, thankfully, they gag jobbed it away and gave up home ice, which I love.
So I love it. In the NBA Finals, a guy that I know is going to be one of the refs for the first time in his 18-year career.
That's a lot of pressure.
Curtis Blair,
okay,
who I was at Richmond with. We were the same class at the University of Richmond.
Okay,
and he was second-round pick of the Rockets. Great player. Never played for the Rockets. Played overseas, but then he decided to become a ref. And he got the call from some executive director from the NBA that he's going to get his first chance to coach in the NBA Finals in his 18-year career.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, referee in the finals.
If he's coaching and reffing at the same time, then that's a wild
He
thing.
started in 08, and he's year 18, and he's one of, I think, 12 referees that they use for the NBA Finals.
That's great. Good for him, man.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep. Remember we went to that Wizards Charlotte game, and he was one of the refs? You remember that?
I remember going to the game and getting my free bucket hat. That's about it.
I remember going to the game, and Mike Marr hit his first guy to score bet, and he was pumped.
Mikal Bridges, alley-oop.
Is that you still remember the
I'll
play?
never forget that day.
It's the pinnacle as a Wizards fan.
Yeah, that was the same night I asked Adam Silver to take a picture of him.
Yeah.
So
what am I doing?
we talked about this yesterday, but
Adam Silver looks like he weighs about 82 pounds.
the Rams made a massive move for Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Which makes them, and they were going to be one of the favorites in the NFC and for the Super Bowl anyway, but it makes them, the favorite now, I think, over Seattle in the NFC. What would Aaron Donald coming back mean to the probability of teams getting out of the NFC? Because Aaron Donald, so before this trade went down, there was a video where he's working out. I think he was doing squats, and he still appears to be in phenomenal shape. And I saw some people breaking down like the music that he was playing, like that it had some kind of coded meaning about coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually on. I guess he wasn't squatting. Well, who knows? He was doing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? But he was asked, and he basically said, "If I get the fire back, I'll come back." And then McVay was asked about it, and he was like, "Well, he's in shape. Wants to come back, of course."
Yeah, please roll out the red.
Could you imagine that defensive line?
Is he 36? Is he 35 or 36?
I have to look it up.
Yeah, I mean, he's
35.
I don't think he would miss a beat. I think he'd still be a stud. Is he actually pondering coming back?
I think he's intrigued by the possibility.
Just because of the Garrett trade? Or was he, if Garrett wasn't traded, was he pondering coming back too?
No, I don't think he was necessarily pondering.
He just wants to play with Myles
coming
Garrett.
back.
His quote is, this is what he texted Pat McAfee. It for sure got me thinking. Got to see if that fire can light back up. That's what he texted to Pat McAfee. So at least, I mean, it's in his brain. He's considering it.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is in L.A.
That's true. Is it SoFi?
They're going to be one of the favorites. You add him to the mix. I mean, could you imagine having to prepare for Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett?
That would be a wrecking crew defensive line. But again, is Aaron Donald, what sort of player you're going to get out of him at age 35? And how long has he been away from the game at this point?
2 years.
2 seasons?
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably not going to get peak Aaron Donald.
Yeah, but he looks like he's still working out.
Okay, well,
I think you're probably going to get a pretty damn good Aaron Donald.
The way he looks in the weight room, that doesn't really reflect 100% how he's going to be on the field. Just because he's racking a bunch of weights doesn't mean he's still going to be effective.
Yeah, but strength was a big part of his game.
Yeah.
Quickness and strength. So I don't know if the quickness
But
goes.
he didn't come out and say, I'm not returning to the NFL. I'm retired.
It's not like he's
He didn't
a
say that.
receiver coming back running routes. You know what I mean? He's just got to be powerful and that quick, explosive movement that he was known for.
Yeah, I mean, if he comes back, okay, you're right. It's probably not at his peak, but I bet you he's pretty still damn good.
Rams
It's not like he's 45,
Rams
35.
They love veterans. They're not big
Oh,
on
they
the
don't
young
care.
guys.
They don't care about draft picks
They
either.
like the vets.
Yeah, they don't care about draft picks. They just trade those all the time.
No. And then when they do use them, they use them on project quarterbacks like Ty Simpson. Have to see how that works out in a few years.
But he looked damn good working out in those videos on SportsCenter.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. EB's out. That means Cakes' entertainment page next here on the Junkies. JP from the Junkies here. I don't know if you've looked at the calendar, but there's a pretty big soccer tournament coming up. That's right. The world's biggest soccer tournament's arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from opening stage all the way to the final. How about this? You could go with the Netherlands. They're trading at 4.1%, meaning a $100 trade is going to pay out $2,440. So if you want to ride Virgil van Dijk in Netherlands, you can and make some cash on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means no house. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Restrictions, eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
In a game started by relievers on both sides, neither the Nats or the Marlins managed to hit through the first 4 innings. Then Miami broke through in the 5th in a big way with 3 straight home runs off of Miles Michaelis. The Nationals finally notched their first hit in the 6th, but they couldn't put together a comeback. They dropped Game 2 of the series 7-3. The start of Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final looked like a runaway for the Carolina Hurricanes as they came out to a quick 2-0 lead, but the Vegas Golden Knights flipped the script from a dominant start for Carolina to secure the 5-4 thriller and a 1-0 series lead. They also stole home ice advantage to set up a high-pressure Game 2 for Carolina on Thursday. And the SEC and Big Ten conferences released a statement saying they do not support the current version of the Protect College Sports Act, which is designed to regulate college athletics. A U.S. Senate Commerce Committee meeting is scheduled for this morning regarding the bill. From the Grot Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, and JP. Coming up in an hour, Paul Timoni joins us, president of baseball operations for the Nationals. Then we have one of the biggest Knicks fans on the planet, Michael Rappaport, will join us coming up at 9:25, the actor and comedian. But right now, Cakes is going to be giving us his entertainment page, which is still driven by BMW of Fairfax.
Yep, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. All right, I don't know if this is entertainment related, but I was entertained when Valdez brought this up to me yesterday, and now it's like it's all over my Twitter timeline. I did not know that this TikTok craze had taken over. What do you guys know about Kool-Aid pineapple?
Zero.
What do you know about it, Jason?
Zippy.
Since you're all over TikTok
Especially if it's
all
on TikTok.
the time. All right, so Kool-Aid pineapple is basically you go to the store, you get a jar of, I think it says pineapple spears or like just the cored pineapple, and then you dump out the pineapple, and then you add Kool-Aid and sugar, a copious amount of sugar, and then you throw the pineapple back in, you put it in your refrigerator, you let it soak overnight, boom, you got pineapple Kool-Aid or Kool-Aid pineapple.
I'm sure it's delicious.
However you want to frame it. I've seen some people mixing in Hennessy with the Kool-Aid pineapple. I mean, I guess there are different variants and varieties. Here's my question. Why are you messing with the perfectly good pineapple? Isn't a pineapple on its own sweet enough? You have to dump the Kool-Aid man and tablespoons of sugar into your pineapple to make it palatable, to make it edible.
I'm surprised you're
Does it
against
make it
this
better?
mix. You like freestyle soda machines.
You
mix in different flavors.
This
if
is
you
true.
want. So
Yeah,
it's
but-
just it's a mashup, Cakes. Remember when music mashups were big?
I think
it
and
looks-
you play like Linkin Park and some rap
So
song.
Linkin Park and Jay-Z. Back
Right.
in that, like when we were at HFS 20 plus years ago, that was the pinnacle of music mashups, where you would just fuse rap with new metal or rock or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I don't think mashups are cool anymore.
But Kool-Aid on its own tastes great. Pineapple tastes great. Mix them, it's probably pretty good.
Yes, but
has anybody tried it?
No.
Anybody in here?
Of course not. Hopefully Mike Marr will go to Harris Teeter today and and make a jar and we can sample it tomorrow.
And when you say Kool-Aid, it immediately makes me think of growing up, going to the Fraser's house. They always had red Kool-Aid.
They always had like a jar, like a pitcher of Kool-Aid.
They always had the red
fridge.
Kool-Aid.
Terrible for your teeth. It's got to be so bad for your teeth.
What if you throw a little vodka in there too?
Well, now you might be talking.
Mike Moore, throw a little vodka in the
I think that's a great
Kool-Aid
idea.
pineapple.
It's a great idea.
Is it called Kool-Aid pineapple or pineapple Kool-Aid? Pineapple
Now,
Kool-Aid.
you're the expert in this field. You'll have to let me know.
Kool-Aid pineapple. It's basically pickling these pineapple
Kool-Aid
spears with pineapple. The sugar content in them is make you enough to make you go diabetic.
Outrageous.
But what Cakes didn't hit on is that these jars of pineapple spears are selling for $10 to $20. Like
on the black market.
No, people are going around selling them out of their car after these mixologists have certain flavors that they put together, and they're selling like hotcakes for $10 to $20 per jar.
I saw a video of a dude who went to Costco and he bought out the Costco of all of their jarred pineapple.
You're kidding me.
All of it. And they showed it in the back of his pickup truck, and there were hundreds of jars.
Because he's making them and then selling them for a profit.
I guess it's the new thing. I don't know anything about it. Hopefully Mike Marr can whip up a batch and we can sample it tomorrow, and we can all go into a diabetic sugar coma on the air. That would be entertaining.
All right, so
pineapple Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid pineapple.
Kool-Aid pineapple, whatever you call it. The newest TikTok trend, in case you're wondering, Jason.
All right, yeah.
It's out there.
Very intrigued.
That's your thing.
I'm going to go to Costco today and buy a bunch of jars.
All right, now this is a story that's disturbing on our end because the producer won out over the talent in this case. Scott Pelley was fired one day after a clash with the new executive producer on 60 Minutes.
Rick Pelley.
He is Rick Pelley because he did not get along, apparently, with Nick Bilton, the new executive producer for 60 Minutes.
Scott Pelley's been there forever.
So tensions apparently escalated this week during a staff meeting when newly appointed executive producer Nick Bilton was introduced to the newsroom. And Pelley openly criticized the decision. However, a letter was sent to Pelley the following day saying CBS News was terminating him immediately. He lost a battle with the new executive producer, and he got the pink slip.
So where did this new guy...
Media's changing. News is dying. When we were growing up, the lead newscaster on ABC, NBC, CBS, we knew them all. It was Tom Brokaw. It was Peter Jennings. It was
Dan Rather.
Quiz me on these guys now.
I wouldn't know.
Jason might know him.
Well, Tom Yamas is on NBC.
Oh, you know what? You're a news nerd. I mean, if you know that, like, how do you know that?
I don't know. I mean, he's just...
His name is Tom Yamas?
Yeah, I guarantee you've seen him a billion times.
I might not have.
You guys, Matt, have you ever seen Tom Yamas?
I don't know. I know the name, but I'm more familiar with ABC's anchor.
Who's that?
Oh, don't say it. ABC's anchor, is it?
Come on.
Is it David Muir?
Yeah.
Correct.
He's been there a while.
And then CBS has the woman, spacing her name.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting any help from me or JP.
Nora O'Donnell?
No, I thought they just brought in a new guy that was like controversial.
I think so.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he's like conservative or leaning conservative or in the middle somewhere. I don't know. I just remember it being a big deal. I don't even know his name.
I met with this kid yesterday, and you guys were like, I can't believe you're doing this, who just graduated college, and he wants to get into broadcasting. And we went to lunch, and I started telling him, I was like, look, man, it's all changing. Like when we started, if you think about it, radio, I mean, I know how much revenue the station brought in because there weren't podcasts. There wasn't streaming. There wasn't YouTube. There weren't all these other things. Now, at the same time, if you want to get into it, you can start your own YouTube. You can start your own, TikTok, Instagram. There's a million ways you can kind of start and put out content. But the news has changed. Just ask all the Washington Post people.
Yeah. By the way, Pelley joined CBS News in 1989.
Been there forever.
1989, basically a year after we graduated high school.
So that's
a long time ago.
So this guy Bilton, who's the executive director, news director, or producer, what was his relationship? He must have had a bad relationship with Pelly before that.
I would imagine there's been friction.
There had to have been.
Now,
I haven't read deeply into it, but there was, changing the guard, I guess, at CBS News overall, and a lot of the 60 Minutes people were bitter that one of their stories was pulled, that they didn't want to run it. I think it had to do with politics. There's been a lot going on with 60 Minutes.
At the end of the letter that was sent to Pelly, it reads, despite yesterday's misconduct, he's talking about Pelly just calling him out in the meeting, I had hoped that in sitting down with you today, we could find a path forward together. You made clear that you are not interested in such a path. Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I've heard you. I therefore write on behalf of CBS News Incorporated to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for cause effective immediately. Enclosed is your formal termination letter. They're not messing around. Like they had that letter ready to go and sent it right off to him.
I saw somebody throw this out there. I don't know if it was on social media or not. Do you think 60 Minutes? It is an institution. Like I remember my dad watching Andy Rooney used to close out. That it was just a curmudgeon-y old guy who would have like funny observations. So I mean, I remember him watching it, 50 years ago when I was a kid. But do you think it'd be as big if it wasn't right after the NFL?
I have no idea. I have no idea even when it comes on. I don't know.
Comes on right after the NFL. Like I think the theoretical time slot is 7:00 on Sundays.
I am much more in tune with the work of Devontae Smith Pelly, than Scott Pelly. I'll be honest. I know who Scott Pelly is.
Yeah,
I know what he looks like.
You've seen his face a billion times.
I'm sure I may have seen him talk for 10 seconds at a time before I switched the channel away from 60 Minutes.
I don't know where I heard this.
He means nothing to me.
I don't know.
Like in my life, Scott Pelly literally means nothing. Like he doesn't resonate with
right, because
me.
you never watched 60 Minutes.
Yeah, it's not.
Tom Yopa or whoever he said that guy I've never heard of.
Yeah.
You've never seen Tom Yamas?
I don't know that person. Show me a picture, and I'll be like, that's the first time I'm seeing that guy.
He's a Miami guy. I think he's a big
I just don't watch
Hurricanes fan.
I don't watch evening national news.
Yeah, this guy right here. You've never seen him before?
JP's getting his first
He looks
look at
familiar.
Yeah.
He's
actually pretty good.
You don't even need to show me his face because I don't know who that person
But I don't
is.
watch like the NBC nightly news. National probably runs at 7 p.m.
NBC runs at 7, yes, because the local goes to from 6 to 7.
Usually not home at 7.
David Muir comes on at 6:30.
Usually not home at 6:30.
Yeah.
And I don't watch the nightly news.
Okay. I watch it.
Yeah.
I can see what's going on in the world.
You digest it.
But I had heard this from somebody when my mom dealt with a lot of the media members at the White House when she was still working. But I had heard that Scott Pelly was tough to get along with.
Okay.
Tough
to work with?
I can't remember who she told me she talked to.
Yeah.
But she talked to somebody and she said Scott Pelly's very difficult to work with. I'm not sure why, but
now the most disturbing takeaway is that the producer goes head to head with the talent, and the talent gets booted right out the door.
Yeah.
That'd be like us getting in an argument.
He lost that battle.
Like I get in an argument with Matt Valdez. We go have a sit down with the bosses, and they say,
CK goes,
they say,
you go.
They say, Cakes, it's been nice knowing you, but you're gone.
Well, the producer was probably hired directly by the program director or president
the higher ups.
the higher ups.
Yeah.
Definitely was.
And they're siding with what they believe in, and they're higher.
Yeah, I guess so. A lot of turmoil at CBS News, from what I read in the article. How else would I know? There's turmoil at CBS News. Are you kidding?
Scott Pelly looks a little bit like Morrissey.
Hold on.
A little bit.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean,
aging Morrissey.
That looks like an aging Morrissey right there. Stephen Patrick Morrissey.
Yeah.
From the Smiths. That
so
looks
many
just
hits.
like him.
So many hits. There's a light that
I
never
guarantee
goes
he's been
out.
told that before.
Probably has. In news that would excite former Junks producer Brett Oliverio, Jersey Shore star Mike the Situation Sorrentino says he's thinking about running for New Jersey governor in 2029.
Hey, Spencer Pratt might be the next mayor of Los Angeles.
I saw that. I saw that he ripped off the Lakers logo for his Pratt Los Angeles hat. It's a pretty good look. It's pretty iconic. If you're going to steal a logo, steal one from the Lakers, right? That would make sense.
Yes, that's a good choice.
That's smart.
I mean, if you have some sort of clout, you can
That's what
parlay
it's all
it.
about.
You can parlay it into an office position. Did you
the President of the United States is Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see Spencer Pratt was he did the No Jumper podcast with Adam 22? We
I didn't
talked
see
about
that one.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. He's on there
Was he
campaigning
naked? Did he have all his clothes on?
with Adam 22.
Hey, you got to get your message across. I mean, that's Pod obviously has big numbers. You're trying to get your name out there.
Hey, there's
Smart.
a formula now for these people, these stars or celebrities to parlay it into an actual cabinet position job.
Jesse Ventura
Yeah.
was the governor. I was just doing that so the Cakes would do his job.
Have you ever seen the building floors pancake on top of each other?
You're out of practice.
Yeah. I am out of practice.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, when's the last time I did a Jesse the Body Ventura imitation? It's been a while. It's been years.
Didn't Spencer? I'm not familiar with Pratt's politics, but didn't he?
Well, nobody who would be.
Well, I think he
familiar with
readily
politics.
admits he readily admits he had no political aspirations or interest in politics
until
then his house burnt down,
Yeah.
and he's basically a 2-issue guy.
The genesis of it was that his house burned down in the California fires, and all of the red tape and rigmarole it took to get funding to rebuild his house or to be made whole from it. He was so upset by it, he decided to take matters into his own hands and run for mayor.
I believe I read that he was a registered Republican, but I don't know. If
Yeah, but he was
that's
a registered.
accurate.
I actually saw an interview. He's a registered Republican because he wanted a gun at one point.
Okay.
And so that's one issue he's somewhat aware of. And then the fire and then homelessness.
Well, in the LA mayoral runoff election, he's already won 30% of the vote as of early Wednesday morning, putting him in second place in the primary election behind his arch nemesis, incumbent mayor Karen Bass.
Hey, isn't Pratt a former Junkies guest?
Yes, he was on a long time ago.
He was?
Yes.
Wasn't he on with Heidi?
I believe so.
They may have appeared together.
Brett booking.
What year was that?
Hey, guys, I got a duo booking. It's Spencer and Heidi. And then we just looked at him like this. Who?
Well, he played a great villain on TV.
Spencer Pratt?
Yeah. That was the thing. I've seen some of these interviews, clips of the interviews.
Yeah.
And he said,
how's he coming across?
Whenever The Hills came on, The Hills was his first show.
Got me.
You think I know his filmography?
I think so.
I think he just said him and his boys, Brody Jenner.
Yeah.
And they were like, what do we got to do to get on the show?
Right.
And then they kind of created their characters and he leaned into kind of being
Reality villain.
Yeah, reality villain.
There's an old interview that's circulating where he's on with Letterman or one of these late night shows.
Yeah.
And he's explaining to them about reality television and
I saw that.
and
Yep.
how like you have to lean into it and
Yep.
how like there's certain things there are do's and don'ts, and Letterman's just mocking him to his face when in reality he predicted our culture in 2026.
Maybe he's ahead of his time.
Kind of genius.
He's ahead of the curve.
Apparently, his first show was called The Princes of Malibu. I don't remember that show.
Okay.
I don't think it lasted too long.
But then he did The Hills.
Then
There
he did The
there was
Hills.
another show that was similar to The Hills. That's what I thought. OC or something like that.
I don't know if he was in that.
Or Laguna Beach.
Laguna Beach.
Oh, Laguna, yeah.
Beach,
I don't
that's
think he
the
was in Laguna Beach.
Gotcha.
Your final story, Dua Lipa now off the market. She got married over the weekend, a secret weekend wedding to 007 hopeful Callum Turner, whoever that is. I know Drab T-Shirt doesn't want his guy Daniel Craig to ever stop playing 007 James Bond, but looks like Callum Turner may be up for that gig for the next James Bond at some point.
Guessing Daniel Craig's aged out.
Not sure how old Daniel Craig is. Maybe that's the case. Maybe they're looking for a younger version, a younger model. There you go. There's your EP. Hopefully you were
Can you name one Dua Lipa song, Cakes?
Of course I can't. How would I be able to name a Dua Lipa song? Can you?
I'm pretty sure she does Levitating.
I just
Dua
don't know.
Lipa?
You'd have to
I
play
don't know.
that.
I wouldn't have any idea.
I've heard a lot of Dua Lipa cakes. I have a 9-year-old girl.
She has some smash hits.
I'm sure that I would recognize some of it if I heard it, but I don't know them by name.
So that was correct. This is levitating.
Okay.
I believe. I'm just not sure
you
type
know a
of
lot
music.
more about Dua.
Not on my liked songs list. Oh, I've heard this a million times.
Of course.
It's kind of catchy.
She's got a bunch of catchy songs.
Yeah.
I mean, I toss her in a Taylor Swift bucket.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift,
now
Dua
she's-
Lipa, Ariana Grande.
Now she's married. She's off the market.
All right, remember, 9 o'clock, we got Paul Taboni joining us. Talk some Nationals. They have lost their last two. We'll talk to the president of baseball operations. And then Michael Rappaport at 9:25 here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Stay tuned for your chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, the Double Trouble Tour, hitting Nationals Park August 20th.
It's one day after my birthday.
That's right. Believe go to the show.
I think BMitch.
You've never gone to a country show, right?
Country show. Let me see. Let me
You've gone to a lot of concerts in your life.
Scan the memory banks.
Country.
Answer's no.
I have not.
I mean, I'm not saying I won't ever go to one, but I can't recall having gone to one at this point.
Seems like a big one. You know, there's a show coming up. I don't know if you've ever been to this, but I had somebody reach out and said, if there's any way you have tickets for
to this event,
and I responded back already. I don't think so, but I'll check.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm actually going to check.
Okay.
The Vans Warped Tour.
Oh, I'm definitely going to Warped Tour.
Kicks love
next
the Warped
weekend.
Tour.
Are you? So,
I'm the old guy at Warped Tour.
Did you pay for the tickets?
It's my daughter's Super Bowl. My daughter's Super Bowl. Vans Warped Tour.
And where's the Warped Tour?
It's at RFK Stadium grounds or Festival grounds, whatever they call it.
Okay, all right.
The big open area near where they took a wrecking ball to the stadium. It's over there.
So that's next Saturday?
Next Saturday.
And Sunday.
And Sunday.
All right, so now I'm feeling
2 days
bad.
silly.
Did you have an in?
I might have it in.
Okay, so
I'm not a guy.
All right, then pass me the guy, and I will hook this person.
I'll see what I can do. Yes.
Who's going to be at Vans Warped Tour?
I mean,
bands you've never heard of.
A lot of bands you've never heard of, but bands like Newfound Glory, Yellow Card's going to be there.
Oh, Yellow Card's
I think
still playing.
Third Eye Blind, I believe, is going to be at Warped Tour. Some Heritage acts.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
What is that last one?
Heritage acts.
Oh, Heritage acts.
Like,
I heard something.
Like,
acts from back in the day.
Bands you've heard of from 25, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm going both days.
Both days.
Both days.
Nice.
Matt, what country artist would I go see right now?
Oh, it's
Ella Langley. Hey, you know,
Is she coming to DC? I checked her.
She's opening for Morgan Wallen in Baltimore.
It's a pretty big slot.
She is going to be in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that.
You can make that trip.
It's probably during the week.
I'm sure it is.
Sunday.
Yeah, it's Sunday night.
Yeah, so
I looked on her tour schedule and I thought maybe she's coming to DC, but she's only going to Baltimore.
So I don't know a lot about Morgan Wallen, but I know his bit is every time he plays a stadium, he walks out with a legend or an icon from that town. Like he's in Indianapolis, he walks out with Peyton Manning. You know, like
so you're speculating who's going to come out with him.
Is it going to be Cal?
I don't know who's the Baltimore special guest going to be.
I'm guessing it's not going to be Lamar Jackson.
Probably not.
I don't know. I mean,
why not?
It could be
because Morgan Wallen's lobbed
Ray Lewis.
bombs.
Okay, that's not great.
That might be a deterrent.
It's a bad look. I understand.
Isn't Morgan Wallen known for lobbing N bombs?
I mean, I think he had one high profile incident that I know of.
I wouldn't downplay it,
but
I don't know.
I still think
I have
he's
no
going to
idea.
get Rick Dempsey.
I'm going to guess if Morgan Wallen reached out to Lamar Jackson, Lamar would do it. Nah, I'm just spitballing.
After he does his Lido endorsement.
He does have the Lido endorsement coming up in a few weeks.
I'm just going to say JP might not know what he's talking about here.
What happened?
I mean,
What's
plenty
wrong?
of black guys, athletes, have walked out with Morgan Wallen.
Right.
Since
Mike Tyson, Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andre
Well, I know black
Johnson,
guys still let go into his concerts.
Yeah.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, there you go.
Lot of.
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know how many maybe said no.
That's not what you said.
Maybe Ray Lewis goes out with him.
What I said is I don't know if Lamar Jackson would do it.
I don't know. I'm going to guess if he was asked, he would probably do. I'm going to speak on behalf of Lamar Jackson. I'm going to say he would do it.
And he's got all that Lido money coming in potentially.
He's got that extra scratch.
When is that concert? Is it July?
Yeah.
You're not going to go, Jason.
He does a Saturday and Sunday.
Here's your pattern in life.
I would have to go. I would have to take the next day off because I would stay the night.
You speak about regrets on Metallica a million times because that's your go-to. You think about going and you never go.
All right, but hold on. The regret on Metallica was only because my daughter was there. I'm not a huge Metallica fan.
Yeah.
It's not like I feel bad that I missed out on a Metallica concert because I love the music. I missed out going with my daughter.
Yeah.
So that's a little different.
And going through at Lane Stadium. Like that's a really specific, like
Correct.
one-off type event.
Jason, if you're just in it for Ella Langley, you can go see Ella Langley and then leave.
That's a great
That's
point.
true.
And beat traffic because, I mean, everybody's going to stay for – you're going to be the one person leaving the stadium after Ella Langley's done.
I know. When is the concert? July?
Oh, look at my calendar.
All right.
It is July.
It's a Sunday, correct?
Actually, I think it's a Friday, Saturday. So you could go to the concert and not have to work because I'm going Friday.
Oh, you're going?
I'm going Friday when Brooks and Dunn open, and then Saturday Ella Langley.
Oh, okay. So Saturday. All right. So maybe I'll look into that.
Oh, so Morgan Wallen's doing 2 nights at M&T Bank Stadium?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just printing all the money.
Yes.
Brooks Robinson's back.
He's going to kill it.
And Adam Dunn.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. He's doing 2 nights.
Well, maybe Lamar Jackson will be the walkout.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be somebody big. I know that.
I know Lamar plays quarterback, as does Jaden Daniels. Some interesting comments from Louis Riddick on Grant and Danny's show about Jaden. Of course, he was a big fan of Jaden coming out of the draft. Rookie season, unbelievable. Last year, quarterback rating slipped. Most of the metrics slipped when he was on the field. Of course, the bigger story was he wasn't on the field that much. Here's what Louis Riddick expects from Jaden this year.
I said I put it on social media. Not that social media is the gospel or anything, but it's just an easy way to get your thoughts out there when you're sitting around late at night watching TV like I do all the time. He'll be a top 5 quarterback again this year, just like he was 2 years ago as measured by QBR. He'll be top 5 again. I'll put my money on that. This guy can throw the freaking football, and he's so electric. I absolutely love him.
He's always loved him.
So he's going by the QBR metric.
Yeah.
Trying to punch up last year's top 5 QBR. Number 1 was Drake May.
Yep.
Number 2, Brock Purdy. Number 3, Jordan Love. Number 4, Matthew Stafford. And number 5 was Dak Prescott. Will he break that top 5? He definitely could. What's crazy is Mahomes and Josh Allen were on the outside of the top 5. Lamar Jackson was number 9.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of guys.
I think he'd be happy if he just finished top 10. Right? I know that, was he number 3 as a rookie?
That sounds right. I'd have to go back and look, but he was definitely in the top 7 or 8. Let's see, regular season, he was 4.
4.
Yeah. In QBR. Could he get back to the top 5? Sure. I mean, of course, he's got to be out there.
Dan Quinn needs him to get back into the top 5. He needs a double-digit win season. And the best way to deliver one of those is for Jaden to play 17 games and to throw for 25 or 28 touchdowns and run for
800 yards.
Yeah, run for 8 touchdowns too.
Yeah.
Like, you need that sort of production.
The thing that was so impressive about his rookie year was he just didn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
And rookies tend to turn the ball over.
Sure.
But even last year when he didn't play great in his limited body work, 8 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, that's a good touchdown interception ratio.
Sure. So I don't expect him to throw a lot of picks. His completion percentage was obviously way down. But I almost throw it out because he was so limited.
But his QBR dropped to 44.7.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
50's average, so that's below average.
What was his completion percentage his rookie year? Was it 70%?
It was really high.
It was pretty high, right?
Yeah, it
69%.
It dipped below 70, but I mean it was above 70 for a big portion of the season, and it dropped to 60.6%.
Yeah.
But a lot of that also had to do with
reasons.
Terry wasn't there.
Terry wasn't there.
In and out of the lineup, he's hurt all the time.
Yeah, playing hurt. But
look, that's why they're changing the offense. They're changing the offense as much as they had a bad year, but they're changing the offense. Cliff had a successful offense that rookie season, but because of the injuries, I think they thought maybe he's going to be better off in a more traditional drop back system versus just having him in the shotgun all the time. And as Cakes mentioned, they're still going to be in the shotgun. It's 3rd and 12. They're going to be in the shotgun.
You would think.
But on 1st and 10, he's going to turn his back to the defense, and he's going to sometimes hand the ball off, and sometimes he's going to fake the handoff. And then a roll to the right, roll to the left, and hit some play action passes.
I'm intrigued to see what the offense looks like in a real game scenario. I'm not talking about OTAs. I'm not even talking about training camp. Real game scenario. Week one. What does this offense look like?
It's going to be so many eyes.
Would you
so many eyes on him.
Yeah.
So many eyes.
Would you bet on Louis Riddick there, or would you bet against him?
Top five is
hard.
I would probably say no. But he'll be top 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think top
He'll be top
10
10.
is certainly in play if he stays healthy and he improves upon last year and some of these younger guys develop alongside Terry McLaurin. Like if Antonio Williams comes in and he's a stud from day one, that's going to help Jaden a lot.
Yeah.
If he struggles and only catches 10 or 15 balls and nobody really steps into that number 2 void, if Traylon Burks doesn't do something or Van Jefferson doesn't become that guy, like then there's going to be issues.
But he should have kind of his Austin Eckler this year in white.
Sure. I love that addition to the team.
There were still, last year, if you kind of look at the numbers, there were so many quarterbacks that had really good years, but they weren't even close to the top 5 QBR. Trevor Lawrence had a really good year. He was middle of the pack.
He had an awesome year.
Bo Nix had a really good year, middle of the pack. Caleb Williams, really good year, middle of the pack. Jared Goff threw 34 touchdowns, middle of the pack. It's hard.
QBR is a weird metric, though. I used to love
there.
QBR. I now like to look at QBR and passer rating together because sometimes guys will get a really high QBR and it doesn't make sense, or a really low QBR.
Yeah, you got to throw in the completion percentage and obviously turnovers, sacks you've taken. There's a ton of metrics.
Yeah.
Look, now
I think top 5 is a little too high, especially after coming off last year. But I think top 10.
If you rank the quarterbacks just in the NFC East, right now, Jackson Dart would be the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Jaden Daniels at 3. You can't lift him above Dak and Jalen Hurts.
Sure, I can.
You would right now?
I think
disrespectful to Jalen Hurts.
I think
Jalen Hurts hasn't had I understand that there's a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts last year had 25 touchdowns with only 6 picks passing.
I think Jaden Daniels,
not to include his rushing,
if he's healthy, is already a better thrower of the football than Jalen Hurts ever could dream of being.
Dak had a really good year, though.
I'd have to slot him behind Dak, especially because Dak has just 2 explosive weapons now in Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
I think
Dak had a high percentage.
Jaden has the potential to be better than all of them.
Yeah.
But I couldn't stack him above those 2 right now. That's just disrespectful of Jalen Hurts. Even in a down year, 25 touchdowns with only 6 picks. Would you sign up for 25 and 6 right now from Jaden Daniels?
Of course. If you guaranteed me those,
that's what Jalen Hurts gave you.
Yeah, I just have a negative outlook on
people hate on
Hurts. Yeah,
I don't know why. The guy's won a Super Bowl.
I understand.
And he was pretty damn good in that Super Bowl.
And he gets a lot of gimmicky tush-push touchdowns that add to his touchdown totals.
Not as many last year.
Right. Got scaled back.
If I were to give you 25 and a half on Jaden passing touchdowns, would you go over or under?
Do I get an injury caveat?
No, because that's...
that's
why you have to base it on staying healthy.
If I had to take the bet right now, I would bet the over.
Go over.
Probably not by a lot, but I would bet the over. If he plays in 17 games, he's going to throw 28 to 30 touchdowns.
Total touchdowns, passing and rushing. 33 and a half.
Over. I'll place that bet right now without an injury caveat.
All right. Can I take the bet?
I'm Cakes Riddick all of a sudden.
Can I take the wager? How much you want to put on it?
Let's put, I don't know. What do you want to wager? $10?
You should bet the number, 33.
I'll wager whatever you want.
What was your number? 33 and a half?
33?
Bet $33.
I'll bet that.
$33.
$33.
All right. Matt, can you put that in the bet?
That's now official. Over 33 and a half total touchdowns.
Now, this is just passing touchdowns, but there were only 2 quarterbacks in the NFL that had more than 33 passing touchdowns.
I don't need 33. I need like 28.
Yeah.
Because I know he's going to run some in. I know he's running in 5 or 6.
Only 5 guys had more than 28 touchdown passes.
Yeah. I'm
Trevor
bullish.
Lawrence, Dak Prescott, Drake May, Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford.
I'm bullish.
What did he
Maybe
have?
not Riddick level but I'm bullish on Jaden Daniels in 2026.
What did he have? What did he have his rookie year? Total touchdowns. He had 25 passing.
Jaden?
Yeah. How many rushing?
Didn't he have like 8 rushing touchdowns
Okay,
as a rookie?
So he was at 33.
I'll have to double check that, but I think that's
I think
right.
you.
I think
kind of like your side, Jason.
Under the 33 and a half?
Yeah, especially with no injury caveat.
And that's a pretty big wager for Cakes.
That's not. Jason always asks for an injury caveat.
Well,
Cakes. I know. Cakes, you're just an action junkie.
I just got blinded. I got
You're an
blinded
action
by
junkie.
my Jaden love.
Remember, Paul Timoni's going to join us at 9, President of Baseball Operations for your Washington Nationals. Michael Rappaport at 9:25, and your chance to win some tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at 9:45. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match, all the way from the opening stage to the final. One of the favorites has to be France. Right now, France, with Kylian Mbappe, is trading around 17%. That means $100 is going to net you $589 if France wins soccer's biggest prize. Just got to do it on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house, and that means probability changes. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Very cool. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. So I saw the story a couple days ago, and I know how you guys are going to react, but I'll bring it up anyway.
All right.
Because I know how you react at the thought of going on a cruise. I've been on a cruise, had a great time. You guys are firmly in the anti-cruise.
Hey, before you progress with the story, this is kind of weird. Genetic thing. My son, my DNA coursing through his veins, going on a cruise Saturday with his girlfriend.
Nice.
Cruising in the Caribbean for 7 days.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's
a long one.
It's a long one, yeah. I'm sure they're going to have a great
Is he
time.
taking off from Miami?
From Miami, yeah. Flying to Miami and then cruising the Caribbean.
Which spots is he hitting? Do you know?
I think he's hitting Puerto Rico, Bahamas, maybe a few other spots. I don't really know the
I'm
full.
going to guess not the Bahamas.
I don't know the full itinerary.
I'm going to guess Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands.
Yeah, I think it's Virgin Islands.
Probably like St. Martin. Probably the one that I did.
Yeah, probably the same one.
Because I think Bahamas is a little bit off the beaten path there.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Do a loop, then back to Miami. Well, there's a story about something that's not a cruise ship.
Okay.
And I don't know how many you fit on a cruise ship. A couple thousand? There's talks about the Freedom Ship. Do you know what the Freedom Ship is?
I saw a mock-up of it yesterday on Twitter.
It's a proposed permanently mobile city at sea.
Yeah.
Which can house up to 80,000 people.
It's so big.
And travel continuously around the globe. So it's a floating city.
Yeah, it can't dock anywhere.
So how much bigger is it than a standard Caribbean cruise liner? Is it about
I think
the
it's
same?
bigger, like a lot bigger. Like bigger than the
Triple?
biggest.
I think they say it's a mile long. A mile long.
Yeah, they said there's like a baseball stadium or a football stadium on the ship.
Jeez.
It's that big.
Floating city, 80,000 people. Circle the globe every 2 years.
So I guess...
I mean, can you imagine being on that? Good Lord.
In theory...
50,000 permanent residents.
Right? In theory, it would be to combat if you start running out of land to build homes.
You're just living out of the ocean. You know
Could
what?
you do it?
I would rather... I think it's
hell
much
no, I
more
couldn't do it.
feasible to do that than trying to like colonize Mars and living on Mars. Like it's much more doable to build a giant floating city and live on the ocean than it is to live on a different planet.
All right, Bish Bucks, if 1067 The Fan, if Odyssey approached you and said, all right, we're going to triple your salary for a year. Triple.
You got to live on the boat for a year.
For 1 year. You're just going to do the show remotely. We want you set up on the boat for triple your salary.
And
you'd have to say yes. I would. I'd do it for double.
Got to bring my dog.
You got to bring Luca.
Got to bring Luca.
She's got her own little cabin, her own little spot.
I mean, triple the
He
salary.
didn't mention the wife.
Oh no, we can see each other on holidays.
Yeah.
We can Zoom each other.
She can wave at you as the ship passes, whatever, like towards Baltimore.
Triple the salary, that would be tough to turn down. Not saying yes yet, but that would be. I'd have to ponder it.
We're in the negotiating phase.
Yeah.
We're not ready to sign any papers or anything.
All right, so if you're on the boat, which is a mile long, what's the number one thing you miss? I'm gonna give you your TV. You're gonna have all those
golf courses.
So golf courses,
of course.
But for a while, you weren't even playing golf. You're back to playing golf now.
I am, but man, my shoulders bother me again. Yes,
I can relate.
But I still would miss the golf courses. But
Cakes.
I miss.
You can play pickleball there.
Can play tennis. Can play pickle. I mean, all of the.
I don't know if you could play tennis there, like a full tennis court. How wide is the
see
ship?
the size of this thing, JP?
I know it's long, but how
What are you
wide
talking
is it?
about? Of course, there's room for a tennis court. They probably have room for.
You just said
20 tennis
there's going
courts.
to be a stadium in it. You think they can't put a tennis court in there?
Okay.
This thing is.
is the thing currently under construction, or are they just talking about
I
it?
don't know.
No, they're planning it.
Oh, okay.
It's in the planning stages.
Man,
It's got a hospital and a college. I think they don't have room for a tennis court.
All right, I got a tennis court.
This guy, do you know the
I was just
dimensions
looking
of a
at
tennis court?
I'm just looking at it. I'm like having a hard time seeing
they
that.
probably-
I didn't know about the
They
stadium.
can fit more courts than they have at Wimbledon on that ship.
All right, so what are you missing?
I don't know that I would miss anything.
Are you missing
Honestly.
driving?
No, driving's way overrated.
I agree.
I mean, driving's fine, but I mean, I could do it. Like if somebody said,
Well,
you don't have to drive anymore, you're just going to get driven everywhere.
Well, you wouldn't see your kids for a year.
Well, he doesn't see his one kid very much anymore. He lives in North Carolina.
He sees his other kids all the time.
His other kid's going on a cruise for a week.
Yeah, but he lives at home.
For a week.
I see him all the time.
Look, 90% of the time, this is facts. 90% of the time you spend with your kids is before they're 18. Missing out on a little to 10%.
You still see them. Yeah, exactly. That 10% is huge.
They could visit the city.
Yeah, helicopter. How they're going to come visit?
I don't know. Take a ferry.
How they're going to get there?
Yeah, take a ferry and jump off. I would probably say no, though, because I don't know if I could be on the water for an entire year.
I would imagine if you're on a ship that's that big, you probably don't even feel it moving.
You probably wouldn't.
No.
But I
didn't really feel it moving when I did the
I still
cruise.
would know that I'm on the water, and I would not sleep well at night.
Yeah.
Wouldn't do it.
I remember after a while.
And I do know this also. This is probably a stretch. I know that Odyssey's never going to offer us triple anything.
Yeah.
Don't even need to argue about it.
That's the truest thing you've ever said.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember being on the cruise. You were talking about, do you feel it? I never felt it. And by like the third or fourth day, you just get in this routine where, you're pulling into a new island.
Yeah.
And Jess and I, left our cabin, went down for breakfast. And I thought the food was fantastic. I mean, I think I gained 11 or 12 pounds on the cruise. And all of a sudden looked outside and the water was so blue.
I can only imagine.
It was the bluest I'd ever seen. I think it was when we pulled into Virgin Islands.
Can only imagine the harassment that you undergo when you depart the ship and you go into whatever the little tourist traps are in every one of those ports of call, whether it's in Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands. I mean, people just have to be borderline assaulting you to buy whatever trinkets or T-shirts are selling.
No, but there's definitely towns with shops set up. But I
Yeah.
know at least on one of the spots, I can't remember which one,
Yeah.
maybe it was St. Martin, where, you kind of prep before and it's like, okay, this has 2 of the top 10 beaches in the world. We need to go there. So you get off the boat, you find a taxi and like, take us here. And
I mean, Drab, didn't you go to Morocco for a day trip? You said the guys there were the most aggressive, like trying to sell you things you've ever seen in your life.
Relentless. Never seen anything like it in my life. They'll walk with you for a mile.
I mean, Odyssey should hire some of them to sell airtime here.
But that'll happen I know when I've been to Bahamas, there'll be people on the beach and they're trying to,
they're trying to
sell
get
you weed.
These guys in Morocco stalk you.
Yeah.
Like they're literally walking with you.
Right.
They dip into you dip into a store.
Yeah.
They pop back
they're
out.
just
You're-
waiting.
They're just the entire day, the entire afternoon. They're
You know
watching
what?
you.
Morocco,
You're crossing off
cross
the
out.
list.
An automatic cross
Nah,
out.
it was silly. It was fun.
Kelsey's said it was, I think out of when she did her semester abroad,
Yeah.
she did something like 16 countries. I want to say Morocco was her favorite.
Right.
Heard it's kind of silly.
Oh, you know what? Good for her. Glad it's her favorite. It's from what Drab T-shirt just said. It's my least favorite.
Othello's distraught. Our
I
boy
love
Othello.
I love Othello, but I'm probably not going to go to Morocco ever.
Coming up next, Paul Timoni, President of Baseball Operations for your Washington Nationals, here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out last summer, I called Foley Mechanical because this isn't some franchise or a giant corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the entire company, 100%. No private equity, no call center, no nonsense. Dan runs a tight ship, and it shows in the work that they do. His team replaced my HVAC system, my water heater, my sump pump. And I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service. Heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't touch radiators because they don't know how. Foley Mechanical does. They serve D.C., they serve Maryland, they serve Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment like they did at my house. So if you want quality work from a company you can trust, like I did, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan. Tell him Bish sent you.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Vegas Golden Knights have taken a 1-0 series lead after a high-scoring 5-4 win over the Carolina Hurricanes. And it was a very historic win for Vegas. Entering yesterday's matchup, road teams were 0-55 when down multiple goals at any point in a Stanley Cup Final Game 1. Carolina had a 2-0 lead in the first period, but Vegas came back for the 5-4 win. And the Nationals dropped Game 2 of the series with the Marlins 7-3. The Nationals looking to avoid that sweep with Andrew Alvarez on the mound for Game 3, 1:05 p.m. his first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Marlins currently have a 4-1 advantage in the season series thus far. We'll see what they have in store for today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years. The Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Johnny Cakes Awville. Michael Rappaport, actor, comedian, diehard Knicks fan, going to jump on at 9:25. But right now, joining us as he does every Wednesday at this time is the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals, Paul Taboni. Morning, Paul.
What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
What's up, Paul?
So the last two have been rough, but let's go back to Cade Cavalli's start. Cade is really, I really think he's just been rolling this year. Have you been impressed by what you've seen from Cavalli? Now, in that game, he goes 5 innings, I think 6 strikeouts, faces the first hitter in the 6th inning, and then you go to the bullpen, and it didn't deliver. But Cade's been excellent.
Yeah, Cade's been awesome. I think, and we talked about it a decent amount in spring training. We have really high expectations for him. Obviously, he was our opening day starter. And that says a lot, especially for a guy that coming into the year had whatever it was, 50 innings. So he's been great, and I feel like he's getting better pretty much every time out. And, his stuff's so good. Like, he pretty effortlessly gets up to 99. And obviously the breaking balls are really good. So, for me, I think just going forward, it's about eliminating some of those non-competitive pitches out of the zone and not getting too cute with the fastball. It plays so well. Like, don't be afraid to throw it over the white. So, but we're really excited about him and see his best days ahead of him.
I know Cole Henry was injured, and I think April 12th was his last appearance before he came back off the injured list. What have you made of Cole Henry? Not just, since he's come off the list, but as a whole throughout the entire year.
Yeah, he's going to help us. Obviously, we thrust him right into a pretty big spot his first time back, and Cole, I think he's got a really unique, deceptive look, and it really plays against righties. I think going forward, it's about figuring out how the mix is going to play against lefties. You saw it the other day. I think it was Stowers who got to him, and I just that being his main area of development going forward, we're going to sink our teeth into it. Cole knows it, and we'll get after it and try and improve in that area.
Talking to Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. How do you feel about your starting pitching staff in general? We started talking about Cavalli, obviously your ace, your number one starter, but how do you feel about it overall?
Yeah, Cade's been great. Foster, we're excited about. Jake going down, that was big. And obviously Alvy, we love and trust him. But Jake, I feel like was just starting to get to who we think he can be. So hopefully he's back here in the near future. But those guys we're really excited about. And then Zach has been throwing better. And I know Miles had the rough outing last night, but it was really just that rough inning. I think there was there was some not so good in that inning, but then there was also some good in that he was I think he was up to 97, which I don't think he's done that in 4 or 5 years. So
yeah, I was surprised when I saw that, Paul, that he was throwing it.
Yeah. Exactly. So there are some things to be excited about at the same time. Part of the reason I think we had such a good May was because the starting pitching was really good, and I think this team is going to go as far as our pitching and defense will take us, because we can't put competitive at-bats together, as you guys know. So it's just about doing that over the course of the rest of June and then into July. And if we can do it, I think we'll be in good shape.
Paul, you acquired Curtis Mead in late March, and between 2023 and 2025, he appeared in 242 games, and he hit 8 home runs in that span. Since he's been with the Nats, he's played in 46 games, and he's hit 8 home runs. I mean, that's pretty remarkable what this staff is doing with some of the younger players like him and Jacob Young, like their power numbers are going way up. What do you attribute that to? Like, I know that you have personalized plans for each of these players as far as what they have to work on, what they need to improve upon, but it's pretty stark when you see a guy go from 8 dingers in 240 plus games, and then he has the same production in 46 games here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing it up because Curtis, in my mind, Curtis probably isn't getting enough love for what he's done this year. He's been awesome, and I remember actually, when we talked to him when we first traded for him, I remember actually being on the field at Wrigley. It was right around opening day, and just hearing the excitement in his voice to he played under Blake and A-Ball, and just to be with Blake and. I think, he was a former top prospect, and we knew that talent was still in there. It just had to be pulled out. Did we expect this? Like, honestly, this has exceeded my expectations. He's been really, really good, and it's not just the power, but you'll notice it. Like, he's walking close to 15% of the time, and he's got close to like a 1-to-1 K to walk, which is obviously really, really difficult to do at any level, but especially the big leagues. And so, and then also, man, he's got a pretty low heart rate defensively. Like, you can throw him at third, you can throw him at second. He's obviously played a decent amount of first, and he's been great. So we're really excited about him, and he's just, man, he's such a great presence around everyone. He's like one of those, guys he's only 25, but he kind of carries himself like he's 30 or 31 and a veteran in clubhouses, which is funny because he doesn't have that much service time, but he just gets it. He's really fun to be around, great teammate, and like Cade, we're really fortunate to have him.
So, Paul, since you mentioned top prospects, let's talk about one who came up and one who went down. Brady House, I'm looking at his minor league stats so far. It looks like he's tearing the cover off the ball. He's hitting 317, 4 homers. What is it going to take for him to get back up to the top club? I know that you were part of the reason you said that you sent him down is you wanted him to play him every day, but he's hitting the hell out of the ball in the minors.
Yeah, he is. Man, like I do think even in this short period of time, he's making strides, and I think he's, my hope is that he's going to look up when he is back up with us, whenever that is, and say like, man, this was really, really good for me because I've been able to really tackle some of these things in a way where I probably couldn't do it in the big leagues, with just all the pressure to perform every night, so on and so forth. So, in terms of what he's got to do to get back with us, the big one I think is just like really, really honing in his approach against righties. I know we talked about at the time that he went down, but man, even in the big leagues, his numbers against lefties are great, and I think his approach against lefties is locked in. But against righties, and part of this is just like a youth thing, I think, and every player goes through this, but teams in the big leagues are so quick to expose whatever deficiencies you have, and you got to be able to make adjustments pretty quick. And part of that is just having a really refined approach and understanding what pitchers are trying to do to you, so on and so forth. And man, you mentioned Curtis, right? Like, I'm not sure Curtis Meade totally got this when he was 21, 22 years old, right? But then you fast forward to 25 years old, and you can just see some of his takes are really, really easy, and he's not tempted to go out of the zone. And part of that is like, yeah, it's pitch recognition, but part of that is he just has a really, really clear understanding of what he's trying to do when he's up at the dish. And so some of the takes that on pitches that look close to the zone are actually pretty easy for him because they're not in a zone or not pitch types that he's looking for. And Brady, I think, is going to get there and hopefully get there sooner rather than later.
All right, so what have you seen from Dylan Cruz on the other side of it, the guy that came up so far in limited play?
Yeah, Dylan. He's been exciting in many respects, and then an exciting part of it as well is I think he's still got some serious room to improve, and exciting in that we talked so much about his athleticism. We saw it last night with the diving play he made, how he gets down the line, those things. He's also hitting the ball really hard. I think what's hurt him just in these, whatever amount of
12
at-bats
games.
it's been. It hasn't been many. Yeah. He's been torching balls, but they've been on the ground, right? You saw it last night with that laser. He hit the third for an out. Dylan knows this. I think it's just about turning those balls that he's hitting, whatever, 105, 106, 107, getting them off the ground so they're going for doubles and homers as opposed to outs and singles. So, but he's getting it, and he's looking more and more free with every plate appearance that comes, and so that's exciting. I know I tell you guys, but we're really excited about him, and we're going to be patient. It doesn't have to happen overnight with them, but we're really excited about him.
Paul, have you been happy with the way the team has played defensively the last few games? Seems like the numbers have been slightly better than the first 50.
Well, Ruiz threw out 3 runners the other night.
That's true.
To
He
end
did.
innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. There's always stuff that's going to bother us probably, but
yeah.
But I have, and I think a lot of it, outfield D has been great, really the whole year. Catching defense has been good. And, infield D has been good, and a lot of that honestly has to do with CJ. CJ is he's been great. He's coming and getting the ball and not sitting back on it. Arm accuracy has been awesome. So that's been fun to watch. The one misplay last night was a PFP with Mitch. You probably saw it, but the bunt back to him, not going home. So I think we just have to clean up those smaller things on the margins, but I think we will. But to go back to your question, I have been happy with it, and I think if we continue to do that over the course of the next month or two, like I said at the start of the call, I think we'll be in good shape.
100 games to go. You're 31-31, sitting at 500. One thing which we really haven't talked to you about, and we get fans talking to us all the time about ownership and spending. How often do you talk to ownership? Do you have weekly meetings? What's the relationship there? What's the communication from you, Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations, to the ownership group?
Yeah, I talk to him on a daily basis, and it was one of the things that I said when I
Who do you talk to though? Because I know the Washington Post wrote an article about that. There's so many people involved, so much family. Is there one person you're talking to?
I'll keep that to myself, but
okay.
I talked to a number of them,
okay.
And we got great relationships. But going back to what I was going to say is one of the things that I said from the start is, if you look at the most stable organizations across sports, right, they got extremely tight connections between ownership to the person in my role, to the person in Blake's role. So if there wasn't that desire at the outset, quite honestly, I probably wouldn't have taken this job. And it takes Blake being on board with that, obviously myself and ownership, and it's been good. We've been in lockstep, and they've been incredibly supportive of what Blake and I and the rest of the group want to do, and I think that's going to be the expectation going forward too, which is exciting.
All right, so 105 game today, closing out the series. You've got you guys are going with Andrew Alvarez. I think he's making his first start, going against Max Meyer. Not many people are talking about Meyer. Meyer is having a really good year. He's 5-0, ERA under 3. So talk about today's matchup and what do you expect from Alvarez? Yeah,
Alvy, obviously, he was thrown into this role with Jake going down, and he's been really good for us. Obviously, the last go around wasn't his best outing, but he's been good, and so much of it for him, I think, just comes to attacking the zone, and the breaking balls are really good, and so if he can just establish the fastball and then start spinning guys, I think he'll have a lot of success. So, and then Max Meyer, man, you hit on it. He's having a great year. I mean, he's a former 3rd overall pick out of the University of Minnesota. Really high expectations coming out of the draft, and quite honestly, he never really put it together until this year. And this year he's been awesome. So, one thing that Miami does really well is you saw it with Sandy Alcantara the first night, but they evenly split a number of different pitch types, right? So, if Sandy's throwing, call it 5 different pitches around 20% of the time, it's really tough to sit on a particular pitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the same goes for Max. He's throwing, I might have this slightly off, but he's throwing his fastball, slider, and sweeper probably each 25, 30% of the time, and then he's going 2-seam change the other, 10 to 15% of the time. So it's really tough to just eliminate one pitch and sit on another. You got to be able to cover multiple pitch types and multiple counts. So he's been really good for him. The good thing is, like I always tell you guys, we got an offense that we really believe in. So we'll put competitive at bats together and look to win this game.
All right. Good luck today. Before you guys head out west, let's get a win today against the Marlins.
Awesome. Appreciate it, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Paul. Yep.
It's Paul Taboni, President of Baseball Operations for the Nationals. Joins us every Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Next, we're going to talk to one of the biggest Knicks fans out there. Actor, comedian Michael Rappaport joins the Junkies. You know the Junkies love Surfside iced tea and lemonade. Surfsides are fantastic. I don't have the copy in front of me, Valdez, but here's the deal about Surfside. We love all the flavors. We love our Surfside iced teas and lemonade and vodka and lemonade. It's 100% real vodka, 100 calories. We know this about Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. They go down smooth, perfect for game day, perfect on the golf course. So go out and get your Surfside. You do have to be 18 or over. Please drink responsibly.
Lyrics to go. 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 Going on and on to the rhythmic variation.
Hey, real quick, a shout out before we hopefully hook up with Mr. Rappaport, but got to give a shout out to the great people at Window Nation, Cakesy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, they're just so easy to work with. They sent 2 guys out, not sure of their names. They sent them out on Friday. 2 new windows in my office at home. They looked spectacular. They did a great job. They did it pretty quick. And I bought them lunch. I said, "Are you hungry?" They said, "Sure." And I said, "Well, what do you want?" They told me.
What'd you buy them for lunch?
They wanted Big Mac meals.
Well, who doesn't want one of those?
So I hooked them.
Yeah. Very good.
But they were great, and Window Nation's awesome. I want to thank everybody over there.
Very good.
For installing those 2. So
I've been
wanted to give a shout out to them.
I've been so locked into kind of the same go-to McDonald's meal.
Yeah.
That I don't even remember having a Big Mac. I'm sure I've had one in my life, but I've been such a quarter pounder with cheese guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is is that the number one? I don't know where it is.
I don't know the numbers.
I think next time I'm inspired to get a Big Mac because it's just been so long.
It was big. They were definitely big. You could have talked to those guys better than me.
Okay, they're Latinos.
Yeah,
nice.
They were awesome.
Nice. I always surprise
I wish
people.
I had asked them their names because I could give them a shout out, but I didn't.
I always surprise people when I talk to people in Spanish. I guess I don't look Latino, but it is what it is.
Oh, I know you're good at that.
Nah, I'm not great. I don't practice anymore. My mom's not around, barely speak. So you start forgetting. All right, scheduled to join us is Michael Rappaport, and I was assured he's locked down. Michael Rappaport, a huge Knicks fan. However, I will tell you this because I just tweeted an image, and I'll bring it up. So I went to, I just went on Google and I just put Michael Rappaport, Knicks.
All right.
Because I wanted a picture of him in Knicks gear.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple pictures popped up with the Brooklyn Nets jersey.
Oh, well, that's probably AI, right? There's no chance he would wear. He's going to wear a Brooklyn Nets jersey if he's a diehard Knicks fan.
What if he's been a Brooklyn guy and he's jumped on board to the Knicks?
I don't think you can root for both. I think if you were a Nets fan and then all of a sudden you're a Knicks fan, people are just going to call you out on it.
Just type up Michael Rappaport, then look at images, and you see him with the Nets jersey.
Well, that's not good for your brand if you claim to be a
Maybe he wasn't a New Jersey guy, but did he grow up in Brooklyn?
Possibly.
I can
I
look
gotta
it up.
look at his wiki page. But I know he talks
Oh, was he
a lot
on a
about
show, Brooklyn Nine? It might be he was on a show, I think. Was it a TV show?
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Is he on that show? I don't know. That's Andy Samberg is on it. I don't know if he has a role in that or not.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
He was born in New York City. He grew up on the Upper East Side of Manhattan.
Okay, he's a Manhattan guy. I'm just telling you, when I was looking at images, I saw Brooklyn.
Did it say Brooklyn Nets or just Brooklyn?
Now you're going to have me go back to the images.
All right, while you research that, we're going to go to our friend Big John, who's calling in. John, good
Big
morning.
John, what's
You're
up,
on with
buddy?
the Junks.
He didn't make it out to Dewey.
No.
Yeah, what happened?
No, I had a show in Newport News, so I slept in my car to save money down there and did some banging shows, 20-minute features, man. I am on my way.
You're
good for you.
On your way where? What does that mean?
On my way to getting out of the 10-minute host ghetto. I'm on my way to
you've doubled it.
Yeah. I got an easy 30 minutes in my pocket, and I'm killing them, man. I'm killing them.
There you go. Good for you.
He's on his A game.
Hey, look,
Of course, he had to sleep in his car.
I've seen videos of successful comedians who talk about it. Sometimes it's taken like 10 years.
Well, John, how long have you been at it? How long have you been in the comedy game?
As of the 4th of July, it'll be 21 years.
21.
Okay, he's taking the longer path.
21, and he's like Jason mentioned, sleeping in his car. Now, it's good he's progressing, but
Where was the car parked when you slept in it?
Peninsula Community College in near Virginia Beach. You know, it was a nice isolated spot.
Did you have the windows down? You didn't sleep with the car on.
Well, no. I slept alternately in the car, and there was a bench next to it. So,
outside.
But it was good because the next night I got a motel in Virginia Beach over Memorial Day. It was $420.
What is the number one joke that kills them?
Well, I did an NSFW bit last night that always works, but I always start off with, well, I can't do that one on radio either, but no, I mean, I've got so many. You guys have to really see what's going on. In fact, I would love to organize a DC Improv 30-year celebration with me doing stand-up and anyone else on your staff.
I like how you just invited yourself to the DC Improv.
Yeah, you booked your own show.
Well, I opened for John Witherspoon in 2011 at the DC Improv. So there you go.
Really?
All right, John.
Didn't know
Look, the last time I saw you do stand-up, it was in my house, and you were getting heckled by Rom.
Yeah.
Well, Rom is a jerk.
That is true.
That is, we all agree on that.
He purposely tried to sabotage my set, and I had a few choice words with him out. And he's a jerk, and he's also kind of a coward because he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He started bawling on me, and it was not a pretty picture. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to tell Michael Rappaport that I will audition for him as a feature to open for him, and in exchange, I will wear Knicks gear every day of the series.
Well, hopefully we'll be joined by Michael Rappaport. You can grasp.
You better go to the 4XL section of Fanatics to get that.
Cakes. Here's the picture that I was looking at.
Yeah. I mean, that looks like a Brooklyn Nets jersey. That's not a good look. All right.
I mean, you can't be a Knicks and a Nets fan.
No, it's...
Maybe he lost a bet and had to wear it.
That's probably it, because that would be frowned upon.
I'll give you a sample joke. All right, this one always kills. I know I need to lose weight. It dawned on me the other day. I was shopping for clothes. I get all my clothes from this online big and tall shop. I typed in so many X's it redirected me to Pornhub.
Maybe it's not because it's not.
That really gets them, huh?
That joke's
also, people are drinking at clubs.
Coming soon to a park bench
So they'll
near
laugh at
you.
anything.
Big John, thank you for the call.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pivot. Hopefully, Michael Rappaport will join us in the next segment.
Yes.
Okay.
And right now, it is Game Show Wednesday. Your chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. You can call in now, 1-800-636-1067. We will play Who Am I?
Love it. Is it the round robin version, or is it just...
Do you prefer?
I don't really care either way.
Let's go round robin.
Dealer's choice.
Round robin.
All right.
I always get nervous during this because I can get backed into a corner and I can just freeze.
Right.
That's part of the allure of the game.
1-800-636-1067 to play some round robin.
And those are great tickets, by the way.
Hey, what'd you make of Taboni's answer about the ownership? Because we do get people love to club the learners.
As far as he wouldn't
tell you
who he talks to. There's not one go-to guy.
I'm sure he talks to multiple people that
I'm sure
are
he talks to
involved with
Mark,
ownership.
and he probably talks to 10 different people.
Like every single day.
He doesn't want to kind of get into his discussions with ownership. I'm
Let's
sure a
keep
lot of GMs or presidents of baseball ops would probably tell you the same thing.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
I have no problem with him being a little secretive there. No issues.
Yeah. But I think the issue is that the ownership of the Washington Nationals is kind of a cloudy, murky situation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's anybody that takes the job that he's in, he knew that coming in.
Correct.
It wasn't like all of a sudden he accepted the job and then realized there's a bunch of multiple people that he has to deal with.
Like if you
on the
ask
ownership level.
Will Dawkins or Michael Winger, they say Ted Leonsis.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
not murky.
It's more clearly delineated.
But this next baseball season could be kind of a disaster because if you read some reports from the MLBPA, they feel like there's a large gap between ownership and what this next deal would encompass.
Right.
Because the owners want to have a salary cap and a salary floor.
Yep.
And the players don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be a huge gap. So you may see a smaller season next year, like they had in 1994. It's a possibility. If you have a lot less games.
636-1067 if you want to play the round robin. Who am I for your chance to win tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan? We talked about it, I guess, while you were gone. Bryce Harper had some comments, and he was saying that they just don't want to lose the momentum of the league. That actually the Dodgers winning the World Series and a lot of different things have contributed to higher ratings internationally. The game's at a great spot. Attendance is at a great spot. So maybe the players will
It's just interesting.
cave.
It's just interesting. I don't think they will. It's just interesting that the league wants the salary floor, and that includes ownership like the Nats, and they don't want to spend any money.
Right.
All right.
So
Michael,
they want to go from 60 million to 170 million. Really? It's kind of confusing.
Radio Insider Cakes. Michael Rappaport is changing our plans on the show.
It's okay. It's all
again.
good. We can pivot again.
We're not going to play the game. Clear the phone lines. Caller number 10. Simple as that.
Oh,
Caller
no,
number
who
10.
am I?
You get 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. Double Trouble Tour 2026. That's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/event. You got Knicks Spurs game one tonight. We'll talk to one of the biggest Knicks fans, actor, comedian Michael Rappaport, next here on The Junkies.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Pops dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts on the greens. You need more ideas this Father's Day? Well, they've got gift cards in any amount. Plus, they've got their online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
NBA Finals Game 1 in San Antonio tonight. Knicks take on the Spurs. Knicks, of course, have won 11 in a row, return to the finals. One of their biggest fans is actor and comedian Michael Rappaport.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, Michael? How you feeling? We punch him up.
I believe he's
All
there
right,
right
there
now.
he
Michael?
is.
Michael, what's
how you
up, bud?
feeling, Michael?
Michael Rappaport.
All right, we're efforting
more
behind the scenes. There have been a few phone snafus over the last day or two, but
there has? Okay.
hopefully he's good now.
Yeah, we can ask
I'm
him.
good.
Yeah, you're good
There
now.
you are.
There he
There he
is.
is. There's
There
our
you
guy.
are, Mike.
How you feeling?
Gentlemen, take 3. I'm feeling real good, real rested, and real confident. And for the first time in my life, I actually feel and trust that the Knicks are going to win the NBA championship. I did not say that or feel it in my gut, in my soul in 94.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly didn't feel it in my gut and soul by the time we made it to the finals, beaten up in 1999. We're a better team. We have, albeit not much more experience, but we have more experience. We're ready to go. I think it's not going to be easy. I think that New York is going to have a field day with the French Freak. I say that respectfully. And I don't mean the players. I mean the fans. They're going to incite. This guy is going to incite the New York fans like nothing we've ever seen. More than Trae Young, more than anything the Boston Red Sox have done.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be fantastic, but I really feel like the Knicks are going to win the championship.
I'm curious, Michael, who was your guy growing up? So you're our age. We were all born in 1970. I think you were born in 1970 as well. So when you're a
Correct.
kid, you're a Knicks fan. Who was your guy?
Well, going back, it was Michael Ray Richardson, Sugar Ray Richardson, Bill Cartwright when I was a young kid.
Mm-hmm.
Then, of course, Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
And then Bernard King was
Oh, he was a
he gave us
monster.
so much.
Yeah.
He gave us so much excitement, and he was just unstoppable. Obviously, he came down to D.C. After his injury and continued his career. He was never the same, but he had some great moments as a bullet.
Yeah, he was a good player.
And
no doubt.
Yeah.
and of course, Patrick. And then in the '90s when we got Oakley traded, and Mason and Ron Harper.
Spree, were you
And
a big
of course-
Spree guy?
Of course.
Yeah.
And the thing about those teams then is we were we were going against Jordan, we were going against Hakeem, but those teams really exemplified New York for better or for worse. They were flawed, they were rugged, they were a little bit dysfunctional, they were all grit and all heart. And I feel like this team today is the same way. It's the sort of New York 2026. These guys are all understated. They're hard not to like. They don't look for attention. Everything is about the team. They have an obvious chemistry and a friendship, with the Villanova guys. And you can't pay for that. You can't trade for that. That's just the luck of the draw. And I think that goes a long way. And like I said, we have the experience. And I think that we have the best player. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama is a better two-way player than Jalen Brunson. But when the money's on the line at this point, Jalen Brunson is the guy who's done it with 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, more than Wemby. We know the ceiling on Wemby is, we don't know how far it's going to go. And we know he's great defensively and all that stuff, but we don't know if he could get you a bucket when he needs to get you a bucket during the crunchiest of the crunch times. And let's not forget, last season, he put up 61 against the Spurs. Now, the French freak, respectfully, he put up 40, but it's not like Jalen can't score against them. And Karl-Anthony Towns he's a handful. He's an all-star center. So I think that obviously I respect the Spurs. They're a likable team. They're a young team. I love De'Aaron Fox. They're well coached. They're primed. But I feel like truly from the bottom of my heart, we're going to win this championship, barring any crazy injuries. Because, everything could change. A guy could bust his elbow. Who the heck knows what happened with Mitchell Robinson? That's still to be determined.
Yep.
what happened, how it happened, and how he's going to look on the floor. But I feel great.
Hey, Michael, what sort of strings are you going to pull to get into the Garden for Game 3? I've seen like the lowest price to get in at this point is like $4,300.
Yeah, you got any connections, my friend? I'm sure you do.
Well, as you know, me and the owner, we are not on the best of terms.
Right. So have you been banned?
I'm not banned from the Garden, but an A-list actor like myself, well-known, directed the 30 for 30 award-winning 30 for 30 when the Garden was Eden. Been a fan since, before Dolan, was listening to Muddy Waters because, he's a big blues guy, this guy. He's a illustrious blues singer. But I no longer get my free tickets. So I might be at Game 3 or 4. I might not. I certainly won't be on the wood.
Yeah.
I will not be in the fancy seats. If I'm in there, I'll be in a box.
Yeah, Michael, much cheaper just to book a flight to San Antonio and go to the game there. I know it's not the same aura and ambiance as Madison Square Garden, and you're not hated by the owner there, as far as I know.
Oh man, how would that work? That would be bad if I showed up in San Antonio for a game. I am not hated by the owner. It's only Dolan, and it's. I think the prices are ridiculous. Me personally, unless I'm spoiled, man. Unless, I'm in the easiest of the easy seats, I'd rather be at home on 72 inches of good loving. I got 72 inches of good loving on that wall in 4K HD. And I watch the game and I eat my Talenti. I scream, yell. I go to the bathroom when I want. And, really that's the way I like to watch the games, to be totally honest, unless I'm sitting on that wood.
So you just watch it by yourself. You don't invite buddies over to watch with you.
No. Me and my wife.
Oh, you and your wife.
She watches and, yells at me for yelling and all that kind of thing. But I don't like too much chatting and talking. And I want to listen to, Mike Green make the call. I don't want all the armchair experts and the Monday morning power forwards. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, Michael, give us.
This is religious. This is a religious experience for the Knicks to be in the finals.
Yeah. Give us the vibe in New York City right now as the Knicks are about to take on the Spurs tonight.
Yeah, the buzz.
Man, you guys know what it is. It's genuine excitement, genuine enthusiasm, and we don't feel. I'll say one thing as far as the fans, no one feels surprised that we're there. We've been through the fire. Last year was close but no cigar. The year before that, injuries. This is the way it's supposed to work. We've earned this chance to win an NBA championship. I think everybody's feeling confident, not overconfident. And, New York, D.C., Baltimore, Philly, East Coast, we love basketball. It's part of the architecture of New York City. Basketball courts are all throughout the 5 boroughs.
Mm-hmm.
You play, you don't play. The game is the city game. And you can feel it. People are pumped.
All right, Mike. We're going to let you go, buddy. We know you got to go. Good luck to your boys. If they win, we'll get you on the show again. Okay, buddy?
Oh, don't worry.
We might get you on if they lose. We might get you on if they lose, too.
That might, you might have to go to a mental institution and see if you could catch me on the phone then.
Okay. All right, man.
All right. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks for calling us in.
All right, guys.
See you, buddy. Man, that guy is ready, and he's got supreme confidence.
I mean, the Knicks haven't been in the finals in like 50-plus years. I mean, it's a lot of pent-up.
They haven't won, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They haven't won it. My bad. They've been
73
there,
is when they won, yeah. Correct.
I think the only guy that wants to be on the wood more than him's EB.
Yeah, he's desperate to be on the wood.
They are brothers in arms.
They do love the wood.
Wow.
It's funny that the owner hates him. Just hates his
Yeah,
guts.
remind me where
I
that
don't know where
started.
the squabble originated, but I mean, he's clearly an outspoken guy. So I'm sure, during the lean years of the Knicks, he must have been highly critical of Dolan and the ownership.
Yeah, Mike's a typical loudmouth New Yorker.
Yeah.
Probably said some things the owner didn't like, and
yeah,
the owner will go have security grab signs from people in the stadium.
Yeah.
So I don't put it past the owner of having thin skin.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks like being critical.
I was there. I was obviously in New York this past weekend, and I got to tell you, man, you could tell the vibe was so positive about this particular team. Now they've been on an unbelievable run. Two sweeps in a row, 11 straight, just killing teams. Jalen just killing everybody. But this is the Spurs, man. This isn't the Sixers.
I just want a good series.
Not the Hawks.
What I'm afraid of, all right, I could see the Knicks pulling it off. I mean, they've been rolling and just pummeling.
Mm-hmm.
But their competition, the Sixers.
The Hawks before that.
And then the Cavs. I might feel differently if they had played the Celtics. And look, the Sixers beat the Celtics. I get it. My fear would be if the Spurs handle them tonight, then it's to be like, okay.
Yeah.
Because, some people say regular season doesn't matter, but Spurs had a better record. They were the better team in the regular season. They beat OKC, who everybody thought might repeat.
On their floor.
And they got the best
lose.
player in Wemby.
Yep.
So my fear is a Spurs blowout, but hopefully it'll be a good game. We got to get out of here for Bish Cake. CB is not here. I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. BMitch and Finlay next. Baseball season's in full swing, and there's only one way to celebrate with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside, it's the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside's only 100 calories, 0 bubbles. That means it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. You do have to be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? A 2-goal Hurricanes lead was wiped away. The score was tied 3 times, but Vegas came away with a 5-4 victory against host Carolina in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Game 2 on deck for Thursday. And Chicago Bears quarterback Caleb Williams has been selected as the cover athlete for Madden NFL 27, making him the first Bear to ever grace the cover of the game. It is worth mentioning that quarterbacks have had success beating the alleged Madden curse, but still something to watch for this season. And right here on 106.7 The Fan, we've got a series finale between the Nationals and the Marlins. 1:05 p.m. is first pitch. Andrew Alvarez on the bump for Washington, who look to avoid the sweep. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Boop, boop, boo. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You know what today is? Ball night. I'm fired up about basketball, dude. Listen, I've been getting by.
It's Camel Day. Not toes, Camel Day.
Take it easy. There's just children.
They don't know they're at school.
Not for long.
I hope they're at school.
School's about out. Listen, man, I've been scraping by. Like last night, I had golf on. I had the college golf on.
Mm-hmm.
I
watched that
the
too.
Nats on, who just cannot beat the Marlins. I'm getting by, but I had the hockey on. Not gonna lie, Lauren wanted to go to bed. I was like, I could use some sleep. I went to bed. Who won the hockey game? I just
Vegas.
I can't.
Vegas came through.
4-3.
I don't know what the score was. Vegas came through at the end.
Okay,
5-4 Vegas.
Okay, I saw when Vegas got it to 4-3, and I was just like, you know what, man? Like, I need sleep, and the hockey. Eventually, it'll probably go 7, and eventually, I'll get really locked into it. But Canes Knights doesn't do it for me. But I'm rooting for Vegas. I bet on Vegas. The streak lives. Or maybe we have to start a new one because I bet some weird college baseball in there. But we're doing all right. You know what's good for me occasionally, Brian?
What?
Get a decent night's sleep. I don't do it very often.
JP, you're always in the house. You should be taking a nap sometimes.
Nah, dog. I'm like the late, great Marion Barry. I'm a bit of a night owl.
Yeah, but you're in the house. Like, when you're in the house, I don't know what you're doing because you don't seem to want to rest.
I watch sports.
Hey, man,
I'm a sucker for whatever's on.
I'm going to take you an hour nap, watch some sports, then go to sleep. You wake up the next morning, you'll be like, damn, what the hell was that?
We shall
feel great.
see.
I do it all the time.
We're also, I've been playing some lacrosse with Shelby, getting ready for some big tryouts at the end of the month.
Where to kick his ass, Shelby?
Lacrosse is a sport I know nothing about.
I know.
And am terrible. And I'll never understand why. And perhaps somebody out there can explain this to me. But I'll never understand why they make women's lacrosse way harder than, at least at this age, at young kids' age, boys versus girls. Now, in boys, there's hitting, which is obviously a very big difference. But you've held a lacrosse stick before, right? We have one in here somewhere?
No.
So boys' lacrosse sticks have that pocket. Like, you're able to loosen the netting so the ball sits down in there.
Mm-hmm.
Girls, you're not allowed to have a pocket. So it's just rigid. So it's like hard as hell to catch it and throw it.
Mm.
It's a very, I don't know. I'm sure there's a logical reason.
Is it a reason? I mean, like is it because lacrosse, field hockey, the same thing or close?
No, field hockey's with sticks, on the ground. Lacrosse is up in the air.
So why?
But there's a lot
why
of
would the
carryover
net
between.
Why would the net be totally different from one sex to the other? That don't make no sense.
I'm going to guess because of hitting. Because, like, boys, if you're getting hit, you need to be able to.
Well, when you get older as girls, you're gonna get hit.
I know. I'm telling you, it's bizarre. I don't know the difference, but I'm glad we've explored that.
We didn't explain it. We explored it.
Yeah, Stallion.
Some terrible exploring.
Why can't the Nats beat the Marlins?
Dude, I don't know. They're 1-4 against the Marlins this season, and it's honestly been throughout the 2020s. Like, they just can't beat them.
I feel like even when the Nats were good, like even that 15-19 stretch, the Marlins were still a pain in the ass.
They always are. I was just talking about this with White Brian here, and they just kill the NL East. They're the team that is always irrelevant, but when they play divisional teams, they just beat us. And for the Nats in particular, they crush us every single year. It's so annoying, man. It sucks.
Well, and it's like the Nats come off the high of beating the Padres, and that was 3 series in a row against like legit good teams. You take a series against the Braves, series against Cleveland, who's in first in their division, series against the Pods, who are one of the, I mean, because the Dodgers are the Dodgers, the Padres aren't going to win the NL West, but they're probably a wild card team right now. You wonder if there's any, Brian, you were the pro athlete. Is there any sort of letdown when you're riding high and then you've got kind of a bum team coming to town?
Like, yeah, you have that a lot because, like, listen, you always say don't read the press clippings, but people do. And you've been playing well, and then all of a sudden you're playing against a team that's sorry. Maybe that night you just hang out a little bit later. You don't study as much. You don't prepare the same way. Something that slight can make a big difference. But they could get back on the ball. They got him again, 2 more times, right? But that's it.
No, I think they got one tonight. They got one today, rather. And then they have an off day tomorrow because they're traveling west.
They could probably come back today and whip them.
Yeah, they've already lost the series.
Because once they smack you in the face, then all of a sudden you go, oh, I got to wake up.
The key to playoff baseball is to win series, right? Sweeps are great, whatever, but lose.
Yeah, that's playoff baseball. We're way away from there.
We weren't prior to this Marlins series.
We are way from there. We got almost 100 damn games left.
Sure.
So the playoff series, we think about that when we get there.
But all I'm saying is Miami's coming to town. You're 2 games over 500. You'd love to finish that series 4 games over 500.
Yeah,
and
true.
Instead, they're back to 500.
But baseball, 160-plus games, you're going to have some slumps somewhere along the way. Totally. And it's going to normally come against a bad team.
Yeah. And what's interesting, too, is that the Nats pitching had been really good, and the Marlins have put up a pair of touchdowns in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
So today's another chance to right the ship. Then they're headed out to Arizona. How would you phrase this? So the Nats don't get much kind of national television love, I would say. And now that NBC has this Sunday night baseball game, I'm really hoping maybe they get kind of flexed into one of those as the summer progresses.
Yeah, they're going to have to get 2 games, more than 2 games over 500.
Yeah, or they could just be playing the right team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you telling me Nats Phillies on a Sunday evening wouldn't be a good number, whatever that might look like. But they're playing on Peacock this Sunday. Does that count as national TV?
It's national. It's just that not everybody can see it. Only the people with a subscription can see it.
So one of the big, I don't know if you've heard this, but there is this pushback against the NFL going to all these streaming services for a handful of games. I guess the Thursday night series is on Amazon. Christmas Day is on Netflix. I'm sure there's is Black Friday on Peacock? They divide them all up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard this theory where it's people are like, oh man, it's not fair. I got to sign up for all these streaming services. Don't you think the bulk of people have it? The reason they're going to it, the reason these streaming services have so much money,
the bulk of people don't have it.
Hundreds of millions of people have it.
The reason that they do it because they know that their product is so damn people want their product, and if they put it anywhere, people can go looking for it.
I'm Googling this because I don't know the number.
Mm-hmm.
How many subscribers do you think Netflix has?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's over 100 million people.
Probably so.
Now, we'll just do
how many people in the
US.
United States, though?
There's about 350 million people in the U.S., right?
Okay.
All right. So I'm Googling how many subscribers does Netflix have in the U.S. My guess is 100 million.
Okay.
I think one out of 3 has Netflix.
But is that 100 million all football players? Fans?
Probably not.
So
okay. So 66 million in the U.S.
66 million has Netflix.
In the U.S.
And probably a high percentage of those don't watch football.
The amount of people that watch football in this country, I would bet a lot of the Netflix subscribers watch football. I would bet it's
and a lot of them probably don't because
2/3.
Netflix is not just football. Netflix is everything. You can get all kind of crap on Netflix.
How about this? Now, this is a little different because you get Amazon Prime Video if you have Amazon Prime, and people sign up for Amazon Prime to get their groceries and household goods delivered.
I got Prime.
Amazon Prime has 200 million U.S. members.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That's 2 out of 3 people in this country paying for that service.
Yeah. And
no wonder Bezos is
and like I said,
firing rockets to the
I
moon.
guarantee you, well over half of them don't watch football.
Yeah.
Because, like, let's be
But that
real.
still means 100 million do.
But I say well over half, so it's probably less than 100 million that probably. But the thing about it has nothing to do with football when you look at that 200 million. It has to do with the fact that every time any man walk home, they got to bring them little damn packages in the house. That's all that is. For every woman to make shopping easier. I would say
the amount of packages
200 million
home,
people. How many of those are men and women who initiated that thing? Most of them are women. I live in Howard 3.
Me too.
And every time I walk in, it's Aaliyah, Maya, Monica. It ain't me. You know what I mean?
You know what's remarkable about my wife? Sometimes I'll walk home, and listen, Shelby and Ainsley aren't ordering stuff on Amazon.
Hell no.
They will be soon, probably. But there'll be 6 packages at the door, stacked up. You can't even open the damn door. Can't even open the storm door to get in the house, right? And I'll be like, what is all this stuff? Oh, we need it. Do we?
No.
Like the ease of obtaining these goods.
They want it, but they make you feel like you need it.
No wonder.
When probably you're not wearing none of it.
200 million people in the country have Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
And you know why most of them got it? Because it says it give you a discount somewhere.
I think it's for the fast delivery.
Yeah, but it makes you feel like you're getting something special. It's just we are suckers, bro.
Wow. I mean, no wonder Amazon is just that dude.
Yeah.
You think Bezos buys the Seahawks?
I don't know.
I mean, Amazon started in Seattle. That was certainly kind of the rumor.
I mean, listen to me, bro. The amount of money he making, man could do whatever the hell he wants to do. If he wanted to buy the Seahawks, he can go in his back pocket and say, here, I buy the Seahawks today. But sometimes you don't want to deal with certain people. Like, the NFL, like you got to do things a certain way. He might be so big, he don't want to hear nobody else telling him how he going to do stuff.
He might be that big that he doesn't want to deal with other people. And the other people
might be scared of him.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, because
the other people have
Jerry
cash.
walk around now like, his don't stink.
Right.
But, if Bezos walk in too, you got to take a step back. You're not bigger than him.
Totally.
His chump change is what your team is worth.
Game 1 tonight in San Antonio. At some point, let's all make our picks, how many games, all that stuff.
You basically did that yesterday, Jay. You forgot?
We did it with Grubel, right?
Yeah.
But we didn't do it with the boys. Gotta get the boys on the board. How locked in are you for tonight's game? What time's tip off? 8:30?
It's not like I'm game planning it. Like it's gonna be on TV. It's not like I call my boys and say, "Hey, we gotta be here." When we get off the day, I'm going to play golf. That's most important to me.
How'd you play yesterday?
I'm being honest with you, dog. Jay, I could have been in that college tournament last night. Probably could have done some things.
Those boys hit the snot out of the
ball. But I'm telling you, bro, my 7 wood might be really a 3 wood now.
What are the yardages you're hitting that thing?
Bro, I thought it was like 225, 230, but I'm getting distances way over that.
Wow. You're hitting that further than I hit my driver.
I don't even pull a 3 wood out the bag.
Wow.
And it's like when it could be sitting down the rough a little bit, whatever. The way it's cut, it just cuts right through it.
What is the loft on that thing? Close
21.
to 20? Okay.
And you know what? I'm not complaining.
So Spurs-Knicks starts at 8:30. I have all ears tonight. So I'll
have all ears every day.
I'll get home, call it 9:15, 9:30, and then it'll be ball night. And
you'll be in second quarter by the time you get home?
I wonder if
no. It might be closer to halftime because they started at 8, right?
8:30.
8:30?
Yeah. I wonder if a certain Greg Papa, noted New York Knicks fan, will be watching tonight. Because I wouldn't be shocked if I end up on his porch watching.
He's going to be watching.
Yeah. You think I end up on Papa's porch?
I think I'm going to fly over there and just, right when the game about to start, just unplug his whole system.
That'd be really rude.
Yeah, I know. I just like to do stuff sometimes.
I'm excited for these games.
Then we'll find out, does he have Amazon or Netflix?
We'll find out tonight. I'm glad these are just on regular broadcast television. I think for all the people that hate on the NBA ratings and all this stuff, I think these will be through the roof. I also think the NBA doesn't care.
It ain't hating on the NBA rating. The ratings are low compared to what they try to claim they are.
Especially to what they were in like the absolute MJ prime.
Yeah.
But I think this series will be massive, though. I think this will be...
They're going to push it like hell.
You have New York, and like the New York Knicks diaspora is all over the country, probably all over the world.
Yeah.
And then you have Wemby, who is this like incredible draw.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it. But I want to get into some Commander stuff because yesterday you and I were in Ashburn. At noon, we're going to hear from our friend Dave Zangaro, who covers the Eagles. All of a sudden, the Eagles in one day trade away A.J. Brown, who somehow reveals he's a lifelong Pats fan, which seems awfully convenient. And then Mekhi Lemon.
That's a good way of getting in good with the with fans, right?
Boston fans, yeah. And then Mekhi Lemon pulls up with this soft tissue.
hammy.
Yeah.
That could be a problem for a long time.
So we're going to talk to Dave about that. I wanted to have a brief discussion with you, though, about Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Now, Bill had a good rookie season, and I thought he was really pretty good. Now, he wasn't this – I think people really love Bill because he has a really cool nickname, just calling him Bill, and he's a super nice young man. Like, there's a lot of reasons to like him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But – he did put the ball on the ground a couple times, probably too many. It wasn't all sun and roses for Bill his rookie season, but by and large, super productive player for a 7th-round running back. So just keep this in mind, right? Last year, Bill ran the ball 175 times. Also had 9 catches. So you're talking about 184 touches for a rookie running back his first year in the NFL. The year prior, he didn't play.
Yeah.
He had 13 carries at Arizona before the NCAA, doing their ridiculous, idiotic thing, shut him down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 2023, he had 189 carries at New Mexico. So this young man was effectively a year removed from football, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you always say, what do you need to play football? You got to play football.
Yeah.
So he's a year removed from any football. Then he comes into the NFL and has 184 touches.
Mm-hmm.
That is significant to your body. And your body's not exactly tuned up for it. So now we're in May and June, and he's not practicing. This is a 0 out of 10. And I think we have another OTA session next week where we will be. Then they have mini camp the week after that. Should Bill not do any team drills through June, I remain at 0 out of 10. I don't think we should. I don't think people should try to make this more than it
shouldn't be worried about it right now. I mean, he could have nicked something in training, and they're like, okay, let's not further this thing anymore. Let's not hurt it anymore. Let's just pull back. Like I start worrying when they're putting on pads. When they're putting on pads and getting ready to play real football, I'm concerned. This time of the year, I don't care. Even like the Mekhi Lemon thing. The only thing that makes you worry about that is those soft tissue injuries can be affected with pads on or not. So you're running around doing anything, if you can hurt it a little bit more, you can also irritate it some, that can last a whole damn year. So you want to be careful with that one.
Totally.
But other than that, nobody cares.
And maybe Bill's situation is a soft tissue. Who knows?
Could be.
But
because he was getting ready to practice and then they came and pulled him off. So like
now is the time for caution.
Yeah. When I see like somebody getting ready to go and somebody pull them off, I'm always like, okay, what the hell is really happening here? That could be injury. That could be, they working on something, they dealing, whatever. But I'm always concerned about that thing. But it's nothing at this point that I'm going to be overly concerned about.
That's my point, is that it's June 3rd. They don't play a game till September 13th.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to be pulling dudes out of drills, now's the time. Because you're 3 months away.
Yeah.
Maybe 4. June, July, August, September. I don't know. Is that 3 or 4?
Do what?
September 13th. Is that 3 months away or 4 months away?
September 13th is like 3 months away.
Okay. 3. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I want to talk David Blau. I want to talk Terry McLaurin. I want to talk Jaden Daniels. We're going to get into all of that when we return. It is BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's BMitch here. The warm weather is here, and I'm already back outside riding my bike. I'm getting ready for Bike to the Beach. So you could join me for Bike to the Beach on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. If you can't make it, you can show your support with a donation. We finish with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. So let's ride, make a difference, and start the summer out strong together. Join my team or start your own today at biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org. We need your support.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Chicago Bears quarterback Caleb Williams has been revealed as the cover athlete for EA Sports' Madden 27 video game. EA released 2 covers featuring Williams this morning. The first was the cover for the standard edition version of the game, which features Williams throwing a jump pass with the city of Chicago in the background. The second was the deluxe edition cover, in which Williams is doing the Iceman celebration he showed off after beating the rival Green Bay Packers on a walk-off touchdown late in the regular season. And some French Open news. Aryna Sabalenka, the world's #1, was just upset in the French Open, and this women's side of the bracket has been decimated by early upsets, so really this tournament has become anyone's for the taking. Want a degree, certificate, or new skill? If you live within 6 miles of MGM, the local impact grant means that you could go to PGCC tuition free. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and to enroll today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
If you want to go and take a ride with me. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. What's the chat up to these days, Dub B? They wilding in there? They usually are.
Yeah, they always are.
We're getting into kind of the heart of summer. Kids,
they like you yet, White Brown?
Kids generally have like a week left of school or so. Are there fewer people in the chat, or does it stay pretty steady?
We always have our good regulars, Captain Todd and Dev and Tay. But yeah, there's some people are in and out.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to start taking some vacations here. As you know, Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Brian, we were in Ashburn yesterday. Lovely day, I might add.
It was.
David Blau spoke for the first time since his introductory presser back in January, whenever that was. And we're starting, now that we've gotten to see a little bit of this offense through 2 OTA sessions, and we see that they're actually huddling up. One really funny note from Josh Connerly, the rookie right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He said this, because he played his college ball at Oregon, and then last year was Cliff's system. He's like, dog, I don't think I've been really in a huddle since Little League. Because Oregon, they don't huddle.
Yeah.
And then last year with Cliff, they kind of did, but not like it is now.
They didn't really.
Where there's way more verbiage. And the other thing Connerly told me, I was kind of, so one thing Blau has talked about is some of it's going to look new, but some of it's going to look similar. Like Blau, I think to his credit, was like, we still did a lot of good things last year. I'm not trying to throw everything out.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Connerly, I was like, so what's some of the stuff you'd like to see stick around? He's like, well, we ran outside zone really well. We just didn't do it enough. spoken like a true offensive lineman.
Hey. He spoke like everybody else that watched the damn football game too, right?
Remember second and goal from the 1 in Minnesota?
Yeah, we threw it like 7 times. And I think we got a field goal. No, we didn't even score.
No, they went for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
And then J.J. McCarthy went right down the field.
That is the damn problem right there. Maybe if you ran the ball a little bit more, things would have been different.
Agreed, Brian. So things will be different. And David Blau spoke yesterday and kind of talked about what this offense is going to look like.
I really do think, as we grow, we're a sum of everything that we've kind of taken in. So there's been things that I've really liked along the way from other places that we will certainly look like. There's things that we did here that I really like that you guys will see as well. So, as a staff, that has been the goal, so that you can walk into this offense and say, well, why is it called that? And everybody in football always says, well, we've always done it that way. The goal was to eliminate all of that and build it from the ground up, the collaboration, and we're going to make the 26 Commanders offense our own.
So what does that look like to you, B?
Making it their own? So one thing about it is, if you look at most players in the league and you look at these offenses or defenses, whatever, nobody comes in and does exactly what they've done their whole life. They do some of what they've done. They've seen some of what they saw somebody else do that worked, and they implement it in their game. What he means is you're going to see a lot of what Ben Johnson did in Chicago. You're going to go back to what he did in Detroit. Because that's where he really began to cut his teeth to becoming that coach.
Right.
Deuce Staley talked about him as a player. They can see that dude was going to the coaching mindset. But when you looked at the offense from 2024 and last year, there were things that Cliff did that actually worked. So if you can implement that in by doing some of that stuff from under center, it'll look different. Then you could go back in the shotgun and do it again. It's a different look, but a way of getting to it. So what he means, I'm gonna get a lot of stuff that I think worked, and I'm gonna make it all into one offense. So if you look at it, it's not Detroit, it's not Chicago, it's not all of Washington, it's not where he might have been before that. It's a combination of those things put together, and it's the first time you've probably seen all those things together at one time.
I want to open these phones up. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's really interesting to kind of think about what this new offense might look like in Washington. And I'm curious if there's any specifics people want to see. For me, it is motion. I want to see pre-snap motion because I think pre-snap motion, if you go back and listen to Peyton Manning talking about playing quarterback and trying to learn as much as you can before the snap for the quarterback.
Totally.
Identify coverages. And NFL defenses have gotten really good at disguising what they do and kind of adapting on the fly. And that's why things have maybe gone from reads to progressions more. If you're interested in that, there's like a lot of cool information out there.
But I think the offenses that do the shifts pre-snap, do the motions, they can do what they want on defense by trying to disguise stuff. Once you start moving, they got to show you what's going on. And you watch some of these offenses, they line up, a guy goes in motion. As soon as the defense starts to adjust, they stop. And then you'll see a big shift. Ball snap, that defense had to identify what the hell they were doing. So, but if you just line up and you run it from where you line up, that defense is going to get you every time.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin has said plenty of interesting things. Terry's an insightful fellow.
Yep.
But one of the things he talked about with the offense, especially marrying the run in the pass game a little bit better, running more motion, running more play action, is it's better for Jaden, but it's better for everybody. It's better for the O-line. It's better for the receivers. Like, there's so much angst about, is this receiving core good enough? You know what's going to help every receiver? Play action.
Yeah.
And, like, routes that correspond more, where maybe one guy's job is to take the safety with him as another dude comes underneath. And not to suggest that didn't happen in Cliff's offense, but, like, there were so many hitches. There was so much short stuff in Cliff's offense. I mean, how many times did you scream about the bubble and then finally, like,
do something off of it?
Play the vertical route off
like
of it.
the great offenses that you watch in this NFL and the great coaches, go back to Joe Gibbs and Eric Coryell, they ran the play. You know why? Because they was setting something else up. We went through a whole year and a half before they did anything other than that little bubble thing. You have to hit them with it soon because what happened, what started happening? People started to jump the bubble. There were times where we almost had that bubble pass intercepted. Well, hell, what's the guy, Gink, whatever, the outside linebacker? He did pick off one. Minnesota guy?
Van Ginkel,
yeah. I'm about to say Ginkle Biloba. But Van
Rocky Balboa
Ginkel intercepted one. Why? Because there was no disguising what we were doing. So if you all of a sudden go over the top, guess what? People stop looking for it and jumping it. They have to play the play now. They were able to jump based off of it. We were we showed people what we were doing, and we ran it. And eventually guys took advantage of us.
Sean is in Falls Church. Sean, what do you want to see out of this new offense?
I want to see that under center. I mean, I'm excited to see what it looks like. You were talking about Peyton Manning. He was talking about it one time on Monday Night Football where he likes to be under center because he can read the defense. He doesn't have to look down at the ball. That extra split second where he has to look down in the shotgun is just, I think it's huge. And I think it's going to allow, just Jaden to read the defense and be able to pick apart. You know, as long as he's healthy, I think he's going to be picking people apart a little bit more and a little bit faster, and it's going to be awesome.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. I'm with you, man. I think if you look at Caleb Williams last year with Ben Johnson running that offense, thanks for the call, Sean. His under center snaps jumped significantly. And honestly, the way Caleb plays quarterback, it's not a lot of quick identification of where his guy is. He runs around and he kind of plays
backyard.
Dude, the best comp in some ways for Caleb is like a weird evolution of Aaron Rodgers, who would wait and just stay behind the line of scrimmage. He wasn't a runner, but he would make guys miss. And I think that was probably a harder transition for Caleb to try to identify things faster and be under center. Jaden, to me, has always been a super fast processor, right? Like he's like what is it? Quantum computing. I feel like Jaden has been on that level where he sees, identifies quick. And talking with everybody from yesterday at practice, like I always harp on this. Like the hardest thing for quarterbacks to do is throw the ball where the receiver isn't, and where he's going to be.
But that's most college quarterbacks.
I think Jaden came into the league with that skill, and I think that will be highlighted by being under center.
Totally. Like the thing about like under center, you can be effective under center, you can be effective in the shotgun. But the under center does more disguising for you than in being in the shotgun. When you're in the shotgun, you can only do certain things. That running back is going to be on the right side or the left side. And if the quarterback moves up into the pistol, you basically are telling them what you're doing, only a few things. When you're under center, and the running back could be anywhere. He could be on the left, the right. It could be under the. It could be right in the eye. It could be back there by himself. You don't know if it's a pass. You don't know if it's a run to the left, right, down the middle, whatever. Under center just does more disguising for you. And I think if you are going to put something in front of most middle linebackers, most defensive coordinators, and that picture that they see is based off of what you're going to do, and you've done the same crap over and over again out of the thing, they're going to pick it apart. But if that picture can be a multitude of things, they have to stop, wait, then react. And that hesitation will help you out on offense.
You get a lot more multiple formations. You allow for a lot more motion. Talking David Blau and the new Commanders offense, what do you want to see? 800-636-1067. It's BMitch Finlay.
BMitch here. The sun's out and the roads are calling. But before you fire up that bike, make sure you reach out to my friends over at Law Tires and make sure that they're riding with you. They're the real deal. Law Tires are not just lawyers. They're riders too. And they understand the freedom, the community, and what families go through after an accident. When I ride, I know Law Tires have my back. And if something happens to you, they'll fight for you too. Ride smart, ride safe, and enjoy every mile this summer. Visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Calverson Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. You know what was pretty wild is going back to the 2012 season when Kyle Shanahan designed an offense for Robert Griffin III.
Yeah.
They came out in the Superdome in New Orleans, and nobody knew what hit them.
And that offense worked.
Dude, totally. I don't know
somebody
why
didn't want to run it.
I don't know why somebody wanted to not run it, but it worked.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be quite like that with David Blau and Jaden, but it's going to look different, and they're not going to show a thing until week 1.
Yeah, we know that.
I want to read some of what Blau said yesterday, but my man Ron is in Baltimore. Ron, what do you want to see from this David Blau offense?
Good morning, fellas. Love JT, BMitch.
We're good, buddy.
The boys in the aquarium. Look, what I would like to see is the versatility that Jaden can have when picking apart the defense with his arm and with his legs, and the receivers being able to create different matchups by going in motion. I don't think this is going to happen, but I would also like to see them keep Debo, because I think with Jayden being under center, that's a better suited offense to his skill set. As such, when he was in San Francisco, running a jet sweep and using his running and pass catching like coming out of the backfield.
You're not wrong, because in that Kyle Shanahan offense is where Debo excelled most. The Debo ship has sailed, though, I believe. I don't think Debo's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I really liked most of Ron's call there. We'll keep the phone lines open, 800-636-1067. David Blau got asked, how can this offense help Jaden Daniels evolve? And the answer was just trying to open his eyes maybe under center to some of the play action concepts and different things we want to stretch. Stretch people horizontally and vertically. We're not creating essentially new concepts, just asking them to do different things. And I think at the end of the day, it's about us trying to put our best players in positions to be successful.
Yeah.
We'll evaluate that throughout the spring and in training camp. They're not reinventing the wheel.
No, they're not. Listen, football's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
You're not going to do something that nobody hadn't done before, okay? But you can find something that's going to give you an advantage more times than it won't. We always talk about matchups being what football is about. But if I have a matchup and I can confuse you just a little or make you hesitate a little, I give myself an advantage. I recall when Kirk Cousins, I said this yesterday, I think, or either Monday. When Kirk was in Minnesota, he told the coach he wanted to do more play action. And he went through the analytics of it. And when he did play action pass, his yards per pass were like 2 times more than it was without play action. There's something there. And if you get quarterbacks asking for it, it's just telling you, if you do the play action well enough, when you turn away and they can't see that damn football, no linebacker in the world is going to just go flying in there or just drop back. He has to stop. Wait till you turn back, wait till he finally sees the ball, and he may just be a half a yard, 2 yards behind, and that's an advantage for you. Or if the running back gets it, all of a sudden he took just long enough to look to where the guard is climbed up and blocked him so he don't make the tackle. So I just think that it's going to help out because they're going to be doing more traditional instead of trying to do something where I got to take a snap and then still be perfect. It's too much stuff for me.
And within more traditional allows you to be more multiple, which allows you to then run fakes off the traditional.
Totally.
It's a full circle yin and yang type thing. Sean is in D.C. What's up, Sean? What are you trying to see out of this David Blau offense?
Hey, good morning, guys. I don't want to see a traditional offense. I want to see nothing but excitement. Trick plays, flea flickers, the running back throwing the ball to the wide receiver down the field. Something exciting. We have had a boring team, a boring offense for years after years. Bring some excitement to the team. What do you think about that, JP?
I mean, listen.
I'm going to tell you, I think it's crazy. I can tell you that. When they went to 4 Super Bowls, they did not do all that crap. They were traditional as hell, and they blocked and they ran and they threw play action passes. Flea flickers don't win you no football game. Tricking people ain't gonna win no games.
I think we'll see more of that. I think there will be some. Like if you go back, and Mark Bullock had a really good Substack on. Remember when they ran that flea flicker screen? It was a Eckler and McNichols were in the backfield. It was a handoff to McNichols, who then pitched it back to Jaden, and the pitch was a disaster, and they almost fumbled it. But then, typically on a flea flicker, you're looking for a deep shot. Instead, they threw the screen underneath to Eckler. I think you will see more creative plays like that.
But I'm saying, that's how often?
5% of the time.
Okay, so
and it only works once you establish everything else.
But that's what I'm saying. Why he say he want an offense like that, like you do this here? This is not college. College don't even do that. You have to be able to establish something to be able to run those plays. If you're not doing the other stuff
100%.
solid, then you damn sure can't do those plays.
100%. Like you got to get the basics.
This team
down.
went to 4 Super Bowls, turning around, handing the ball off to him running counter tray. That's basically what they did. And then off of that, they act like they were handing the ball, drop back, and hit people over the top. What else you want?
Our guy Jupe is in West Virginia. Gary Clark deep off play action. Elite. Jupe, what up, man?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, I want to see Blau maximize Timothy Daniels' arm accuracy. He's like one of the most accurate QBs in the league. Maximize his arm talents and motioning people around, primarily Terry. Move these guys around, create some openings for them. That's all I got for y'all.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, man. I got a bunch of good tweets on this. Thank you, Jupe. Always appreciate you, bud. Mama Stu checking in. I feel like we haven't heard from Mama Stu in a while.
Mama Stu in a long time, bro.
Mama Stu says, "This is Mama Stu. I miss you guys. I want to see in-game adjustments, play action, and a more balanced offense." I feel like that in-game adjustments is speaking to you, Brian. I know there were times where you got frustrated where you didn't see anything different.
Yeah, we don't have to wait till we go into halftime to adjust stuff. I played on teams where after the first drive, the questions were asked, what do you see? What's going on? Okay, let's do this. They adjust after the first drive. But we've gone through years of not making any changes until halftime. Sometimes that's too damn late. Game's out of hand.
I'm going to sneak one more call in here. Ooh, Brad calling from Oxford. Old Miss Brad, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. You know, the one thing that I still want to see is I don't want people to shy away from it. In this offense, I still want to see Jaden use his legs, man. So hopefully, you know, some of those fake play actions, we can see him roll out, move the chains. You know, I still want to see Jaden go.
I don't mind.
I'm with that.
To your point, I don't mind seeing use Jaden's legs, run boots. Like they really haven't done that. I think he could be lethal on boots. But I don't need to see as much designed quarterback running. I think Jaden will use his legs when it's appropriate. And I'm not saying to get rid of QB draws and all sorts of stuff. But Clifford calls some like power runs with Jaden. I'm not sure we need that, dog. This is the most valuable asset this football organization's had in 25 years. You got to let him play. In no way do you want to limit his scrambling or his ability to use his legs. But we don't need to draw up power either. Good conversation there. I want to circle back to some comments Terry McLaurin made yesterday. I also, this Camp Boozer stuff is just not going away. And you start to wonder if it's like building momentum at the right time or if it's smokescreen season. I want to have some NBA draft conversation. We'll keep the phone lines open. It is BMitch Finlay.
The Los Angeles Rams pulled off one of the biggest shockers of the NFL offseason on Monday when they acquired Myles Garrett in a trade with the Cleveland Browns. The Rams already had one of the best rosters in the league, and they've got even better with the addition of the two-time Defensive Player of the Year. At this point, the only way the Rams roster could get any better is if Aaron Donald decided to come out of retirement, but there's no way that's going to happen, right? We'll never say never because Donald spoke with multiple people and he's made one thing clear. A return could be on the table. And 1:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you stay here to listen live as the Nationals take on the Marlins in a series finale. The Nationals looking to avoid the sweep after dropping yesterday's matchup 7-3. Andrew Alvarez on the bump for Washington. Again, 1:05 p.m. We've got first pitch right here. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Give to me now.
BMitch Finlay 106.7 The Fan.
Boom,
I like.
baby.
This is gonna sound weird. I kind of can't get Cam Boozer out of my head all of a sudden. I'm very excited about the Wizards holding the number 1 overall pick in a few short weeks. Right?
Yep.
I'll be up in Brooklyn. Should be really exciting.
Brooklyn.
But I have not thought about Cam Boozer as that dude at number 1 at all. I have a friend. I don't know if you'll call him a friend, but I'll call AJ Atai a friend.
Yeah, AJ cool, man.
Wow, that's a nice
weird,
thing
but you know.
AJ's been hardcore on the Cam Boozer train, texting me about it, like I'm going to tell Will Dawkins what to do or something. And yesterday we had Nathan Grubel on from Draft Deeper, and this dude used to be an NBA scout and now runs his own kind of scouting service and website.
Mm-hmm.
His passion for Cam Boozer. If this dude was in sales, he could sell fire in hell. Dude,
I'm with that.
He made me think. Jeffrey, let's hear just a snippet of Grubel on Boozer.
What those two guys don't have, that Cameron Boozer does have, is the high-level processing to make someone else better or to make the right play when every single thing breaks down for them. I've watched Aaron Peterson struggle in terms of playmaking out of the pick and roll and trying to find other guys in passing windows and make them better. I've seen A.J. DeBonsa struggle with some turnover issues and have some poor shooting nets to where if the ball's not going in the basket for him, he's struggling to impact the game in other areas. So, yes, you can sell to a fan base and an ownership group the excitement level of one of those two guys. And by the way, I'm not trying to disparage them when I make any of those comments. They are excellent, excellent top-tier prospects in their own right. But it's of my belief and my opinion that when I evaluate and I watch these guys, and I'm looking for someone who is consistently about making the right play every single time and driving winning to a degree in which no other prospect this century has done, I want that player on my team, not just the exciting player that I can maybe sell a little bit easier to an ownership group or a fan base who might not be able to yield me the same results that I want, like Cameron Boozer does.
It's a very compelling case. So let's look at some of the actual numbers. And I have a big question on driving winning. Okay, in the conversation, AJ DeBansa for months has been the presumed number 1 pick. It was kind of DeBansa or Peterson. Peterson missed some time. It seems like DeBansa is that dude. DeBansa's been very clear he wants to be the number 1 pick. And hell, you should want to be the number 1 pick. The numbers, though, are really pretty similar. So this is Cam Boozer, who won Player of the Year, Naismith Player of the Year in college basketball last year. Cam Boozer, Duke obviously got to the Final Four where they had that just tremendous, heartbreaking loss against UConn, which I enjoyed tremendously from an Arizona golf course. But Cam Boozer on the season averaged 22 points per game, 10 boards per game, 4 assists, 1.4 steals, which is interesting. And you heard Grubel kind of talk about his defensive prowess, kind of breaking up passes, and about a half a block a game.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at DeBansa, he averaged more points. He was at 25.5 points. So three more points per game. Fewer rebounds, about 7 boards a game, fewer assists, fewer steals, fewer blocks. Now, the differences, if you look at 3-point shooting percentage, are marginal. DeBanza was shooting at a 33% clip from three. Boozer was closer to 40. He hit about 39. But the attempts per game, Boozer was shooting less threes per game and making more. So that makes a big impact. And if you look at just like field goal percentage, this is significantly different. So DeBanza, yes, he was averaging more points, but he shot a lot more.
Yeah.
DeBanza averaged 17 field goal attempts per game. For Boozer, that number's down below 14. And then you've got fewer shots, and Boozer's shooting a better percentage from the field at about 56%. Now, DeBanza's at 51, which is still strong. But how much of that is Boozer's able to play with his back to the basket, and in times you get better looks the closer in you are, versus DeBanza's a true wing guy. And when you look at the metrics and you dive in a little bit more, it is very interesting because I can see why you make the case for Boozer. But here's my question. You talk about driving winning at a place like Duke, where you're loaded. How many Dukies are going to get drafted? I know the big kid's going to get drafted. And especially if you're talking about dudes that are on this team this year that will be drafted over the course of the next 3 or 4 years, it's significant.
Yeah.
So, yes, you're driving winning. So Duke in this draft, I'm just looking at Tankathon. They project Boozer to go third. They project Isaiah Evans, sophomore small forward from Duke, to go in the late first round. They have him at 26 to Denver. And then they have Malik Brown going in the second round. So that's 3 dudes getting drafted at a program that has elite talent all over the field. Now, BYU is projected to have another dude get drafted, and Richie Saunders, a senior guard.
But with all those players,
but driving winning at Duke is different.
Yeah, but Boozer still stood out with those people.
Sure.
So when you can stand out amongst better talent still, it shows you have something. So it's not completely just a throwaway, just that he had better talent around him, because he did look better than all the other ones.
Totally.
So he didn't have to keep his brother around him, might have won some more games.
I do not think Boozer goes 1. The NBA draft's about
I'm not
potential.
thinking that at all.
But are you starting to wrap your brain around maybe he should?
Nope.
Really?
I'm still not wrapping my brain around that. Listen, man. One thing you always say is about the content game. And yes, the dude was a scout, but he's still trying to sell his content.
It's true.
Trying to promote his stuff. And he was very, very good at what he was doing. Sometimes you go into a courtroom and the lawyer that sounds the best still loses the damn case.
Right.
So he may just be very good at presenting stuff. I think he's going to lose this case.
I agree with that. I don't think Boozer goes 1, but I kind of remember we had Chase Hughes on a couple weeks ago, and he presented his theory that, like, you can argue that playing above the rim is less important in the shoot threes, pace and space era of the NBA. Like,
until they start drafting like that and stop promoting the people that kind of does it all the time, I'm not believing it. It sounds good, but when you look at the NBA, what do they promote? What gets picked year in and year out? Every once in a while, you find a Shea Gildress. You find a Brunson every once in a while. But for the most part, they salivate over the athletic above the rim guy.
All NBA team this year. This is first team All NBA.
Mm-hmm.
SGA, Joker, Wemby, Luka, Cade Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly 2 of those dudes are not elite athletes in Joker and Luka.
Mm-hmm.
Wemby, absolute most freak athlete on the planet.
Yeah. But the Joker does so much stuff.
Right. Would you say SGA is that dude?
Is it about the rim? SGA is a bucket.
Totally.
You know, that's the thing about
One
it.
thing that got lost in Game 7, he was excellent.
He was. He was.
Cunningham is kind of an evolving SGA type, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have the jumper SGA does, but he's a young player. Second team All-NBA, Kawhi Leonard, Jaylen Brown, Kevin Durant, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell. I don't know. It's interesting because, like, Kawhi's obviously that kind of wing type dude that could get to the bucket, has wild athleticism. Mitchell, I mean, for a smaller guard like that, the way he can dunk is banana land. Brunson, not really an athlete. Durant, even though he's a 7-footer, he's a shooter primarily. Yeah. Jaylen Brown, physical. Third team, Maxey, Murray, Jalen Johnson in Atlanta, Jalen Duren with the Pistons, and your boy, Chet Holmgren.
Not my boy.
Is he on the Josh Allen list now?
Nah. I just think he's soft as cotton.
Clearly.
Well, soft cotton candy.
Clearly.
Soft and sweet.
So I guess the question, if you're really trying to make an argument for Boozer, is does he fit in? Like, the Wizards have done this teardown, right? And they traded away a guy that's become an all-star in Denny Avdia, which couldn't have been that popular as far as, like, marketing and butts in the seats goes. But it made sense for their timeline. Like, I've wrapped my head around that. Do you think if Dawkins and Winger are like, yo, we think Boozer helps us win the most, that there would be pushback to that pick, considering the leeway these guys have gotten with this rebuild?
I would say this. People, if they were to go there, people are going to push back. But you know what? They got to go with their mind and their all of the answers they got tell them. I understand, like, fans get mad, this, that, and the other, but eventually you got to make the stuff according to what you believe is right for what you're trying to build, not what they want to say. Like, fans are happy sometimes when they shouldn't be, and they're mad when they shouldn't be, but you can't make all your decisions based off of that. And if you're in that position, guess what? People not going to always agree with what you do.
I just got this tweet from Chris Park. He said, you go with AJ if you want flashy and sell tickets, etc. You go Boozer if you truly value winning. He's won at literally every level. Not saying AJ isn't worthy of one overall. I'm just saying Boozer always makes winning plays. That said, they're going to go with AJ. I get that Boozer's won at every level, and that's commendable, certainly.
I don't care about it.
But he's also Carlos Boozer's son.
Yeah.
Like, he probably was on the best AAU team. And then his brother may not be an NBA player, but his brother's damn good. And they played together every step of the way, right? And then he was at Duke. And oh, by the way, they didn't win at all. They lost.
Like, I got, my thing is, like, when I hear people say someone won at every level, I don't care where you won at. I care if you win at this level. I know a lot of people that won at every level until they got to the NBA.
I remember talking with a high-ranking Redskins official at the time when they went back-to-back John Allen and Deron Payne in the draft. And in the Allen draft, which I want to say was 16, maybe 17, in the Allen draft, not only they went John Allen in the first round and Ryan Anderson in the second.
Yeah.
Now, John Allen, where they got him, I want to say it was 16, 14, whatever that was. They got real value in John Allen at that pick. And he slipped a bit in the draft because there was concerns about arthritic shoulders. He's now in, year 9? I think he's proven those to not be a concern.
Yep.
But to go Ryan Anderson in the second was a significant overreach of where his talent was. And then to go Deron.
Well, when he got drafted, people loved him because he talked the talk. He was a guy who didn't care about nothing, just wanted to win and had this mean look, never smiled, and couldn't make a play.
The next year to go again with Deron Payne out of Alabama, who's been a very good player. I'm not knocking the players. But I remember talking with, at the time, a high-ranking Redskins official. And his concern was, yeah, Dan wants us to draft Bama guys because Bama keeps winning. And what this person said to me is, that's great. And these Bama players are really good. But winning on the college level and winning at this level is not the same thing. You know what Bama has? The best players at every position. That doesn't mean there aren't kids from Wisconsin or Clemson or Oregon or UC Santa Barbara that can't help us win. We can't think with that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, if you want to point to the numbers and the play on the field, or the play on the court rather, with Cam Boozer, I'm with that. But to talk about him being a winner when he goes and plays at a program like Duke, you could flip that argument on its head and say you're more impressed by DeBanza winning at BYU. They got to the tourney, right? I think they got bounced early, but like BYU's hardly a tourney lock every year. And I understand that the Mormons have a ton of cash and the NIL is throwing things on its head. But like, White Brian, you're the most college basketball addicted of all of us. Couldn't you argue AJ DeBanza made a bigger impact to BYU than maybe Cam Boozer did to Duke?
I think definitely, especially after Richie Saunders on BYU, their second best scorer, was out for the year. And DeBanza almost won the Big 12 tournament by himself. In that game against Arizona, he had like 35, 10, and 10. And they lost. They barely lost.
And Arizona was a 1 seed, loaded. Like, BYU has a really proud basketball tradition, but not like Duke does.
Yeah.
The he's a winner stuff gives me a little bit of pause. I don't think we know what DeBanza is at all.
Yep, that's true. Could be very good or could not be. We'll see.
I also think he's going to be the guy. The further and further we get, the more and more I think he's going to be the guy.
At that spot, you mean?
At one.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that happening. I wouldn't be shocked at that at all.
I like Cam Boozer's game a lot, and I find him a compelling figure in this draft. If they are able to trade and they get Boozer and they get more stuff, that to me is a path I can walk. But Boozer at one, I don't know that I can get there, no matter how compelling the case is.
Yeah.
Caleb Wilson, I mean, when John Wall told us he's a baby Kevin Garnett, that has stuck with me too.
Yeah.
And
but all that stuff that people say, though, Jay, all that stuff sounds good. When they get on the court is what matters, not what somebody say.
You and I both know this, B. You know what players can do? Continue to evolve.
Yeah.
Continue to get better. That's what SGA has done. That's what Cade Cunningham has done.
Mm-hmm.
Like these absolute stud guards wreaking havoc in the NBA right now. Jalen Brunson did that. He's in the finals tonight.
Yes.
All right, I want to circle to some Terry McLaurin conversation from yesterday. I thought Terry is always insightful, usually about the game, but he was pretty insightful about himself. And B, you've walked a similar path that Terry had to deal with. I'm curious if you maybe found the same perspective. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? EA Sports announced Caleb Williams will be the cover athlete for Madden NFL 27, the first player in Bears history to earn that distinction. Williams enters the 2026 season with a 90 overall rating. The standard edition cover features Williams' signature jump pass with the Chicago skyline in the background. The 2025 NFL Moment of the Year, Williams' 46-yard walk-off touchdown pass to DJ Moore to beat the Packers in Week 16 will be represented on the deluxe edition in the form of Williams' Iceman celebration. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. All right, B, you can't help but notice the difference. Just last year, even at this time of year, OTAs, and certainly once we got to training camp, like the Terry McLaurin contract situation was just lingering over everything.
Yep.
It just was, and it sucked. It's very different this year. Terry's there, seems happy. Everybody's excited about the new offense. But I thought this was a really compelling answer from Terry about moving on from the contract drama last year. Jeff, hit it.
Yeah, I don't want to forget it because, I grew a lot from that situation. I learned a lot, and it produced in me like a different, I wouldn't say even like focus, but it was just something that had to happen. Like I don't look at things that or adversity that happen in your life as a negative thing like I used to. I kind of sometimes would get in my head about why is this happening or it's not going my way, and I've kind of just taken those opportunities to see it as a learning and growth experience, and I have no bitterness about it. You know what I mean? I'm able to move forward, and I've been in the league long enough. Each year is a new year, so I'm just excited to kind of put that aspect of the business side behind me and just step into this year like it's a brand new year and being a leader.
So I think he's right. You don't want to, you learn stuff, good and bad, in this world, and you grow from it. What was it like for you when you finally left D.C. to go to Philly? Did you try to forget about it? Did you try to embrace it? What is that journey like for an athlete?
It's. I always say, don't just read the writing on the wall, understand it. And I think until you go through it, you look at it like he was looking at it before, like it won't happen to me. I saw Art Monk leave here. I saw Gary Clark leave here. You know, I saw those guys leaving, and then for me, I'm starting to think, it could happen to me. But when I went through it at first, it hurts. And you do see it as something. But then when you start to reflect and you understand this did happen to other people before you, and you learn from it, and you begin to not just learn the sports side, you start learning the business side of it. You come out of it with a different mindset. When I got to Philly, I could have been sulking, but those fans up there were treating me like I was something special. So I started to focus more on that. And if I had stayed here, or when I would come back here, there were fans that would always make you feel a certain way. So you got to understand, it's two different things. It's the fan base, and it's what you're dealing with the team. How often do you really have to talk to the person you deal with on the team? Contract time? You deal with players, coaches, and fans every day.
Right.
So you have to get that into perspective. And what he's saying is exactly the truth. You can't let it just eat at you, because like anything in life, if it happens to you bad and you keep worried about it, you are hurting yourself, not nobody else. Whatever they did is done with, and you keep bringing it up every day. So you got to get past that.
Are we poised for a Terry McLaurin huge season? I think is kind of the question the fans want to know. 800-636-1067. Blau got asked about Terry yesterday, and he said he's been fantastic. He has set the tone for the group. He's working incredibly hard, and every time he is out there, he's making plays and showing the energy, the play style that what you want to be all about. He's been excellent. And then
That's what he's always been.
Right. It's who he is.
Yeah.
And then Blau was asked specifically about where Terry can grow. And he said, should be music to your ears, people. We may move him around a little bit more. We will do the things that he does well to try to put us in advantageous positions. So he's done an excellent job so far with handling what we've thrown at him. And then, we're going to keep asking him to keep pushing the envelope to build on the great career he's already had and then try to take another step. Just put him in motion, dude. Put everybody else in motion. Like, just free things up. Move him around on the field.
Moving him around gives people a different look. They have to they are so accustomed to seeing him in that one position to where I guarantee you every team's approach was damn near similar. Now you don't know where he's going to be. You have to adjust that. That cornerback that could have been over there when he lined up on the left, that was over there. Can the cornerback on the right, on the other side now, cover him the same way if he's on that side? Is one cornerback a little stronger, another one a little weaker? Is one of them faster, one of them slower, one of them stronger or not? You know what I mean? So I just think that Terry, when I look at Terry, the whole situation, people get stuck on last year. I look at the overall. He's been damn good throughout. And I think he's going to be damn good again.
I'm guessing I know how Mr. Walker's going to feel about this. Jeffrey, how ready are you? How much do you believe Terry McLaurin's about to silence any critics that may exist?
Look, man, the Washington Commanders are on a revenge tour. They're doing it for them. They're doing it for their contracts, and they're doing it for the fans who they, hyped up, and then the injury bug hit us. It's going to be a problem this year. And just how I told y'all about my man's Jay Otto, the obnoxious Rams fan, I'm going to be the obnoxious Commanders fans because I was verbally abused the entire season last year. So, yes, he's coming back with a revenge, and we're going to post that every contested catch Terry make in this office. Everyone around.
The NFL Football Power Index is an ESPN metric. It's done by Seth Walder. Just launched their initial preseason rankings. The FPI preseason predictive rankings are primarily based on win totals from the betting market in conjunction with the team's schedule, along with factors such as the difference between a team's starting and backup quarterback and special teams rating that incorporates specific kickers. We use these ratings to simulate the season thousands of times, with the results forming the projection. In the opening FPI rankings of the year, now this is information based largely on Vegas. You can argue Vegas doesn't know. I know there's a dude down the hall that often squawks about that, but there's a reason you drink for free out there, and they keep building new skyscrapers in the desert. Where do you think the Commanders line up? And we can be general here, top third, middle third, bottom third.
Bottom third based off of what happened last year.
That's where I was about to go. I was about to say the same thing. Based off of last year's results and the new team we have that we haven't seen play yet, we got to be bottom third.
You want to guess a number? It's obviously 32 teams.
I'm going to say we probably like 28.
So, all right, 1 to 12, 13 to 24, 25 to 32, right?
26.
Stallion, you want to venture a guess?
I'm going to say we're maybe 24th.
better than all of your guesses. They had them at 21st.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, when you look at the company they're keeping here, until we see them, like, what have we said all along, B? We believe they've addressed a lot of the deficiencies on the defense. Their linebackers were slow. Their linebackers, if nothing else, are now fast.
Yeah.
Their pass rush wasn't deep enough and wasn't good enough. They've added a really fast, high-end pass rusher and more depth. We got to see it on the field to know it's fixed, but they've tried to address the significant problems on defense. Oh, by the way, they're running a new system because the last system sucked. Offensively, I think a lot hinges on Jaden's health. Year one, largely healthy. They were great.
Yep.
Year two, missed a lot of time. They kind of stunk.
Yep.
21st sounds about right. When you look at, you know who's 22nd? The Steelers. You know who's 20th? The Colts. The Colts started red hot last year. I think they were 8-2 before Danny Dimes got hurt.
Yeah, they were balling.
Like, I don't think there's a world where you can put them in the top 10. And I think most things after the top 10 could go a lot of different ways.
True.
Some of the teams with the highest variance, what's going to be really cool is Seth Walder is the author of this piece. He's like ESPN's kind of projections analytics guy for football. Seth Walder is going to join the program tomorrow at 11 a.m. So we can ask him some of these questions.
Cool.
But a couple things I find interesting looking league-wide. The Rams have the highest FPI ranking. They should at this point, especially after the Garrett trade.
After the Garrett trade, hell yeah.
Then you go Bills. Listen, the Bills were in the divisional
Bills
round.
always high.
The Bills are in the playoffs every year. They can't break through, but they're in the playoffs every year. They have the Ravens third.
Okay.
That team did not make the playoffs last year. Lamar has missed time in 4 of the last 6 seasons.
Yep.
They have the Ravens third. Then the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks. The disrespect for Seattle just continues at all levels.
Well, they lost people.
Did you see Jackson Smith and Jigba got his NFL Offensive Player of the Year trophy? Well, because they wrote NFL Defensive Player of the Year on it. People continue to clown Jackson Smith and Jigba in ways that I just can't comprehend.
I think it was just a mistake. They didn't try it.
I agree, but that dude at NFL Honors legit clowned him. Jeff, you know what I'm talking about.
You talking about
the comedian with the blonde
you talking
hair.
about Drewski.
Yeah.
Drewski he didn't know how to pronounce his damn name.
That's an error then. You're giving the guy an award.
Yeah, he didn't know how to pronounce his name.
That's an error. Like that should not happen to one of the best football players on the planet.
No, they don't care.
That's what I'm saying. Seattle exists in its own little bubble that everybody forgets about because it's so damn far away.
Yeah.
The teams I find interesting, if you're that high on the Ravens, who just missed the playoffs, have a new coach, have a new offensive coordinator, how can you have the Chiefs 9th?
Pat, they're thinking Pat going to be healthy.
Sure.
That defense can play.
How about this one, though, B? The Bears had a great season. Bears got to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have fallen way down in these FPI rankings. Are the Bears fraudulent? And now, are the Bears fighting a curse? Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. JP Finlay here to talk about my friends at Closets by Design. B, we had the closet people come out yesterday. They redid Lauren's closet. They redid our closet. It looks fantastic. I posted a picture on my Instagram. And as good as the closets look, Brian, you know what matters? Is my wife happy? And you know what the answer is? She's thrilled. I didn't even know these exist. There's like a rod that comes out now that she can hang up her clothes for the next day. Honestly, they have transformed the closet. It looks fantastic. If you have an old, small house like I do and you want to maximize the space, check out Closets by Design. What really stood out is the dude, Matt, that runs it. He texted me this morning, just wanted to make sure everything went A-OK. That is quality service. Check them out. closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN. There's a picture on my Instagram if you want to go look at it. They really did a hell of a job at my house. Now, you can schedule a free in-home consultation today if you check them out, closetsbydesign.com, and they can even offer deferred interest financing with approved credit. They did a tremendous service in my house. I highly recommend them. All right, B. So Seth Walter's going to be on the show at 11 a.m. ESPN Analytics came out with their first NFL power rankings of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Bears at 16.
Okay.
He wrote specifically of the Bears. Can they build on the success of their 2025 season? It's less likely than it might seem. Chicago broke through last year, going 11-6 to win the NFC North and adding its first playoff win in 15 years. But the numbers suggest the Bears overachieved. They ranked 7th and 19th in offensive and defensive EPA per play. But that defensive number was entirely reliant on turnovers. Chicago's defense ranked 30th on non-turnover plays. Plus, while quarterback Caleb Williams delivered repeated jaw-dropping plays, he also ranked only 16th in QBR. The Bears might show growth in 2026 and become the Super Bowl contender their fans hope for, but the FPI does not see that as a likelihood because of the combination of last season's metrics and the first place schedule they'll face in 26. Chicago is a light underdog to make the playoffs and has only a 19% chance to win the NFC North. Flip that on its head, the Lions missing the playoffs, and now the Lions, I believe, getting a third place schedule. Plus, if you watch the Bears, I always say this, like building a good offense is much more consistent year to year than building a really good defense because of the fluky nature of turnovers. It's how an oblong-shaped piece of leather bounces on field turf. You know what I mean? A lot of it boils down to a bouncing football. And I just think, specifically with the Bears, you've got all this data. But then, Brian, you also have the Madden curse. You see Caleb Williams is on the cover of Madden doing a jump pass?
Yeah. I don't worry about that stuff. That thing, right? I'm not gonna focus on none of that, but he has to get better at completing passes because he 50-something%?
It was low. I'll pull it.
So like the thing for me, but like the defense, if you have dominant pass rush and a shutdown corner, you can be consistent year to year defensively.
Caleb Williams completed 58% of his passes. To me, 60s at least where you need to be.
You can be very, very consistent with that if you're constantly putting pressure on the quarterback. If you're not, I agree with you when it said how the ball bounced, but some teams, they make the ball bounce more than others. They just have a knack of knocking it out. So
I agree with that. When you have a dominant defense, it's very real.
Yeah.
But for a team that goes 23rd in points allowed, 29th in yards allowed, to be first in turnover margin, seems a little fluky to me.
That's fluky.
There's not data to support that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. Like, I remember there was a time because Michael Vick was on the cover of Madden and then he broke his leg. But is the Madden curse really a thing anymore?
I
feel
don't
like
think so.
Jeff is our resident Madden expert. I kind of feel like the Madden curse is no longer a thing.
That's tough. It's tough to say. Some QBs have beaten it, but we don't know. We gotta see. I hope it misses Caleb, because even though he's not a commander, anyone from this area doing big things, I will always support. So yes, hopefully it misses him.
All right, I looked this up. Oh, by the way, we're giving away barbecue battle tickets in about 10 minutes.
Let's do it.
The notable examples of the Madden curse: Michael Vick, obviously, that was the most. When Mike
What year
Vick
was
broke
that?
his leg, that was 2004.
Okay.
When Mike Vick broke his leg in 2004, was almost like, I wonder if we can go back. I feel like that would have been like Tom Brokaw talking about it on the NBC Nightly News, like national. That was like a massive big deal because the hype train around Mike Vick at that point, I think the year before, the Falcons had gone up to Lambeau and won in Green Bay. It was like the first time Green Bay maybe ever lost a playoff home game.
So this is the last list. 2025, Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
He missed the season due to injury. Josh Allen, he had a high turnover rate that season. Brady and Mahomes for 22, they both suffered injuries. Lamar Jackson.
You got fake information.
Nah,
because Mahomes was on the cover in 20 and 22
Yeah.
and won Super Bowls that year.
but he suffered injuries. They say you get injured. That's the Madden curse. You get injured.
Yeah,
after
but
being
McCaffrey hurt every
on-
year. So I'm
on the
I'm-
cover.
Not this past year, but yeah. Tom Brady was on the cover in 18 and in 22. Had MVP caliber season.
Yeah, he's one of the examples that defied the curse. That's what I said. I said some people defied the curse.
Jeff, you're prone to believe in curses, I would say.
It happens a lot. I mean, you always got that one person, who skips, but JB is a long list of people who was on front of Madden. Something happened.
You could probably just pick out any kind of curse you want and say in football somebody gonna get hurt, and they probably gonna get hurt.
Yeah, there's
it's
a
football.
lot of yeah.
I mean, it's the nature of the damn beast.
Saquon was on the cover last year. Didn't get hurt, but it was kind of a down year. A down year was still 1,400 yards, but
it was a down year for Saquon.
McCaffrey in 25. McCaffrey in 25. I think he only played in like 5 games. That's when he was like flying to Germany and stuff to get. I mean, dude, you're telling me Josh Allen in 24, he had 44 touchdowns. That's a curse.
No curse.
22 was Brady and Mahomes coming off that Super Bowl. Lamar was the cover in 21.
Did Lamar get hurt?
Yeah, he got hurt that year.
What did he miss? Like 4 or 5 games?
Yeah, it was a couple games. It wasn't the season.
Lamar,
but he does that most
He's another
years.
one that get hurt a lot too.
Like football players get hurt. I don't know. Yo, here's one. Antonio Brown was on the cover in 2019. I don't know if he got hurt, but he got crazy.
Yeah, I think with Antonio, that's just something.
2017 was Gronk, hurt all year, tried to come back for the Super Bowl. So there is a little bit something to it. Odell Beckham in 2016. I don't know. I don't think curses are real. I'm sorry to be a hater. Speaking of problems, though, let's check in with our friend Dave Zangaro, covers the Eagles, will join us at noon, and we're giving away barbecue battle tickets.
Let's go.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. EA Sports announced that Caleb Williams is this year's Madden cover athlete. Williams is the first Chicago Bears player to land himself a Madden cover. Williams said that his Jumpman pose on the cover is an homage to Bulls legend Michael Jordan. And good news for Bears fans, quarterbacks seem to avoid this whole Madden curse thing. And we've got Nats baseball right here on 106.7 The Fan. Andrew Alvarez on the bump for a 1:05 p.m. series finale with the Marlins. Nationals are looking to avoid a sweep by a Miami team who has their number so far this season. 4-1 is the season record between these two NL East teams. Prince George's County grads, your tuition at PGCC could be completely covered. The PGCC Promise Scholarship pays for tuition and fees. No debt, real support. Don't let money stop you. Visit pgcc.edu/go/promise scholarship and see if you qualify. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. I got a lot of exciting news here. Caller number 10, right now, you win a 4-pack of tickets to the 34th Annual Giant Barbecue Battle on June 27th to June 28th on Pennsylvania Avenue. Enjoy incredible barbecue, live music, celebrity chefs, free food samples, contests, and more. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
I've been there. They
That's
got
a fun
some good
one.
food there, brother.
You know where else they have good food? Philadelphia. That's where we find our next guest.
Budokan.
BMitch Finlay. Dave Zangaro joins the program, Eagles insider for NBC Sports Philly. Davey Z, how are you, bud?
I'm doing well, fellas. How are you?
We're good,
We're
man.
good,
We're
dude.
good.
So I wanted to have you on today because obviously there's been a bunch of news in Philly. I saw you had the story like June 1st at 8 a.m. or whatever. I think you were pretty prepared for this A.J. Brown trade. Let's start there. Did the Eagles get better by trading away A.J. Brown?
No, I mean, look, I don't think anyone could spin it that they're a better team without A.J. Brown, but you're right. I mean, this was not a surprise. This was, I think pretty much everyone knew he was going to be traded, and we knew that, once it got past the draft, we knew that it was going to be after June 1st for the cap ramifications of it. So it was kind of just a waiting game. And, the Eagles have been operating all off season as if he wasn't going to be here. So, they traded for Dontavian Wicks. They signed Hollywood Brown. They drafted Mekhi Lemon. So, obviously they're not a better team without A.J. Brown, but it wasn't like they woke up on June 1st, traded him and went, oh no, we don't have this guy anymore. I mean, they've been preparing all off season like he wasn't going to be here.
They prepared for it and him not to be there. Will it affect the team when the season starts?
Yeah, look, he's still a really good player. I think the problem last year was that he was not the version of A.J. Brown that was his best, and I think it was because he was a frustrated player. And to me, that was kind of the problem with this whole thing was that, if you're a frustrated player, that happens. I mean, that happens in the NFL all the time, but if you're able to play through it, it's not a big deal. He wasn't able to play through it last year. That it leaked onto the field. I mean, you turn on his tape from last year, it's all over there. He was not happy to be there. He looked like it on the field. So once that happens, I think it probably is best for both sides to move on. And, are they going to be okay without him? I think so. It's, the questions I have about the Eagles right now on offense aren't really about talent. One is about health, and especially on the offensive line, and two is about the new scheme that they're bringing in with Sean Mannion, the new offensive coordinator, and how that works with the talent they have. I think they have enough talent. Like, they're not as talented a receiver without A.J. Brown, but you still have Devontae Smith. You had those other guys that I mentioned, including Mekhi Lemon, who you used the first-round pick on. That's enough talent. But my questions are elsewhere.
One last one on the trade. Was this like, were there other teams in on this? Was this it was only going to work with the Patriots? And do you think they got
the
enough
Rams
back?
were? Yeah, it's a good question. I think the value is fine in terms of return. A lot of teams really devalue first round picks when they're years down the line, and the Eagles don't. They just don't. I mean, they still view it as a first round pick. They also did this with the Hassan Reddick trade a few years back. They took a future pick for him. So, they don't care that it's in 2028. Honestly, I think they'd rather have it in a future year than had they done it before the draft and gotten it in 26, just because the Patriots are drafting, or they were drafting 31st overall. And it's like, they'll take the lottery ticket angle on this and say, well, it's probably going to be a better pick than 31st overall whenever they get it in either, at that point in 27 or 28. They probably would have preferred to have it in 27, but they don't mind it being the following year. Early on, there were other teams involved. The Rams certainly were involved. They were in a mode where they were looking to trade picks, obviously, and go all in on this season. But, once they got out of it, I think really it was kind of just down to the Patriots. And you can look at it from both sides. You can say, well, the Eagles had no leverage because they had one team, but the Patriots didn't address receiver, and they needed the players. So yeah. I think the leverage is what the leverage was, and I think the value was pretty fair.
Do you think they have to adjust the way, because when AJ was there, it comes to certain situations, you just throw the ball up to him. Will they have to adjust the way this offense is run?
Yeah, but the nice thing about it is that it's going to be a natural change anyway because they have the new scheme coming in. And from that perspective, you watch what they did in Green Bay, and Sean Mannion is coming from Green Bay, but we know that style of offense that you guys know well there in Washington. It's the old Shanahan style. It's kind of taken the NFL by storm. We know what it is, and we know that a lot of times we'll see the ball spread around a little bit more. But even if it isn't, Devontae Smith becomes that guy. And honestly, I look at it and I think it's easier to be Devontae Smith as wide receiver one in this new offense than it would have been in the offense they had been running the previous 5 years with Nick Sirianni and whoever else was in there with him as the OC. That offense was kind of more stagnant, and it really just relied on A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith winning their one-on-ones and getting them the football. In theory, now this scheme is going to help Devontae Smith a little bit more, be that number one. You can still span him the football, but I think the offense is going to help him maximize a little bit more than what they had been running previously here.
So I tend to agree with that, but I think the biggest question is Jalen Hurts. And I keep circling back to that ESPN hit piece at the end of last season that was aimed right at Hurts. You know what I mean? And what seems, you're far closer than I am, right? Seems like he's grown reluctant to using his legs, which are an absolute weapon. And the part of that ESPN piece that I think was the most telling on field was the play calling at the end of that Niners game where they only ran verticals again, and just what looks like not a lot going to the middle of the field. How will that mesh with this new offense?
Yeah, it's a really fair question, because in order for this new offense to work, the quarterback obviously has to be on board, and he has to be able to execute what they want him to execute. So I think that, one of the parts of that story, though, that I thought really got overlooked, because people focus on the negative, and I understand that. Part of that story, and we've seen that now with Jalen and Sean Mannion since, it seems like they really do have a strong connection already. And Jalen is, the kind of guy who he can be, I think, difficult at sometimes. He's someone who wants to know the why. He doesn't want to just hear a coach tell him this is what we're doing. He wants to know what's the reason we're doing this. And so far, Sean Mannion has been able to deliver the why to Hurts. And at least for now, Jalen seems very on board with what they're doing. Now, in practice, how's that going to work? I don't know. I mean, Jalen has been a shotgun quarterback for most of his career in the NFL, at least the majority of it. That's probably going to change this year. This offense needs to be under center so you can match it to the play action game, and you can marry the run and pass and do all the things that the offense is known for doing. That has not kind of been what their bread and butter has been here in Philly. And then you talk about the run game aspect of it. It's a heck of a lot harder for a quarterback to run when he's under center because you don't have a chance to look at the field. So I think all of those things are really big questions. And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier when, the questions I have about this team right now, at least on offense, aren't about the talent. I think the two questions I have are health up front and how it all works with this new offense coming in here, because I think they have plenty of talent to be a really good offense this year. It's just about how it all fits together.
How like the injury to Lemon, is this just a mild little hamstring thing or something more serious?
No, my sense is it's a relatively mild hamstring injury. They have one more OTA tomorrow. I doubt he'll practice in that. Then they have a mandatory camp next week. There's a chance he can maybe practice next week, but I don't think they're going to rush him back on the field. So my sense is he might be done for the rest of the spring, but it's a relatively mild, from my understanding, hamstring injury. So he should be back on the field for training camp. And I think there's some excitement about him. He was a really good college receiver, and I think they're expecting him to have a pretty big role in year one.
So, talking with our friend Dave Zangaro, NBC Sports Philadelphia. You can give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Really does a great job covering the Eagles. Insightful fella. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast with Dave and Ruben. Brian and I were talking about this yesterday as the A.J. Brown trade kind of finalized, and we got to understand. I think for the rest of the NFC East, A.J. Brown not being in the division is good news. But what B said, which I agree with, is Philly still has that defense. Philly still has Saquon. How much do you think maybe the impression of the Eagles versus the reality of the team you're seeing at OTAs is not seeing eye to eye?
Yeah, look, I think the one thing that this team still has is talent. And Howie Roseman's one of the best GMs in football, if not the best GM in football. Yeah, I mean, you look at that roster, and they're stacked. I mean, they still are. Like I mentioned on offense, my question isn't talent. I don't really have questions about the defense, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that on defense, they're just really, really good. They have... you look in the secondary, they add Reek Woolen, who, there's a reason he was available, but supremely talented player. You add him to a cornerback trio that already included Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. They're a little weaker at safety, but if you had to pick a position on defense to be weaker at, it probably would be safety. They have Zach Bond in the middle as an all-pro caliber linebacker. And then up front, I mean, they had Jonathan Grenard, and that defensive line looks really good. So, nothing's a guarantee, and they also got Vic Fangio back this year. There was a question about whether or not he would retire. He didn't. So, I think on defense, they're going to be really good. And on offense, we'll see. We'll see how it comes together. But if they can be, just better, they were 22nd last year. I think they have the talent to be a top 10 offense. If they can do that, I think that all of a sudden this is a really dangerous Eagles team again.
Do you think Saquon can regain the form he had in 2024?
I do. Look, I don't think it was his fault last year, to be really blunt about it. I think the offensive line was not as good, and I really think a lot of that came down to injuries. They didn't have Lane Johnson for the second half of the year. Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens were really banged up. Now, with that said, I don't think there's any guarantee the offensive line gets back to that level. I think that's a really significant concern. Jeff Stoutland leaves the organization after 13 years. They're implementing this new offense with, that comes with the zone blocking scheme. And I think all those guys can be good at it. But, Landon Dickerson thought about retiring. He's not 30 yet. And he's had just, a litany of injuries in his career. You wonder about the cumulative effect of that. Cam Jurgens has been banged up for the last couple of years now. So the interior of that offensive line is a question mark. And then as good as Lane Johnson is and has been in his entire career, he's 36. At a certain point, the body doesn't do what the body used to do. So I think there are some significant questions. I think there are some questions about that offensive line. I think they have the potential to be really good again, but the whole season could really hinge on that.
losing Stoutland seems like a big deal too, and obviously, I mean, you guys know that more than we do. I think Philly's strength has been the trenches, and I think defensively, I mean, you get the big deal done with Jordan Davis. You still have Jalen Carter. Who the dude they got from the Dolphins, was that Jalen Phillips that he assigned in Tennessee, I think?
Yeah, then he left and he signed in Carolina.
I'm sorry. But like the way I view Phillips arrives in Philly, has an awesome season. They let him go. They'll probably get a comp pick for it next year. They trade for Grenard, who's 2 years removed from an awesome season. I think he comes in and has an awesome season. I think when you get veteran pass rushers that get to come in and play alongside those two beasts in the interior, all of a sudden they look great. You know what I mean? But what is the deal with Jalen Carter? Because you get the big contract done with Jordan Davis. The way Philly tends to operate, the way Howie tends to operate, is he's very smart about getting deals done as soon as possible. Like, that window is now open with Carter. Maybe that's, I mean, you still have 2 years because you have the fifth-year rookie option for 27. But, like, are there going to be contract talks there? He's undoubtedly a great player, but seems like he might be a lot to deal with.
Quick Ray.
Yeah, look, there's definitely look. From the moment they drafted Jalen Carter, there was a reason he slipped to them, right? There are questions about him, but they know the caliber player he is. They know what his potential still is. Last year wasn't his best season, but he was dealing with injuries, and I think that really did affect him. He's been a 2-time Pro Bowler already. Like, he's an excellent, excellent player. I think that there's still a good chance they figure out a long-term extension with him before the start of the season. And I think that's still their goal. He's someone that they identify as a cornerstone piece. The tricky part about it might be just the defensive tackle market. It's a market that kind of needs to be reset. You look at the edge rushers in the NFL, it's something like 5 or 6 are over $40 million a year. There's one defensive tackle over $30 million per season. So it's like it's a really depressed market that probably needs to be reset, and that could be a bit of the holdup here. The only defensive tackle making over $30 million a year is Chris Jones, and that was a couple years ago. So this could be a deal that needs to reset the market. And sometimes when you have a deal like that, it can take a little bit of time, especially because some of it with Carter is still based on potential. He hasn't put together that, defensive player of the year type of season that I think the Eagles think he's capable of.
It's gonna be fun. How are Philly fans? Are they
with the AJ Brown deal?
Between AJ Brown and then Mekhi Lemon, even if it's just a hammy tweak, I'm sure that's WIP's going nuts, phones are full. Like, what is the vibe up there?
Yeah, with the AJ Brown thing, it was like, it's just a long saga. I think it was like 7 stages of grief a little bit with AJ Brown, and there was a lot of denial for a long time that this move was happening, even though it seemed pretty clear that he was going to get traded. Even the Mekhi Lemon draft pick, there was a little bit, people were excited about it, but I think the excitement was a little muted because you knew what that meant in terms of AJ Brown. Mm-hmm. So that has really been the storyline that's dominated all off season, as you'd expect. And now there's the fallout of it, what went wrong, the rumor mill about that. So that has been the dominant story all off season. But yeah, I think there was excitement about this team because you take a step back and you look at it, and the talent's there. And when the talent's there, you have a shot. There are other questions, but this is a team that I think in Philly there's a lot riding on this season, but I think there is some excitement for sure.
Is this one close to T.O. and Donovan? I mean, T.O. was chosen over Donovan. This time, Jalen was chosen over A.J., but two kind of out there receivers who are involved with issues with the quarterback.
I don't think so. I hope not, man. I hope in 20 years we're not having these two guys send little shots back and forth at each other. I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think it's going to be that. Both of them have already gone out of their way to acknowledge that the relationship isn't what it once was, but there's still a respect there between the two of them that clearly is not there between T.O. and Donovan. And even, it was funny, A.J. Brown kind of mentioned it in that interview with Maria Taylor that, like, he didn't mention T.O. and Five by name, but he did kind of allude to, hey, this is not that. This is not going to be the T.O. McNabb thing. And thank God, because this city can't deal with another 20 years of a receiver and quarterback bickering at each other.
Well, you know what? He's all of a sudden a lifelong Patriot fan. Never know what could happen, man.
All right, dude. Here's my last question. What is more likely in February? Only two choices here. The Eagles are playing in the Super Bowl, or Nick Sirianni's been fired.
Damn. You went there?
I mean, that's two extremes.
That's extreme as hell.
That's how this Eagles team, that's how Philly operates.
Yeah, right. I mean, if they're on their cycle right now that they've been on, I guess they'll be in the Super Bowl because it's Super Bowl disaster, and now this is the Super Bowl year. If that's the way we're looking at it, that's honestly, if I had to pick one or the other, I think there's too much volatility right now, and I haven't seen enough of the offense. I would probably. Oh man, that's a really tough one.
I feel like I just gave you a podcast, Dave. You and Ruth can kick that around.
Yeah, I'll take that in the dead season. Just because of the talent, I'll go Super Bowl. But I could see it going either way right now, and that's part of the fun of this season. And heck, if we're talking Super Bowl, that means they got to go through the Rams at some point. And I don't know how likely that is. They do play the Rams tough, but that team keeps getting better and better.
Aaron Donald say he's coming back. Aaron Donald's coming out of retirement.
That should be illegal, by the way. You can't just line Aaron Donald up next to Myles Garrett.
That is crazy to think about. Dave, we appreciate you making time, man.
That would be scary.
Good luck up there.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right, Dave. Take care, man.
That's our guy, Dave Zangaro.
They got Jartavian Witz, man, that's a Plaquemine, Louisiana dude.
There you go. Eagles Insider, NBC Sports, Philadelphia. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast. Give him a follow at @DZangaro NBCS. How would you answer that? What's more likely, Eagles in the Super Bowl or Sirianni's cane?
Fired.
Because I think they might fire. Like, if they made the playoffs and lost in the wild card, don't you think they could fire him?
One thing about them, they act more like mafia people than anything you ever seen. You know that kiss on the ring?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're gone completely. They act like they like him till he's gone.
Did you run into any, like, actual gangsters in your time up there?
That
South Philly Broad
They didn't
Street.
act like they didn't want you to know they were, but we knew they were.
Yeah.
Because listen, bro, there were certain people that work in that organization up there who would tell you where not to be and stuff like that. And then, like, you happen to just go into a place, and then when Butchie came to talk to you, you knew you had been in an area you probably shouldn't have been.
I mean, Big Dom seems like he knows the right and wrong places.
Cuba Libre was the bar out in the Cuba Libre, and then I came back and said, hey, man, be careful going to that bar. I'm like, man, just look, Cuba, this is a regular little bar. He say, nah. So
Philly's a different city, man.
Yes, indeed.
Old school. Great interview there with Dave Zangaro. We got Nats game getting ready to start. We're going to preview the Nats trying to avoid the sweep against the Miami Marlins. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's take a look at your starting lineup for today's 1:05 p.m. start between the Nationals and the Marlins. James Wood leading things off. He'll be DHing today. Then you've got Dylan Cruz out and right batting second. Batting third and playing third, Curtis Mead. C.J. Abrams is your shortstop and batting fourth. Then you've got Jacob Young out in center field, Dalen Lyle out in left. Keibert Ruiz is your catcher. Batting seventh is Luis Garcia Jr., who will be at first base for today. And playing second base and batting ninth is Nasim Nunez. You've got Andrew Alvarez on the bump for this series finale between the Nats and the Marlins. Nationals looking to avoid the sweep today. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, and it's an exciting day. Nats are taking on the Marlins here in about a half hour, which means Nationals producer Slick Vic Ferreira is hanging out in the studio.
Yeah, he better slick that hair over to the left.
And we've had a realization. Vic is
bald.
Vic is very close to very bald.
He bald with a full head of hair. I don't know how you do that.
And I tried to get him to come on camera to let the good people at Monumental Sports Network know about it, and he promptly walked away. Now, Vic's rebuttal to BMitch, who pointed out his very, very thin hair, was he has more than you.
Hey, I shaved my head. He trying to hide that ball. So let's be real. He listen, I give him about 3 more months of washing, and all his gonna be in the sink, in the bottom of the damn tub. Down the drain.
Vic does all the Nats games. I think they'd be well served to send him a hat. Like, get him a nice, dope City Connect. That the baby blue one we got.
His hair is so thin it won't even clog up his drains.
Now, I did want to left hand up real quick. Stallion had the whitest comment in the history of the text thread last week when Jeff was talking about the Goodman League and Ryan Clare's.
I'll do
some research. I think I had the whitest breakfast in history this morning.
Which is?
I had time, dropped the girls off. Lauren had to go to the office. I had yogurt with granola and 2 pieces of turkey bacon.
That's tough.
I mean, I did that last week.
It's good.
I mean, it was
I
healthy.
thought you don't like yogurt.
I didn't until I had the doctor told me to eat some yogurt.
All right.
So I ate it.
I'm off the hook.
And I ate exactly what you just said.
Stallion remains the whitest dude here.
Huh?
Yeah,
But doing that research about the Goodman League is that was weird.
How'd we do last night, White Brian?
He was the only person that didn't know about the Goodman League.
I won.
You won and Clary won. Everyone else lost.
All right, what do we got tonight, boys? Ball night.
Over 8, Nats Marlins.
Give me the Knicks.
Spurs.
What's the score? How many points are given the Knicks?
4.5.
4.5.
You want the total? I know you've been on these totals.
Yeah, what's total?
218.
Yeah,
218 and a half. 218 and a half.
Yeah, give me the under.
Kind of like the under on that. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Dave Zangaro for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in, hung out on Monumental or on YouTube. Nats baseball coming your way next. The boys need a win against these damn Marlins. We'll be back at it tomorrow, breaking down game 1.
Baseball is back in Washington, D.C.
Here's the pitch, and the flashbulbs go off. It's in there, a called strike one. And that first pitch will be headed to Cooperstown as baseball is back in Washington.
Swinging a fly ball deep right field. Giving chase to right fielder Gonzalez toward the corner, looking up at the wall.